Good morning and welcome to the Coetzenburg Oval, home of Marty's Cricket for day one of the CSA Cubs Week for under-19 sides in South Africa. And up first we have the Coastal Conquerors taking on the Central Gladiators. And I'm joined in the middle by the two captains, Mr. Nathan Rhodes on the far side, Angus Gous here next to me, and then the two captains, Alec Loveland from the Central Gladiators and Semal Pillay for the Coastal Conquerors. It'll be Alec Loveland with the honours of tossing the coin.
Tails.
Tails is the call.
It's heads.
And heads it is. So Alec Loveland from the Central Gladiators have won the toss. Alec, what are you guys going to do?
We're going to have a bat first.
Any particular reason?
We know in the afternoon it's going to turn quite a bit. Obviously in the morning it's quite nippy with the pace bowlers, but we back our opening batsmen. So
surely that's what openers have to do. First hour is always going to be a challenge. A bit of green grass on the wicket, but it's very, very bare, isn't it?
yeah, it shouldn't give us too much trouble, so it should be okay.
Carrying on from the Coetzenburg week, a lot of players forming part of that successful side, so there has to be a lot of confidence in the camp.
Yeah, we do have quite a lot of confidence. We do have some youngsters like Umbesa and Inkusana, so hopefully they'll bring on the heat this week.
Did you at least have a bit of a break from Coetzenburg to now?
Yeah, we did have a bit of a break, so we did come back for practice in Joburg, but I think it should be good.
Alec, good luck and play well.
Thank you so much.
Coastal Conquerors captain Semal Pillay now joins me. Semal, was that a toss that you would have liked to win?
Not really. We're happy with what we're doing right now. We're at bowl first. We would have liked to use the conditions up front, especially because it's a bit green. Our bowlers would love that, and then at the back end, our batters would love to cash in when it's nice to bat on.
I spoke to Alec as well. Coetzenburg was down in Bloemfontein. Now we're back sort of closer to the coast. What do you expect condition-wise?
I think it's very windy here. I mean, Stellenbosch always has that factor to play with. I mean, the pitch also gets very nice to bat on towards the latter stage of the tournament, and yeah, the outfield is amazing.
All right, that's the word then from Semal Pillay. Good luck and play well.
Thank you.
News then out here in the middle is that the Central Gladiators captain Alec Loveland has won the toss and he's decided to bat first. Conditions, well, we wait and see. These wickets have to keep together for 5 days here in Stellenbosch. It'll be windy, it'll be hot. Will it last all 5 days, or will spin really become a factor throughout the tournament? Day one of the CSA Cubs Week coming your way.
Day one of the CSA Cubs week here of 2026. As always, held here in this glorious town of Stellenbosch. All the games will be happening here in and around Marty's grounds here. And we are focusing all our attention here on the main oval, the Coetzenburg oval here, for a match between the Central Gladiators and the Coastal Conquerors. The Gladiators made up a team from the Lions region, and the Coastal Conquerors, they are made up from the coastal and inland of KZN. It's a bit blustery out here today. Winds blowing. Weather set fair. My name is Eugene Molin. With me, the Cape Fox, as always, James King. A very good morning to you, sir.
Oh, thank you so much, Eugene. It really is wonderful to be here at the Cubs Week. And what an interesting clash we have here in front of us today. Coastal Conquerors against the Central Gladiators. And the Gladiators winning the toss earlier on today and deciding, as you may have seen there, to have a bat first on, Eugene, what looks like already a reasonably bearish type of surface.
Well, James, we've come so many times here to this glorious ground here at Coetzenburg, and for day one of a week, I think this is probably the one where we probably said, like, whoever wins the toss is definitely going to have a bat first, because it is definitely dry looking. It's not as green as what you can see on your pictures there. However, we'll see how this ball goes, because in this competition you'll have two white balls, one at each end, and they can use that right up until over number 34, and then after that they'll have to choose one ball. So it's going to be really fascinating to see all these teams taking part here this week, and I, for one, am looking forward to it, especially after a good week in Bloemfontein at Coetzenburg not so long ago, where the scores and cricket and performances really lived up to what the facilities was there and Free State. So again, well done to all and sundry there.
Yes, very interesting selections for these Cubs teams, and we'll be giving you some more information about some of these players that you may or may not know during the week here and during this game, as the two openers are out in the middle and opening the batting for the Central Gladiators. The opening batter is Nkosana Sabia, a left-hander, and he's going to be taking first strike for the Central Gladiators. The captain of St. John's College for the 25-26 season, and he has certainly had a very good Kaya Majola week for that SA invitation team, Eugene.
Yeah, he did, and there's a whole host of men from the invitation side that really stepped up and lived up to this inclusion, and the CSA invitation, in my view, has been a really good addition to the Kaya Majolas for those that just maybe missed the mark for the provincial teams, and then they've lived up here. We're going to have Seam. We're going to have Goya, Rita Goya, man from Kersney College. He's going to be bowling to the left-hander. And one will probably be more concerned about the pace this ball's going to come through from this pitch.
Yes, a massive gust of wind coming through here, Eugene. We had a couple of days like this in one of the weeks last year, and hopefully you'll be able to hear us above the hum of the wind as Gonya's away from us once again, rolling left arm over the wicket.
Yeah, two slips in place, and that's beautifully just stared down to third man. They're going to come back for two. And I, for one, are going to be very interested to see how these teams are go about their field placing. There were really some really interesting, let's just go about that, field placing during that whole entire Kaya Majola. And I think teams just need to step up to the plate and really just, you have to be flexible. I know you start like they have here, two slips, three men on the offside saving one. We've now already seen fine leg is very, very square, and third man as well. No real pace here from Goya. So you're probably going to see him operate with good line and length on a more consistent basis.
And certainly looking at that pitch, Eugene, at the end that Sabia is batting, looks a bit better for the left-hander. Quite a good covering of grass just outside that off stump on a length. But you're looking at it for the right-hander, a couple of cracks there as well that look like they could be giving a few challenges for the batters there.
Yeah, and as I said, this is day one of a tournament where there's going to be elements. The elements are going to be on it. There's going to be wind. There's going to be sun. So it's constantly going to get dried out. It looks a lot greener on your screens than what it is. I'll tell you now, it is not the Eastern Warriors playing. It is actually, in fact, the Central Gladiators.
Yeah.
We'll just get the caption changed for you. But still 2 slips. Just the 3 runs from this over so far. And there you can see the lack of pace. Not real carry.
Yeah.
Not real carry to the keeper. But that will signal the end of that first over.
Yeah, 3 without loss as it is. So
Was it a wide ball?
2 without loss. Apologies there. As and yeah, we will be getting the scorecard up for you as soon as possible, as it is going to be Rowan Raja. Is it who's going to be opening the bowling for the Coastal Conquerors from the Coetzenburg end of the ground, and another left-hander on strike for the men from the Gauteng region, Central Gauteng Lions, making up all of the players in this Central Gladiators team, and it's going to be Ombesa Macha, the SA Schools player, to take his first delivery.
Yeah, and we'll see how he's going to go. But Raza will have some pace about him, and how much pace can he get from this pitch? He'll be a lot skiddier. So with his bare patches, James, you just got to be careful because it might not bounce as much as what you think. So you just got to be wary of that bounce that you might see on this pitch here. Oh, don't need the pitch for those deliveries. What a Yorker. Corker Yorker to start off with. Squeezed down to fine leg.
It's a very good start there from Raja. A bit of movement into the left-hander as well. So he's looking like he could certainly pose a few problems here for the opening batters for the Gladiators. He's off the mark, is Macha. Had a very good Kaya Majola week, Eugene. And for the Lions, and getting that call up to the SA Schools team.
Yeah, all these men selected from that Kaya Majola, and maybe even before then. So getting their chance here on another platform. Again, kudos again to Cricket South Africa for just instilling another platform for these youngsters to put their hands up, or maybe show the provinces, the senior provincial team, listen, I'm available for higher honors. Oh, the old Simone. Off stump, cartwheels out the park. That's the first one. Brilliant delivery from Raja.
Oh, my word, that is beaten him, looked like, for pace there. And he's pitched that one up just on a length, and he's playing down the wrong line and just takes that off stump, you say, completely out of the ground. What a great delivery.
Sorry, I had to steal your line there, James, but if you're overcritical, not well played that. Definitely not well played that by Sabia. Sort of leaning back. I thought the previous delivery was a little bit fuller, and he's sort of driven, but there was no right-hand side. If you look at this, just leaning back, there's no real leaning into that. just want to play the ball from the crease. Well, Roger says, thank you for that. I'll just take you off stump out the ground.
Wow, what a delivery to get the wicket-taking proceedings underway here at Coetzenburg. And Rowan Raja, he's on the board straight away. And did have a great tournament, didn't he, for the Tuskers, and a really good addition to this Coastal Conquerors team. And some pace to him as well.
He's a skitty little bowler. Gets it through. Man, that deals with all the cricketing side. Imran there from KZN area has been very impressed by him. Says he's a little skitty. He comes onto a little bit quicker. That time you can see once he gets it into a good area, he definitely gets it right. Magnificent delivery. I mean, I'm on the edge of my seat, yeah.
Wow.
Seeing that stump fly out the ground.
I always say here on the wickets, in and around this area, you want to be hitting the top or off, and my goodness, they certainly did that with that first delivery. Glorious, and just catching Sabir, not forward or back really, as you said, just on the crease, feet not going anywhere.
Oh, nearly 2 in 2. The old full toss. Nearly bags another. Oh, in fact, it looks like, yeah, it was just short of the point man there. But Raja's steaming in here. He just wants to let the ball go. No mid on, James. No mid on. So you got 2 slips. You got a gully in place. He's got 3 men on the offside, saving 1. And then just a solitary man saving 1 on the onside. That's at mid-wicket.
Yeah, so he doesn't want to be too straight and too full to Gordon.
Just feel you still got to be as an opening batter, wanting to get your body shape right. Just thought Sabir didn't do that, and he just allowed too many things in favor of the bowler there, and the bowler struck.
You talk about this quite a lot, Eugene, I know, when we are on comms, but early on, very important for an opening batter to just get your feet moving. And I think just on the evidence of the first couple of deliveries, I mean, you wanted to be coming forward to that.
Oh, he's given!
Oh.
He's given! Nathan Rhodes took his time and then gave it in the affirmative. 2 wickets in the over for Raja. The Coastal Conquerors, they are well and truly up. Only in the second over.
Oh, that one also pitching what it looked like on a length and just keeping a little bit low. But again, no real foot movement here. He's on the crease and just gets caught. And that looked like a very good decision there from Nathan Rhodes.
Ball doesn't have far to go from once it hit the pads to the stumps. But we made mention about this, the Cape Fox, about this pitch, about some of the bare patches. And if it hits those bare patches, the ball might come through a little bit lower. Now you have a bowler that's a little bit skiddier, and that ball just comes through a lot quicker. Not at a great height. These batters need to get on that front foot. They need to keep playing forward. It is Manak. This is a massive, massive wicket here. He's now stepping forward. He's going to have to play a magnificent part here to get their team up and running here. They've lost 2.
Yeah, and he is, as you say, going to need to play an innings of a lifetime here for the Central Gladiators. And 2 very accomplished batters, though, that they have got at the crease. But it's been early doors. Rowan Raja has been steaming in from that Coetzenburg end. And he's created mayhem for the Gladiators in his first over.
Well, look at that score. 2 wickets down just for 3 runs. The Coastal Conquerors all over the Central Gladiators here. And the Gladiators normally in this tournament, James King, not good starters. They never start well at Coeswick. And they always have to try and find their way back into contention later on. Only the 6 teams this year. Last year we were blessed to have 8 with USA and Namibia also taking part. This year, only the 6.
Yeah, it's a standard-looking Cubs week. And as you say, Eugene, a great addition to the calendar. Gives these youngsters a great opportunity to show once again what they're up to and how they're going to get there. It's Macha, just 16 years of age.
Yeah, still a youngster. I enjoyed looking at him and watching him play in Bloemfontein. He took the attack to the bowlers. This might be a different kettle of fish altogether. Oh, and we talk about learning curves. This is definitely one of them.
As you say, a really good week there. Got 250s in the week, a 75 against the Dolphins, so he would have been playing against a lot of the players in this attack, and 93 against the Titans.
James, but we keep talking about it. Pressure is a wonderful thing in sport. This is a pressurized situation where your team finds yourself 2 down. You got to get yourself out of your natural way of playing, or do you say, listen, I'm going to play my way, I'm going to take the attack to the bowlers and get my team up and running. We're well and truly still inside the power play. Let's not forget that.
And so much time left in the game, Eugene, rolling into the 3rd over. Time for both Mata and Manak to build their innings as they try and get something on the board here for the Gladiators.
Just want to see, James, I don't know what your thoughts are on this. So we see the left arm seamer, Gonya, bowling here. He's bowling into a very stiff breeze. Wouldn't you rather want to see maybe 1 and 1 and then take the gully out, put it on like a drive and say, listen, I'm going to be consistent with my line and length outside that off stump. If you want to drive, go, and that time you might play the ball up in the air.
Yeah, I think certainly give him the opportunity to do that. Eugene, it's a good call from your side. At the moment, just a little bit short of a length in there, and he's just giving him the opportunity either to leave it outside the off stump in that range, or he gets in nicely behind it, as he does on this occasion. And I think they'll be more used to playing off the back foot, these batters from the Central Gladiators. We know up on the high felt, the pitches are often a lot harder. They come onto the bat a lot better than they do here in the Cape. So I think just using the coastal conditions, perhaps the
See there, that's what I'm talking about. That one's a steered quite easily down to 3rd man for 1. And you've seen this at Bloemfontein as well during the Kai Majola week. Teams went with 2 slips. There was hardly a catch taken at first or even second slip the whole week. And I think this is again just where just be a little bit more proactive with your thinking. You've got a man bowling here, not great pace, bowls good line and length. He's just going to bowl in the areas. Make it difficult. Get somebody in the eye line, because we know what we've seen in this pitch. The ball got a tendency to keep low. No real pace in it.
And I think we did see this at USA Week, which was played here at Coetzenburg, where they dispensed with the second slip very early on in the piece. And in fact, some of the times didn't even have a second slip from right at the beginning of the innings.
Just down the leg side of the pad. Just be a 1. That takes the score now to 5. Yale Flamingo comes out from umpire Angus House. We've seen a lot of him, and Nathan Rhodes. They told me this morning, can you please stop following us? I said, listen, I'm from this neck of the woods, please.
Yeah, so 5 it is for the loss of 2 at the end of the 3rd over. A great start for the Coastal Conquerors. And Rowan Raja, he's going to get the ball, and I think you're going to be struggling at this stage to take the ball out of his hand. 2 wickets in that first over. Brilliant delivery to bowl Kosana Sibia, and then trapping Troy Gordon right in front of the stumps, and getting those 2 wickets just for the single run in his over. And it'll be bowling to Manak. Manak didn't get off the mark at the end of the over. It was, I think, a leg bite, so he's yet to open his account.
I'll tell you something that you couldn't have seen on your screens. I'll just let you in on it after this delivery from Rowan Raja. See the ball going through. A man here, 3rd man, Mr. Boyce.
Yeah.
When that ball hit the pad, he was up in arms. I mean, he thought he had the best view in the lot when that LBW was being ferociously appealed. He was running in, saying, oh, that must have been close.
Well, certainly from our position, which is almost directly behind Dial and Boyce here, it did look like a very good shout. And Nathan Rhodes agreed.
Well, just down the leg side again. Boys want to be up. Boys want to appeal. What that shows me is how much they're up for this game. All the players, they're well and truly up. And you can see that once that second wicket was given, as umpires showing the old flamingo there to our scorers, here sitting away to our right. Few little glitches this morning.
Yeah.
Shan't we say? Day one?
Yeah, day one always one or two things that aren't quite working in the morning, first thing, but they will be getting those all sorted within the next few minutes, hopefully. Another very good delivery. He's bowling, erring on the side of full, isn't he, this morning, Eugene?
I think that was the thing that also stood out from Kai Majola week, especially with the inland and coastal teams, so the Dolphins and the Tuskers. So what we saw, their motto of attack was from these teamers was bowl a lot fuller deliveries. They want to make use of that ball, maybe swinging a little bit, or maybe use of the surface as well at times. Nicely driven. See, now that's a difference between Mata playing that ball and then Sabia that we saw. And that is what I'm talking about, getting into the ball, getting a good sort of body shape into the ball. And that's not what Sabia did.
Yeah, very much. Even though it wasn't a very exaggerated movement onto the front foot, he was getting sort of half forward and at least able to cover the ball into the offside.
You can see that fuller length again. Down the leg side. Again, a stifled appeal. It will only be another flamingo, another leg by.
And I think they even look a bit like flamingos, the umpires, with their, that's a reddish pink type of shirt that they've got on today.
Well, they're supporting Paul Royals. That's what they're doing. All the umpires are supporting Paul Royals. Well, what a game that was last night.
Incredible match, going down to the final over with 5 needed off the last ball. So 6 needed off the last ball.
Oh! Bowled him through the gate. Maybe another ball not bouncing the way Manak wanted, but that got through the defensive. That is another wicket. That's a third gone. Oh, again, the bounce, the lack of getting the end of Manak, and he's got to go.
Well, you said it, Eugene. It was the lack of bounce there that did him, and he's playing for the bounce to be a traditional or conventional bounce and not getting the bat down. It almost looked like it went under the bat in that occasion and not actually going towards the ball firmly enough, and really not really defensive, almost on the walk as he's playing the shot.
But you mentioned it. High-foul teams coming here. So normally that length, you can just get your hands through. You don't necessarily have to get your foot or your body position in a way to hit the ball nicely. Here, you've got to get your body shape right for you to play the ball. And you've got to err on the lower side on this looking pitch this week from what we've seen. And so far, what we thought this pitch is going to do, it's doing that exactly. And
we said it, at this end, there's certainly an area there for the right-hander particularly that is also, it's looking very bare. So difficult for Morteza Manak there, and that is a huge wicket for the men from the Coastal Conquerors as another St. David's Maris batter comes to the wicket, Kamogelo Piri. And now he and Macha have got a massive job to do for the team.
Well, they first got to get outside this power play first and foremost, and this power play is only 4 overs old. What a spell of bowling from Raja. He's got 3 wickets for 1 run. That is just unbelievable stuff from the youngster. Well, that is a gift put away. And Matza just slipping on the edge there, but it's going to be 2, much needed for the Gladiators.
They've certainly been under the cosh this morning already. And Macha looks a very accomplished batter here, very compact player. You're going to need to be as compact as possible here, particularly with the bowling of Raja from that Coetzenburg end.
This is fascinating. This is really fascinating. We're so accustomed to seeing white ball cricket, balls flying all over the place. Batters having it all their way here on a pitch where it's maybe not as conducive so far this morning. Bowlers got the top hand or the upper hand. Batters really got to work hard.
Well, it looks like Macha, the youngster, has already learnt from what he's seen at the other end. Just that previous delivery, playing the ball much lower.
You can play it much lower, but you're going to have to look after this new ball as well. Just holding its line beautifully, isn't it?
It did. That one, as you say, just pitching and straightening away from the left-hander. Had no choice but to play at it. And goes through to Josh van Biljon behind the stumps.
If you were to take an educated guess, because I know you're a stats man. I mean, you're brilliant at what you're doing, James King. 3 down inside the power play. Normally, your team has got the back against the wall, isn't it? In all formats of the game. Talking about white ball formats, T20s and 50 overs.
Yeah, I mean, now it's about batting, just batting. You've just got to make sure you stay there. The runs at this stage are not important at all for the Gladiators.
Yeah, but then you're going to be careful because you don't want to let bowlers just settle in on a good line, good length, good rhythm. So you also got to be very wary about it. So you got to get, at the end of the day, it is 50 over cricket. It is whoever scores the most runs wins. You got to rotate the strike somehow with low risk.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. There are a few opportunities out there. You just got to capitalize on them.
And as you say that, he plays that very nicely into the covers, just for the single. And I think I like what I see from Macha. I think, you know, okay, he did play and miss to that one, which is a good delivery from Gonya earlier on in the over, but he's quite compact, and that's what you need to be in this particular situation in which he finds himself. It's going to be very interesting now to see how he plays Raja in this over. He hasn't had that much of the strike to Raja, and very important over this for the men from the Gladiators and for Macha in particular, just to make sure that he can get through this, potentially, as you say, Eugene, if there's a delivery that he can perhaps get some runs, rotate the strike, just keep that going as it's Raja towards us again.
I, for one, I'm telling you now, I, for one, am not unhappy when I see batters or opening batters play and miss. I mean, they do deserve a little bit of luck. And people say, yeah, Eugene, didn't you used to bowl? And I said, yeah, I do. But, you know, as you grow older and you do a lot of the commentary and the coaching, and yeah, you got to ride your luck a little bit. And you're going to play it and miss the ball. It's a hard new rock. It's brand new. And you got a bowler that's at the top of his game here in Rowan Raja. Beautiful. Off the legs. Ah, the timing of that is impeccable. Beautifully put away by Macha.
Well, that's exactly what you've got to do. Make the most of the ball that is in the area for you to hit, and that was exactly what that was, and beautifully played off the legs. And what was so nice about that was just that he picked it up really early, picked up the length early, picked up the line early, and was just able to play through the ball. Came beautifully off the bat.
Yeah, not the best of bowl of that from Rowan Raja. Just on the legs, and every left-hander with his weight in gold will put that away with ease. Oh, there you can see how difficult a guy can be. Rowan Raja, he's not very tall, but he can skid it on. And when he get it right, you can see the bounce that he can get as well.
I think it was really good there from Macha. That one a lot wider and just letting it go. Very important to choose the balls you're going to be going after.
I don't mind that. That's good from the batters. That's good, showing intent. Listen to rotate the strike. Not happening that time. Played it well under the eyes. Looks like his feet are moving. I don't want to put the markers on him here. But yeah, as you rightly called it, Cape Fox, feet moving nicely from Mata.
And something that you see on the coastal wickets particularly, and where it's a little bit slower, you have to wait for the ball a lot more. You see all the best batters on the coastal strips, or the strips that are a little bit slower and lower, which this one certainly already has shown that it's going to be throughout the day, as you've got to play the ball as late as possible and under your eyes. And hopefully Macha has been learning those lessons as he's been out there. It's a very steep learning curve for these youngsters as they come out here onto this type of surface.
Well, I would say you just got to watch yourself for the pull shot. We know the men from the Highveld, they don't hold back once they identify a short ball, but this just skids through a lot quicker. But you also got to identify the situation that your team's in. That's the end of the over. 6 gone. 14 for 3.
The breeze blowing across the ground as you look at it from left to right. Umpire host standing at the Eerste Rivier end of the ground, as we call it, and the Coetzenburg end at the other end. The beautiful Coetzenburg Mountains to that end of the ground, and still going to be Lita Gonya to take up the attack once again from the Eerste River end.
Yeah, we'll just give you a quick roundup from the scores from another ground. The Superstars, Southern Superstars playing the Western Legends just away to the left. It is the Southern Superstars that find themselves 25 for 1. And then the Eastern Warriors playing the Northern Champions, 17 for 1, the Eastern Warriors. That's down the leg side wide. Sons of Creed, early doors here for umpire host.
Yeah, first wide of the innings, and that from Lita Gonya, the left armour. He's getting his radar wrong on that occasion. He's played a good supporting role so far to Rowan Raja. The other pacer getting the 3 wickets to have fallen. It's been a very difficult first half hour here.
Yeah, we haven't said much, but this guy's doing his job. Bowling in partnerships. Gonya busy with his 4th over. Just gone for 8. And he's just been steady. And again, you've got to identify that as a batter. Maybe bat outside your crease a little bit more. Bring that length a little bit closer to you, which allows you to drive it. You can either go down the ground, you can go over the top. Just gives you a little bit more options. That is not the option. No. That is not the option. Trying to make something from a good length delivery.
Yeah, Eugene, absolutely no foot movement at all there. Just swinging from the crease, Kamagelo Piri, and that is, as you said, that is not what his team needs right now. He could only have got himself into trouble of that delivery. And, you know, yes, as you say, rotate the strike by all means, but you know, there are going to be opportunities to score later on in the game as long as you stay there.
Oh, better feet this time. Coming down the pitch a little bit from Perry. Will that go to the boundary? Oh, magnificent stuff. Saves a run. All in all, I think that was better cricket. Good delivery. Much better feet from Perry, and then magnificent stuff in the field.
Yes, Bamandla Zanibe doing brilliant work there as he gets through and stops that one. Just scooping it back for the captain, Semal Pillay. And that is, as you say, much better from Kamogele Piri. He just took a little bit of a step down the wicket there. The previous ball he was actually not as wide, and he certainly didn't move his feet.
Good shot by Matza. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. You can either just stand a little bit further outside your crease, or you can walk into the. What I liked about it when he walked in was walking down the pitch, and then turn that into a delivery which he can then hit away. Not like the previous on ball before that one. 18 for 3. They're trying to rebuild here, the Gladiators. Beautifully just punched down the ground. Effortlessly from Matza. Brings him another boundary.
Well, this is excellent from the young man. As you said, just leaning into that. And again, playing it really late, which was exceptionally good. Under his eyes, back past the bowler. Thailand Boyce, no chance of cutting that one off. And really do like what I'm seeing here from Mbesa Matza.
That's what he brings. That's what he brings to the party. Doesn't overhit the ball. And follows it up with a good leave. We don't see that too often in the game. 22 now for the loss of 3. After 7, rate's gone just a tick above 3 to the over.
And by far the best over for the Central Gladiators there. 8 off that, and 2 very good shots. One from Piri, and that beautiful straight drive down the ground by Mbesa Matza. We're still going to see Raja, which is unsurprising. I'm sure that the man who's walking down towards us now here at third, Thailand Boyce, he's going to be keen to get into the attack as well and utilize this surface.
Yeah, the interesting thing is going to be how they're going to use Rowan Raja. He's going to be busy with his 4th 9. I saw him walking back there after 3 overs. And he looked like he was maybe just a little bit tired. And you want to keep the momentum in your favor as long as you possibly can. You don't want to let a team off. 3 wickets, what a good start that is for the Coastal Conquerors. And you don't want to just let that slip. Oh, middle peg. Middle peg takes another Simone. That's 4 for the Conquerors. That's 4 for Rowan Raja. What a spell of bowling.
Well, what a delivery that is. That has moved significantly from outside the off stump and beaten the forward defensive shot from Kamachelo Piri. Wow, incredible bowling here from Rowan Raja, and the 4th wicket goes down.
Wow. What a spell this is from the right arm seamer. Middle peg went flying out the ground yet again. Gladiators in all sorts of bother here. 4 down, still inside the power play. After winning the toss as well, Gladiators. Well, they could have not have thought that this is what the situation would be half an hour in. However, that is the situation.
Yeah, and at the toss, Captain Alec Loveland saying that they felt it would be best to bat on this surface early, that yes, there would be something in it for the bowlers first thing, but they would be able to see that through and then build the innings, and they felt it would be more difficult to bat on later in the day. Well, it has been made difficult to bat on by Rowan Raja as he takes his 4th wicket. 4 for 5, Eugene. Incredible stuff from the Tuskers pacer.
Well, this highlight package in this power play is all going to belong to Rowan Raja, I tell you. 4 wickets for just 5 runs. And I tell you what, he's just bagged himself another over, because he needs to bowl his 5th, and maybe he's sick because his team in well and truly up here as Hanslow now at the crease for the Gladiators. Oh, it's all happening. It's all happening here at the Coetzenburg Oval.
This one's a little bit shorter of a length, and no real movement, and he does. To his credit, it looked like he played inside of that, did Hanslow. And another player that made it into the representative team, their SA Colts. Perhaps some more for his all-round ability, rather than perhaps for his batting. Just the one innings of substance for him in that Kaya Majola week.
Managed to get us down to third man. They've got to try and run two. Yeah, two it will be. Excellent running. Yeah, he had a good week. All round, as you rightly said. Bowls a little bit off spin. But here, there's still 40-plus overs left to get the Gladiators to some sort of total.
It's going to be down to the two men here from St. Stithians that are going to be needing to get a big partnership going here. Well, it's a battle of the saints here at the moment, Eugene. It's St. Charles against St. Stithians. Rowan Roger, the only player from St. Charles there in Maritzburg that is in this Coastal Conquerors team. And he did, as you say, had a good Kai Majola week. His best figures there, I think 3 for 48.
Well, James King, I'm not sure who's watching. All the other teams, they're probably going to do their homework once they get back to the hotel. However, we've seen 3 batsmen bowled, and we've seen 1 leg before wicket. That's a story in itself.
Yep.
Aim of the moral of the story, try and hit the pegs.
Yep, absolutely. And in the wise words of Bull bowling coach Henry Williams, as that is down to Dylan Boyce here at third man fought the single. What you want to be doing is you want to be hitting those pegs here on these types of wickets. You're looking at bowling it, looking at that top of off stump. And Rowan Roger, he's been outstanding. And it's the end of his 4th over, and he's taken 4 for 8.
What a spell. What a spell of bowling. And if I'm the captain, I'll tell him, listen, you got to bowl me 1 more here. You got to keep running in. Looks like it might be a change from our end here. We call this the river end. Just get the number for you in a second.
Yeah, it's going to be Zanibe.
Zanibe is bowling, yeah. Man from Maritzburg College. You've done the trek from Pietermaritzburg to Durban. How long is that?
Oh, it's about 90 kilometers. So, yeah, depending on how quickly you can get through, if there's traffic, you know, it's can make it in just over an hour. I'm not sure what it is now. I used to be able to do that, but yes, used to travel quite a bit. In many years ago, both my brother and sister were at university in Maritzburg at what is now the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and is a really it's a very pretty town, Pietermaritzburg, in the valley or in a hollow.
Well, it just looks like Raza might be going off the field here. It doesn't look well.
No.
And he's making his way around to third man. He's getting a lot of liquids into him. In fact, he's just going to go off for a little bit. And the replacement's going to come on. So he just doesn't look well. Maybe a little bit ill. Don't think there's any injury as such. Maybe just not feeling great.
Looks like we'll try and get the replacement there. Looks like it is. Just see who's probably Kyle White that has come onto the field.
Oh, glorious shot. Save your legs, fella. That's going to go all the way. Well, in fact, he's pulled off a brilliant stop. Well, they're well and truly up for this.
Outstanding work there done in the deep. I think that was the captain. No, it wasn't actually. I'm just trying to see who it was. Samuel Pillay is the captain, number 3 on his back. It was number 1, the man from extra cover that chased that down. Shiraz Perimal chased that down. Outstanding work from him. And they only they take the 3.
Yeah, 3 runs. Oh, there's a better bat. Now there's bat 2 sound straight away. Even from our advantage point, we heard that quite clearly. But this is what I mean. You cannot let the team off. You got them under the pump. Again, looking square.
And that is another thing on the, particularly if you're looking at a slowish, lowish surface, you don't want to be looking to play with an oblique bat.
Well, that's a gift. I know it's festive, but that is a truly a gift of any sort of nature for any batsman. Full toss, and then it's just help yourself.
Well, you have to put them away, don't you? That's the thing. Get a delivery like that, and your eyes light up. Sometimes you can end up seeing a number of those just hit straight down the throat of the fielder at deep backward square or deep fine. But he does deal with it very well, does Macha.
Well, this has been an over that the Coastals have just got to be very, very wary. You've got so much momentum behind you. You're on top. You don't want to just gift easy runs. You've got to make it as difficult. Get the ball to tail just back in to the left-hander. This will be the final over of the power play. Should be the final over of our little stint as well. And again, our apologies goes out to the Coastal Conquerors for bagging those 4 wickets for you. It starts on the money. Starts right on the money. Slightly taller than Raja. Comes in with a little bit more rhythmical run-up. Still operating with 2 slips.
And Eugene, you would have seen a bit of Dylan Boyce in that Kai Majola week. One thing that stood out for me when I was looking at the numbers is just how economical he is from a bowling point of view. I mean, just looking at some of his figures, really didn't travel at all.
Yeah, and that is what he does. He just comes in, hits a good line in length, bowls to his field, doesn't try to look for too much.
And he does seem to be regularly in the wickets, always 1 or 2 wickets that he gets. He selected for the SA Schools team at the end of that Kai Majola week. So we do have the best of the best here at Cubs Week this week.
Good line in length yet again, and yeah, pressure. He's just got to keep building on that pressure. He knows the batter can't take any risk. 4 down inside the power play. They've got it all to do, the men in red. We say they're normally not good starters to this week. They normally struggle, the Central Gladiators. And then find a way to just build and find a way to get back into this week. Excellent running. Excellent running. If you can't find the bounds, you've got to find a way to get the score moving forward. 2 balls to go. Still been a steady over. Tell you what, Cape Fox, we've got 2 legends.
Yeah.
Absolute legends. That's going to grace us with their presence with mic in hand for 10 overs.
Yeah.
I, for one, am just glad to get out of the wind. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it is really whiffing across the ground here at Stellenbosch. We know that it can do this from your left to right as we see Boyce coming in.
Yeah, one, it's a voice you'll hear quite often. Because with the name of Spit, Johan Smit, will be gracing us with his presence, making up for Kai Majola. And then JD as well. Man that moved out of Bloemfontein. Must be for some good reason. He's decided to come to sunnier parts, maybe a little bit breezier, but sunnier.
Certainly in the summertime, very much sunnier here. It has been this year.
Big appeal. Well, umpire Nathan Rhodes, he really gives it a good old thing. Gives the old flamingo. Ends the 10th over. Ends the power play. And what a power play it's been for the Coastal Conquerors. They've got 4 wickets. All thanks due to Rowan Raja getting all 4 of them. 35 for the loss of 4. The Cape Fox and myself, we will vacate for JD. And first to speak, as always, will be Johan Smit.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Mr. Eugene Malion. My highlight of the day, not to have him alongside me. I've been known as a bit of a partnership, much to the detriment of my commentating career. JD Ferreira, great to have you with me. Man from Somerset West these days, leaving Bloemfontein behind him.
Thanks, but awesome to be here. Cubs Week promises to be one of the standout competitions of this year. Lots of talent on display, and these 2 teams, they'll be digging in their heels to make sure that they get a result on day 1 of what should be a spectacular week of cricket.
Ombesa Macha, he's on 19. He's very, very important for this course. Tashin Hanslow on 6. Zanibe, he's 1 over. He's conceded 8 to the left armour. It's neatly played through cover.
Yeah, lovely shot.
You see it neatly played through the covers by Hanslow. A couple of runs added. 37 for the loss of 4. Very important partnership, this rebuild. Zanibe with a job to do here. He's conceded 10 of his 7 deliveries. Don't want to let it slide here. Left arm over. Too wide. Too wide. Probably lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah, but umpire decided that's well within the legal limits, according to him. Yeah, can't emphasize the importance of this partnership more. But losing those 4 early wickets in the power play, setting the Central Gladiators team back a little bit, but fighting nicely here is Macha.
And from St. Stithians is Ombesa Macha. St. David's, Kes, Jeppy, St. John's, St. Stithians, all the big names. Part of this Central Gladiators squad. It's neatly turned around the corner to long leg. Coetzenburg Oval here at Marty's was also the venue for the USA Cricket Week in December, the SA Universities Week. Plenty of cricket being played here. Fantastic facilities. Left-handed bat, 16 years old, is Ombesa Macha. Once again, turned off the hip. He's just struggling with the radar here, Zanibe. Sort of drifting onto the pads to the left and right-handed.
Yeah, it's as a batsman, it's a bit of a freebie on that leg side and working. You alluded to that USA week earlier on Sput, and the homeboys, the Marties, doing exceptionally well. Spoke about the talent on display in that team.
Yeah, Jason Muirhead right at the top of the order. Ross Boast, powerful side. Driven out to the cover, or extra cover position. No run added. 39 for the loss of 4. Hanslow has been around. Played a couple of Cubs weeks already. That's smashed over long on, off the back foot by Hanslow. Big chase. It's decent fielding, but they get back for a, was that 3, JD?
Yeah, you'll probably hear this quite a lot today, but using conditions well, they're up and over, using this wind, strong wind blowing across the field. And I thought he was going to be in full money with the boundary, but unfortunately that time around didn't work out that way. And it's the 3 runs added to the scoreboard, 39 for 4. This Central Gladiators side, and we'll look to tick on from here. A lot of overs left in their innings, but the one key thing is not to lose another wicket, as that will really send the cat amongst the pigeons. 41 for 4, and let's see.
Boyce, that's worked to third man. Another single, just sorting out some technical issues. Now the field has to change again for the left-handed Marcher on strike. Dalen Boyce. Promising right arm seamer. Going to be in at Marcher. No slips in place. Fielding restrictions, something of the past. Worked to just square a mid-wicket for a single. Have been good in the field, the Coastal Conquerors. Taking the chances that's come their way.
Capitalising on every single one of those, and that's where the 4 wickets came from. It was, I think, the second wicket of the day. It looked like it kept a little bit lower and wrapped the batsman on the pads and sent him packing. But, it will be interesting to see how this pitch plays later on today and possibly into tomorrow.
Now this wind is going to dry out everything extremely quickly. Curator is going to have his hands full throughout the week. Boyce to Hanslow, slashes outside off stump. Doesn't make contact. You know, it's tough. It's tough when you're a batter in these conditions because you've lost 4. They know they've got to have a long partnership here, but you also want to keep scoring, JD. That's just the natural instinct of players these days.
Yeah, 100%. I think, it sits in the back of their minds. They're youngsters still in a way, and the urge to have a go every now and then will sometimes get the better of them. But I think building this partnership now will be key and making sure that they stick around. Oh, it's a lovely shot that time around. Pulls it across. And a long chase for the fielders here. Big boundary square, but it's 4 runs added to the Central Gladiators. And a lovely shot there, Spit.
Yeah, just too short from Boyce at his pace. And Hanslow takes care of that one. That's what we spoke about. You've got to keep scoring as the wind starts causing some havoc here next door with the scorers as well. It's papers flying all over at Stellenbosch at its very best.
Yeah, I thought these outfielders were quick, but these scorers running after their papers are really impressing me at the moment. Some good pace off the mark.
Boyce runs in at Hanslow once more. Solid in defence.
Better line and length that time around from the bowler.
That's what he does, Dalen Boyce. Man from Westville. Hits those areas, gets the ball to nibble off the seam both ways. Can swing it as well. He's a good prospect, is Dalen Boyce. He's very good at the Kaya Majula week in December as well. Took place in the heartland of South African sport, Bloemfontein. Shot. Top shot by Hanslow through the cover area. Races away along this carpet of an outfield for another boundary.
All of a sudden, this tempo started to tick on a little bit. It was man Hanslow is getting into things at the moment. A lovely shot that time around. So we'll see that, waiting for that beautifully, and then just caressing it through the covers, making sure that he gets that scoreboard ticking on.
For those watching the broadcast, the South African under-19 side is also playing today against India in Benoni. In years gone by, this tournament was sort of earmarked to select that South African under-19 side. But with the World Cup coming up very soon, that SA under-19 squad has been selected, captained by Mohamed Bulbulia, man originally from Northwest. He's joined the Dolphins since. These players still got plenty to play for. Injuries can still play a role in that World Cup campaign. Also, the outbound tour in June to England for the SA under-19s, and they'd like to stake a claim for that. 3 4-day youth tests and 5 ODIs to be played in England. Spin into the attack. Roxton Payne on his home ground, the Marty man. This is an under-19 tournament, of course.
Yeah, he will know every square inch of this oval here at Coetzenburg. Let's see what if he can use conditions to the best of his ability.
Not a great start. As Mr. Angus Host, the umpire, raises his arms. Trying conditions. Very blustery. Not always easy for the spinners to find their rhythm. Come to Stellenbosch in summer, they said. It'll be fun.
Our scorers next door enjoying that comment.
I'll tell you what, I enjoy this wind because when it's not windy, it's about 103 degrees in the shade here in Stellenbosch. So I'm a fan of this wind. I know the players aren't.
Oh, spoke to it on the drive here earlier this morning. Spent plenty of summers on this cricket field just praying for a bit of a wind. And yeah, 6 years of praying has led up to this. So there you go, Sput.
Straight out to extra cover from Hanslow. Pan just taking a few deliveries to settle. Oh, gives that one air, but it's another one for Angus Host just to get those shoulder muscles nicely warmed up.
Yeah, it's well wide that time around.
I like the look of Hanslow. He's very decisive at this stage in his foot movement. He's rushed on to 19. Matza on 22. Too wide, too wide. Pan just taking time to settle here, and it's not easy, as we said, in this windy conditions for the tall left-arm orthodox man.
Yeah, I think Coach Ahmed Nawab will be really, really happy with his team's recovery. Yeah, they were in a dark spot early on, the first 6 or 7 overs, lost plenty of wickets, and then managing to find their way back into the light here. Yeah, the Gladiators.
That's nice. That's nice. I like that pace. The previous one was a lot quicker. Maybe just giving himself a chance to settle, but that final delivery of the over was much more like it for Roxton Payne. It's the end of the 13th over. It's been a bit of a struggle, but all of a sudden a partnership forming. They were 10 for 3 early doors. Some quality opening bowling from the Conquerors. 53 for the loss of 4. After 13 overs, Roxton Payne's his first over, only conceding 3. He'll be the first, JD, to admit that it was slightly indifferent.
Yeah, it looked like you said, struggling to find a rhythm. That last delivery coming over the top very nicely, letting the ball, giving it a bit more flight, and yeah, good delivery at that. But like I said, it'll be interesting to see how this wicket wears out later on today, and will spin become a bigger factor when the Gladiators have a turn with the ball.
It's going to be spin twins in operation now for the Coastal Conquerors. That's interesting. Remember, 2 new cooker regulation balls, 1 from each side, and then after 34 overs, fielding side will pick one to continue with. Single. A bit of a misfield at cover. Macha moves on to 23. Brings Hanslow back on strike. The Lions with 4 representatives in that SA Under-19 World Cup squad, who's playing against India today. JJ Basson and Corne Buerta, as well as Arman Manak and Jason Rowles. They're not available for selection. Oh, the lap. Neatly played. It's going to be a couple again for Tashina Hanslow. Good running. Sees them coming back for 2.
We spoke about the fact that they need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Singles here, 2 there, and signs of a very good partnership building, good understanding between the wickets. And we have our technical team just providing us with a bigger screen. I know your eyesight is a bit of a problem at your age, but so this will be a welcome relief.
It goes downhill quickly, JD. Nice fielding. Samuel Pillay, the captain, he's been tidy. Good start. What's that? 76, 77 for 4.
Yeah, looks like 76 for 4.
Oh, he's looking good. Right in behind that was Macha. It's quality bowling from Boyce as well. Not giving an inch to Macha. Previous over he bowled was a maiden.
Intriguing battle developing, yeah. As Boyce is into his bowling at the moment.
Very good. Very good by Boyce. And the emphasis these days in cricket is so much on runs and wickets. Sometimes forget the art of building the pressure by dot balls, and that's something Boyce is doing really well. He's bowled 9 dot balls in his last 10 deliveries bowled. Only conceded the single to Hanslow, the first ball of that over. But he's sort of having the wood here over Marcha a little bit, keeping him scoreless. And then he tries something. Then he tries to whip it through mid-wicket from outside off stump. He's winning the battle here, Dalen Boyce.
Now, Boyce is definitely bowling according to a plan, yes, but it's nice and refreshing to see. A lot of these players at times tend to drift a little bit as their bowling spells continue, but not this man. He really is into his work here, understanding just his craft and making sure that he's turning the screws on the central Gladiator side and keeps building that pressure.
Wind really blustering here at the Coetzenburg Oval. Brilliant stuff from Boyce. Gets sent back. This is good from the Conquerors. This is so good. Marcha's feeling the pinch here. Hanslow will do well to just go down the track and have a word with his batting partner. Say, you've done all the hard work. There's so much time left.
And the Conquerors doing well in the field here as well and applying the pressure. Some great backup work there. Well, the keeper in the end, but just the bowling at the moment from Boyce is really something to behold.
Solid in defence. He's conceded 1 run of his last 12 deliveries as Dalen Boyce. Brilliant stuff by the youngster from Westville. And after 19 overs, that's 75, 76 for the loss of 4. Trying to see to the scoreboard on the far side as we've got no pictures in front of us currently. JD,
yes.
Your eyes are younger than mine.
75 for 4 at the moment, it reads. And
so they've gone backwards?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It seems we've got confirmation from the scorers that it is 75 for 4. So the man scoring at the ground is perhaps a little bit quick on the draw there.
He's a central gladiator, that I can assure you. As the big man, Eugene Molion, comes scrounging around. I can promise you he's heading to the cool box for a little treat.
He's got a nose for a treat, does Eugene Molion. It's always nice when a man arrives with the backpack the size of a mattress. And here he is. He's just getting comfortable for his commentary stint.
Hanslow with another 1 down the ground. It's Macho who's been comfortable against Roxton Payne. It's been Boyce who's been troubling him, bowling 11 dot balls in a row at him. But he's looked very assured to the left-arm orthodox bowling of Roxton Payne. Struck a beautiful 6 in his previous over, straight into the side screen.
Well, Spoot, I don't know if you've noticed, but Eugene Molion seems to have like a freezer in his backpack because there's treats aplenty being stashed away there. So if we go hungry this afternoon, we know exactly why.
It's nicely played, but straight back at Payne. What I can assure you, what I've picked up over the last few Cubs weeks, spending time with Molion and Stellenbosch, is he's waiting for those Kus sisters this afternoon in the session. That's what he's all about. He packs them away at will. There's no run at it.
I was concerned when the lady called him and said, Mr. Kusister, and I was concerned if he started a little endeavour on the side, but now I understand that he's true to form.
He's feeling it here as Marcha, JD. He's all of a sudden starting to go hard at the ball, not only against Boyce, but now against Payne as well. You know, take that 6 away. He hasn't really scored in the last 15, 16 deliveries. Something's about to give you. Here's the chance! Here's the chance! That's what's going to give! It's the run out! I've been to a cricket game or two in my life.
And that is exactly that, and yeah, it is unfortunate for the Central Gladiators side as they were clawing their way back into this game, and it's Nazir Hanslow who has to make way. He started to look ominous, was Hanslow, and on the other side, yep, his partner was under pressure, and that was the release he was looking for. Unfortunately, the article next to me called it.
That doesn't always follow the script, but that one followed it nicely. You could just sense Macho was itching. Really itching. That's very good cricket by the Coastal Conquerors. Put that wicket behind the name of Taylor. Bowled 11 dot balls at Macha. And you could just see Macho was starting to itch. Wonderful, wonderful work in partnership between Boyce and Roxton Payne, and the fielding backed it up. So that's the 5th wicket down inside 20 overs. There's that little spell of spin from both ends really hastened us throughout the overs. It's really well scripted. Molian and King to do the hard yards today.
I saw Eugene sitting from where he was standing, and he was just itching to come back into commentary. So it's lovely that he's joined us about 5 overs too early. He was commentating in the background, yeah, but it is his turn.
Just to sort of go through our 10 overs, 4 wickets fell before we came on air, only 1 in the next 10. A really nice rebuild by Macha and Hanslow. Hanslow needlessly run out, though, just before our spell ended. And this is our last over then.
We spoke about Hanslow and how busy he was at the crease looking to work the ball, and also a great release hitting that straight over the back of the bowler, and him losing his wicket is just what this Central or this Conquerors side, this Coastal Conquerors side was looking for. Pressure applied and results from that.
Wade McQuinn to the crease. He played in the Conquerors week, had a very good tournament. Played in that SA Schools versus SA Scolts game as well, did McQuinn. So, and he'll need to have a word here with Macha now to say, listen, put it out of your mind. You've done really nicely. Oi, 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 oi. Where did that come from? Perhaps lucky to get away, not being wide on the leg side. Boys, just keeping Macha honest.
McQuinn, one of 3 Kes boys in the side, and yeah, strong representation from them, from Kes, as they normally produce cricketer, and McQuinn will look to continue that legacy of theirs. Other Kes players in the side, Troy Gordon, and that man Salebo as well.
Why? You got him off strike, you've had him, you've pinned him down the one, feeding it. A bit of indiscipline in the field by the Conquerors. Nothing was on there. McQuinn. Just back to Wade McQuinn, JD Ferreira. You weren't in Bloemfontein during the Kaibajola week.
I was back in
to the Heaven and here in the Western Cape. And Wade McQuinn hits a long ball, believe you me.
Well,
Can give it some stick.
I can see the levers from here. Looks like one of those that makes it look small.
Played a big hand in their Kaibajola victory, did Wade McQuinn, especially in the semi-final, I think it was. Made a rapid 50 or 60. Our Boyce has been good. He's been very, very good. No thrills, no fuss. Runs in, hits his areas at the lively medium pace. Very skillful as well. He can get the ball to hit the seam. He's always at you. He's always at you. Doesn't give you much. Eugene Molian will remember Mr. Bayanda Majola, Bandile Mvata from the Coastal Conquerors. They're both in the SA Under-19 setup. That's what they used to do. Run in, just nib it slightly off the seam. Majola a bit more pace than Mbata, but Mbata was the man last year at Cubs Week. Just ran in, hit that seam, presented it, bowled back over length.
Again, just I love the look of this bowler. Boyce. Good rhythm to him. Bowls with a plan, executes to the tee. And it'll be an interesting battle here between him and the big frame of Wade McQuinn.
See, there you go. Even the big Wade McQuinn can't get him away. Fantastic stuff by Dalen Boyce. Is a really good spell here. And a really good spell by JD Ferreira. But it's time for us to make way for the big Eugene Moleon, the man who knows this tournament better than most, and James King to come back for their second stint.
Well, thank you very much to Sput and JD for that excellent 10 overs there, and doing well for the Central Gladiators. Just that final hiccup there with the run out, as it's Roxton Payne to continue. It's in the air, and it is going to fall well short of the man down at long on, and that is looks like Rowan Raja back on the field.
Yeah, he's back. He said, as I walked past him, I asked him, "Are you okay?" He said, "Yeah, just had to come out." That's all he said. But I'm sure Coastal Conquerors will be glad to see him. I like that pace, that last delivery. I like that pace that Roxton Payne was bowling. I thought early on he was bowling it a little bit too quickly. And that's better. And he should know this ground better than most, shouldn't he? Well, Fox?
Yeah, absolutely. Plays here in the USA Week for Marty's, product of Westville Boys High in Durban, and he is has been here at Stellenbosch for the past year. And he's an integral part of that Marty's team. And he's away from us again from the Easter River end. That's nicely played by Wade McQuinn, and just standing up tall. And he is a tall man. Is Wade McQuinn, and into that Colts team, SA Colts. He was selected for them after a successful week, particularly with the ball at Kaimojola. No, won't be happy with that. Roxton Payne missing that on his follow through. But it's been Dylan Boyce, Eugene, that has really been the one to slow this rate, and it was certainly, as Sput so well described there, got that run out.
Yeah, you said you wanted to have a keen eye on him, and there you have it. And he's no frills. Just bowls a good line in length. It's another over comes to an end. I'm just not happy with those two gentlemen before us, giving us no kudos for that opening spell of ours of 10 overs. We had to work long and hard, and then they decided to take the second spell. And then with spin on it, they just rushed through the overs instead of 45 minutes. It's more like what?
Well, just
like half an hour?
Yeah, probably just over half an hour. They had a drinks break in the middle as well. So not only did we give them the opportunity to speed through their overs, we also gave them a lovely chance to have a nice refreshment in the middle of it as well.
They're from Bloemfontein, let's just say that.
Well, there we go. Used to having a little bit more moisture in the air this time of the year than we do get down here in the Cape, as it's going to be, unsurprisingly, Alan Boyce to continue to Wade McQuinn.
Oh.
Yeah, he cannot bowl there, short and wide, and it has been punished through the offside for 4. That is a rare poor delivery from Dylan Boyce. Wade McQuinn standing tall. Eugene, and he hit it.
Yeah, and as I looked at this ground here, I know he's been bowling well, but he's also into more overs, into his spell here, and you also just want to give him that little bit of protection on the offside. But it was well put away by the big fella McQuinn. No, they're just going to strengthen that offside field with.
That is much better from Boyce. Fuller keeps a little bit low. Well taken by Van Biljon behind the stumps. Haven't really spoken too much about Van Biljon. He hasn't had too many balls to field today. A lot of those deliveries, because they've been bowling so straight, been played out and not too much through to the keeper.
Yeah, again, just see the lack of bounce there. A foolish delivery taken around the ankles by the keeper. They're trying to keep the pressure here on the Gladiators. Oh, no. Oh, my word.
Oh, that is just poor cricket there from the fielder. And that, I'm just trying to see who that is. Ben,
Roxton Payne.
It's Roxton Payne. Yeah, he was the one responsible in the previous over for the overthrow as well. And just ambitious in trying to run out Wade McQuinn. Looked like he was safely back. Had to go through for the overthrow.
Where do you start with this? Wasn't the greatest of singles.
No, it
or
wasn't.
Attempt to go for a single. Man was halfway down. Then Roxton Payne thought, listen, he's got some time and threw that. I mean, if he had stumps about 3 meters long, they still would have missed it.
Yeah, was really poor throw. Not what you want. Boyce conceding the boundary in the over. Square boundary for Macha. And that's why, as he's brought into action, just too much on the legs that time. It's been a bit of a release over here from Dylan Boyce. Maybe the last in his spell, the fourth of this spell, which has been a very good spell from him, containing, two maidens, and just conceding in his previous 3 overs just the single run.
Yeah, 17 in total. That's he conceded.
It's been very good. Parsimonious once again. So
Just want this wind to subside. I think everybody,
yes,
players, us as commentators, scorers, they just want this wind just to die a little bit. I think that will make it a little bit more pleasant. In terms of the Gladiators, they just want this partnership to grow. This is only the 22nd over.
oh, nice amount of flight that time from Roxton Payne. He's been varying it up a little bit. Now he's been darting them in. That one he gave the flight, but Macha, he's equal to that. And just he's looked very, very accomplished on Besa Macha when everything was falling down around him. He's stood firm.
He's got to do more than that. He's got to get to over number 40.
Yep.
He's the man that has, as you rightly said, seen everything. He's got to try and find somebody just to tag along with him.
And he noticeably here to McQuinn, tossing that ball up a lot more than he was in the previous over.
Again, interesting. Mid-off in the ring. Long on out. Left arm spinner trying to get the ball turned away from the right-hander. So he's not going to go anywhere outside that off stump. That's what this field is saying or suggests to me here. He's going to be gun barrel straight. And that was being hit down to long on.
Yeah, it's giving him the opportunity to go over long off, mid-off if he wants to. And that's a little bit short on this occasion. He's stopping the singles down to long off. You have to say, it's good tactics here. Payne's into his work now. He's into his 6th over. And probably likely to see him bowling maybe all his 10 all the way through.
Well, he will probably be regarded as the senior statesman in this team, Roxton Payne. Playing his straight here at Marty's. Part of that successful Marty's team that won USA not so long ago. Yeah, at Coetzenburg.
That one off, and another boundary for Macha. It's not been the greatest of returns for Raja. He cannot bowl there to this young man.
Well, now they're just hedging their bets because fine leg moved about 15 or so meters round again, and still now that they finally decided to get the slip out, they're going to get a deep backward square, and fine leg is going to be in place as well. So for me, there's a better field, but at the cost of 8 runs already.
Yeah, and he's asking him to bowl straight here. Samal Pillay asking his bowler. He's seen how effective he was early on, but it's a very different proposition now to shine off that new hard ball. And This time he's overcompensating through the offside. It's good work done by the man on the cover boundary. And that prevents more than the single.
No, it's poor running. For me, that is poor running. That should have been 2. Wade McQuinn said, he should have been back for 2. Not the best of running, because that field out there is an absolute trek away from the pitch they're playing on. So maybe a chance gone there. And I always look at, what's going to happen now in the case where there should have been 2 runs.
Just a little bit too short. And to the tall man, Wade McQuinn, he's on his back foot, just defending quite easily there. As you say, Eugene, how often do you see that where you don't take the second run? And there certainly was 2 there all day. Maybe they were expecting it to go through to the boundary, but you can't do that. You've got to run the first one hard.
Especially where you find yourself. Every run is important. It's like gold dust.
That's man at backward point, not quite able to cut that one off down to the cover boundary just for the single. As it's Tandulwetu Zama, the Tuskers man from Michael House in the field there at backward point. So it's going to be much again. It's been an expensive over, returning from Raja 10 off it so far. He's going to look to try and finish it well. Poor again down the leg side. Looked like a slower delivery on that occasion. And they go through for the single. 99 for 5.
Yeah, red balloons, but again, called me a little bit overcritical. I think that's a little bit of a gift over.
Yeah.
As I said, momentum is such a big thing in any sport. And when you have the momentum in your favor, you just got to go out and do the basics. Don't make it easy for teams to score. Don't give them a chance to keep building. And this is what these 2 men are doing quite nicely here for the team in red, the Gladiators. And also the right-left combo is also potentially not helping.
Well, and still batting to come as well for this Gladiators team. Captain Alec Loveland, a man who has played, is one of the select group that's played over 100, had played over 100 matches for the first team at St. John's College. And captaining this Gladiators team, wasn't at the Kaya Majola week, but he'll be looking to make a good impact here in the Cubs week, and still got to come out to bat. So Roxton Payne now to Macha.
Yeah, there's tossing it up, James, isn't it? But you just got to get something on it as well.
As
easy.
Yeah, it was too easy on that occasion, and it was made into a full toss. That's the 100 up in the 25th over for the Central Gladiators, 105. And the men, if you're just joining us, will give you that information just in terms of what happened. It was a fantastic start for the Coastal Conquerors, with 3 wickets going down just for 7 runs for the Central Gladiators, as another wicket falls off to our right on the C field here at Marty's. Roxton Payne going to his left in his follow through. Had he been able to respond, that was in the air for some time from Wade McQuinn, and he gets away with it, and they go through for another single. But so yes, not the easiest of batting conditions today here at Marty's.
It's not free scoring, is it? It's
No.
not free scoring, especially if you find yourself 4 down very early on and then getting a run out, needless run out, let's say that. Sput calling it right, just felt like something was going to happen there. But as I said, it's just this momentum that team in green just don't want to relent.
No, and it's Payne has tightened it up quite a bit. Had a couple of expensive overs early on, but he's looking a lot better now in terms of his variation as well. He's towards McQuinn now. That's a little bit foolish on the pads, just the single. And quick work done in the field. It was quick work from Ben Hockley earlier on that got the wicket of Tassin Hanslow after that very good partnership of 54 for the 5th wicket. So it was 3 for 1, 3 for 2, 7 for 3, 22 for 4, 76 for 5. Very nicely eased down the ground, and that is Matcha's 50. Well played, young man. It's been an excellent innings from him. The left-hander from St. Stithians, 71 balls for that 50, and it is an innings that has held the side together here. Eugene, excellent from the young man.
Well, he has been the glue. 50 out of 104. He has really been there for his team. And that was much needed. But his job is not done. He knows that he has to go and bat right up until 40 overs, I feel. If Gladiators are going to get anywhere substantial here.
Very good delivery from Miraj. He's changed his line here. He was bowling over the wicket in the previous over. He's come around the wicket to the left-hander and he beats him outside the off stump. Haven't seen that too much of late after the opening spell. That's a very good delivery.
Yeah, I like this change of line. Because he's such a skidded bowler, coming around the wicket might help him because there's not much real swing. It's just going straight. So maybe he's got a better option of coming in and homing in on that off stump from around the wicket.
And another one gets the batter playing and missing. And you can see there that Matcha is just indicating with his left hand how the ball is moving on. I love it the way batters do that, don't they? As they've played and missed outside the off stump, then they sort of indicate to themselves more than anybody else that, oh, that ball just skidded on past the outside edge. And with Eugene, I like what they've done here. Still got the protection out, so he can bowl straight, and they're bringing a slip in now. So taking the man out of square leg, looks like, on mid-wicket, and they brought him into slip with those 2 deliveries that have just missed the outside edge.
Yeah, I don't mind this. But then you can't bowl there. Then you can't bowl there. I mean, that is just a captain's nightmare. I'll back you. I'll back you. You beat the bed. You beat the edge. I'll get in the slip, and then you bowl down short. Oh.
You just knew that was going to happen, didn't you? So one of those things, one of those quirks of cricket that does happen. And now for the right-handed McQuinn, there will not be a slip. They've strengthened the offside field. That means they'll be bowling on or around that off stump, just outside the off stump line. Can't bowl there. Again, it's too short and into the body. Doesn't get all of it over the head of the man at mid-wicket. And they go through just for the single. And McQuinn not getting any of that, really.
Yeah, just cloth that. Maybe just rushing him a little bit. But you can see he's very quick on trying to play the cross-batted shot here. The men from the high felt.
But a far better over. I know those 2 deliveries not been so good.
I'm not sure where the fine leg was fielding there. They had 5 men in and he sort of grazed. He sort of grazed and about 15 meters from the boundary at that time.
He's upset with himself there, feels that he potentially missed out, but that's better over from Rowan Raja. Just the 2 off that. It's just those 2 balls that perhaps were too straight and a little bit on the short side. So it's 106 for 5. So Eugene just over halfway through the innings now, and with 5 wickets down, a big job still for Macha and McQuinn here, and the batters to come to do. And what we've seen so far is that we have a change of bowling at this end. It's Shiraz Perimal is going to be coming on to bowl.
Now, James, there's a lot of work still left for the Gladiators to do. Like I said, for me, I would like to see Macha go through till over number 40 to give his team a chance. And if he can drag the likes of Wade McQuinn with him for a longer period of time, if they can be about 6 down with 10 overs to go, they would have done an absolutely magnificent job. But it's still 14 overs away from that point of view. Just shows how they just need to just accumulate like they have been here. There's boundary opportunities. There's definitely single opportunities. Just add to the score. Perimal, little leg spin.
Oh, I think maybe a little bit of a scratch on that one from McQuinn. Very quick through the air, Perimal. And
like a crouching tiger coming in at you, isn't it?
Didn't he? I mean,
with the old running in.
And that one not getting up at all. McQuinn playing right over the top of him by some distance.
But this is where you got to hit a ball in front of square. Don't try and hit the ball too square on the pitches that we have here today here at Coetzenburg Oval.
He won't get that one away either.
Again to square, isn't it, James?
Yep.
Again to square. You're so tall. Punch that through. Stand up tall. Hit that pass, extra cover.
You've got to be very careful to play with that sort of horizontal, or even it's more the bat at 45. You've got to be very careful here. As now they bring the man in. Oh, no, they don't. So Seth Simpson here in front of us at long on. He's coming back to long on, which makes more sense. The big hitter hitting with the wind. And that's better from McQuinn, just standing up tall into the covers for a single. Not a great throw there. Van Biljon does well behind the stumps.
That's what I say. Just stand tall, hit the ball in front of square on pitches where it looks like there's no real big bounce in it, looks like there's no real pace in it. So present the full face of the bat onto the ball, gives you a better chance. Hit the sweepers. Hit down the ground.
Now, it can be interesting to see how he goes to the left-hander, staying over the wicket. That's too wide down the leg side. He doesn't get it at all. That was in the air for a little bit and down to the man at short, fine leg. I think that is, I'm just trying to see who that is there. It's a Nibe. And very little chance of getting a decision there from Angus Coase. It's the end of a good over. His first from Perimal. It's just a single off it. It's 107 for 5.
Yeah, just take 6 balls just to work out how you're going to play it. Some of these guys haven't seen the bowlers that will be bowling to them. So you're allowed to just give yourself a chance just to have a look. Have a chat with your partner, what you think our options are. And then when he bowls his second and maybe third over, that's the time he really gets stuck in.
Yeah, so we were talking a bit earlier on, Eugene, just around Dylan Boyce and sort of his economy rate in the Kaimajola week. 4.5 runs to the over, but average of 12.78. And his best analysis of 4 for 36. He had a very good Kaimajola week. And the man on strike at the moment as well had a good week from a bowling point of view. And Raja with that very good line once again. He's been given the opportunity to bowl straight here, though, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's just homing in on those spots, those bare spots just outside that off stump. And sometimes it is straight, and then the ball just skids on, doesn't bounce as much as what you think, especially a tall man like Wade McQuinn. And you've already seen the high-felt men just stand and like to get their hands through it. Here at the coast, you need to get your body shape right. See, that's fine. back of a length, boom. Just get the hands through it, stand up tall and hit. It's when it's a little bit fuller, where you nearly need to get that feet just moving a little bit forward towards the ball. That's when they've been found wanting.
Yeah, he just looks a lot more threatening, does Raja, when he does pitch that ball up to the batter. He's towards us again. That's well fielded at backward point. Just goes straight to him, but you still got to stop those cleanly. And just a little bit of, maybe a little bit of anxiousness here for the batters. McQuinn, you sense that he wants to get bat on ball, don't you?
He's fidgety.
He is fidgety, isn't he?
Fidgety.
Yeah, and just starting to feel it. He gets a bit of a release ball, just a little bit too short of a length once again, down to the man at extra cover on the boundary, and it's good that he's got himself off strike here, Wade McQuinn.
You spoke about Wade there just at Kai Majola. He was a tad bit expensive. The thing about him is he's a wicket taker.
Yep.
And I always, when I saw him for the first time, I looked at him and thought, oh, Evan Jones lookalike as well, and does the same thing that he does at the Lions.
Oh, it's neatly played by Matcha down to the man at third, and that's Boyce doing duty down there, and they'll come through for the single. So a little bit of pressure just relieved, but it's been a good couple of overs from a run restriction point of view from the Conquerors.
It's been steady.
That one is too straight and easily dealt with by McQuinn. So 3 off the over. Another one gone. 110 for the loss of 5 after 28. So batting at just under 4 to the over. And we've seen that sort of score, Eugene, around the 200 mark. We certainly saw in Usa Week that was not that easy to chase.
No, it's not. I think on the wicket that we see here today, on this pitch today here at Coetzenburg on day 1, excuse me, it's a lot barer, it's a lot drier looking, there's a lot less bounce, a lot less pace. We've seen that all through this innings. So what would be a good total? Well, if you get around 220, 230 mark, I think you'll be in it. You'll have something there to bowl to. That's about getting there. So if you work it backwards, that's what's 110, 120 runs to get with 5 wickets in hand. So you try and work on that, and then maybe you can even look on getting beyond that. If these two manage to stay in for a longer period of time, you can get that projected score to definitely move up in your favor.
Oh, I feel a bit aggrieved with himself there that he's not been able to get across to field that one. And Semal Pillay just giving him the old head rub because he realised that as well.
Just dive, man.
Get
the dive in.
Just dive, stop it. Just get something on it. Get McQuinn off strike. It's an interesting contest here. Ooh, that's good from Perumal. I think, as you say, struggled to pick him in the previous over. Just perhaps his speed as well as whether there's any kind of turn on offer.
I thought he might go to the sweep shot. Great stop. Great stop there at short, fine leg. Looks like Roxton Payne out there.
He did well diving to his right and prevented what would have been possibly 2 runs. They still get through for the single. And now, slip in place. I like this. Very good thinking to McQuinn. But then you've got to pitch it, and he doesn't do that. Boyce will field at long on. Just trying to give it that extra little bit of flight and dip, wasn't he?
And this is from a batting perspective. You can't set yourself. You've had a ball down the leg side for the left-hander, you swept. You've had full delivery to the right-hander, which is hit down the ground. So as a batter, you also can't just set yourself for a particular delivery. This one again outside offside, play down to long on.
Yeah, so it's a bit, as you say, it's a bit all over the place from a bowling point of view.
In a good way.
In a good way. In a good way. Yeah, and not allowing the batter to really settle. Let's just see what he's going to deliver now. Oh, there we go. That's exactly what he was looking for. He went back and he played down the wrong line, took the edge, but down into the ground. So I think that was good over, in fact. I know it conceded 4, but Perumal is certainly asking questions of the batters out there, as I think we are going to see a change in bowling from the Coetzenburg end. We're going to see Lita Gonya back into the attack. Eugene.
Yeah, and if Perumal can just learn from that last delivery, he opened him up like a can of beans, didn't he? And then just clip the pad. But yeah, we're going to have some left arm seam now. And will he come around the wicket to the right-hander when he is on strike? We'll wait and see. He's obviously going to come over the wicket here to the left-hander Matza, who's on 54. I mean, these players will be loving. These players will be loving these conditions. Yeah. I know the breeze is blowing, but I mean, this is as perfect as you would love to be on a cricket field. Not overly hot.
No, it's you say the wind just keeping it nice and cool here in Stellenbosch. Not a great start from the left arm seamer down the leg side.
Do you think, James, we've seen a lot of balls like that now. Do you think there is something that these bowlers are being told, listen, we need to go straight? You know, when that is, if your answer is yes, what is straight? What is straight to you? Is it off stump? Is it middle stump? Is it leg? To me, off stump is straight.
Yeah.
Because anything just with the angle, sometimes it goes down the leg side. Here's another one.
And this time off the thigh pad, off the pad down to the man in front of us, Perumal. And yes, just too straight. I'm with you, Eugene. For me, you've got to be looking at, off, top of off is where you're looking at. And if it does then stray slightly, maybe it's looking at middle. But anything that is on middle or anywhere near middle and leg is going to be played into the leg side these days. The batters are set themselves to play the ball. Anything straighter than off stump, down into the leg side.
I'm just worried, I'm really worried and concerned because of where the Coastal Conquerors were. Yes, and cricket allows other teams to come in with good partnerships. But I think to an extent, they've allowed the Gladiators to find their way back, to find their feet, to get runs on the board. One batter has got himself to 50. There's a little bit of a partnership growing between these two men now. And it's all about momentum. And the Gladiators is taking that momentum slowly and surely away here from the Coastal Conquerors.
And Gonya just not finding his line at the moment in his return spell. Bowling from the Coetzenburg end. He bowled his overs from the Easter River end earlier on. But he just can't give away too many free runs. They put on 40 already for this 6th wicket, on top of that 56-run partnership for the 5th. It's been very good from these two.
There you go, hence my concern. And the man standing behind me, he knows once you're on top, you need to stay on top.
Yeah.
Overs fly by. We're heading to over number 30 here now. It's going to be done and dusted, and then our stint has come to an end. Hopefully, with no further wickets lost for the Gladiators, and we can just say well done to us.
Yeah, we had a good comeback here. Took 4 in our first spell, and a
lot of flack.
A lot of flack for that, and we certainly helped the Gladiators in their cause, as we see convener of selectors, South African selectors, Pat Moroney, taking a walk around the ground in the correct anti-clockwise direction.
I'm just glad he's in one piece. I mean, his phone was non-stop. His emails probably non-stop.
Yeah, I think email box probably crashed after that announcement of the South African team yesterday to go to the World Cup. All in jest, folks, as Perhaps a couple more deliveries left for Gonya before the end of the 30th.
I'll tell you one thing about Patrick Maroney. If he invites you to golf, just make sure you know how much everything's going to cost.
Okay.
Because, wow, that was some bull.
Well, I heard you having a lovely chat with him at the Kai Majola week, and did raise something about golf there as well. It's very nicely played by Wade McQuinn on his toes. Lovely straight bat out into the offside. And that is the end, is it, of the Gonya over, and is the end of our spell. So we hand over now to Sput and JD.
Perumal to continue as Eugene Molion and James King take a well-deserved break. Their first session produced 4 wickets. Oh, it's nicely bowled with the McQuinn just defending it out onto the offside. Now he drives mid-office on the edge of the circle. It's an easy single. Been a good partnership between McQuinn and Mbasa. Or Macha rather. Mbesa Macha, the man from St. Stithians. Shiraz Perumal, the lone Clifton man in this Coastal Conquerors outfit. JD, been having fun so far here at the Cubs week?
Loving it at the moment. Watching a bit of cricket on all 3 fields at the moment. A lovely shot played there as this Central Gladiators side add 2 more to the scoreboard. Yeah, like I said, watching cricket on all 3 fields. It's the best of the best at under 19 level, barring those doing international duty at the moment.
Might call Eugene Molion Mr. Good Sister. JD Ferreira has proven himself to be Mr. Springroll.
Yeah, it made the rookie error of just showing Sput what works. Oh, and talking about what works, direct hit there. Umpire says no, not out.
That was brilliant fielding. He was sort of running circles on the wicket, was Wade McQuinn. Must have been rather close. We are in no position to judge. Sitting at about long on to Wade McQuinn from where he's going to take strike now.
He might be in the danger zone, yeah. McQuinn, big hitter of the ball. And he settled in nicely. Had a lot of work to do when he came in. Sitting on 18 at the moment is McQuinn, but it's the mainstay in Macha, who's on 57, not at the moment.
Oh, there he goes. There he goes. We said he could hit it. Oh, it's thudded into the hot dog stand. My word, that's some power from Wade McQuinn.
I think that trailer just moved about 6 meters backwards as that ball went rocketing into it. Everybody working in the trailer had the fright of their lives at the moment.
No more spring rolls for JD Ferreira.
I think there was a lot more spring involved there, and then some rolls.
One out to the sweep on the offside boundary. I'm sure I saw the googly there from Shiraz Perumal. End of a good over for the Central Gladiators. That 6 also brought on the 50 partnership between Macha and Wade McQuinn.
Yeah, it's a valuable partnership for the Gladiators. In our previous commentary spell also walked in with an established partnership, and then the fall of the wicket, and we thought that this Gladiators side might be in trouble, but in stepped Wade McQuinn and carried on the good form from the Kai Majola week.
Coach is Ahmed Nawab, the head coach, and Bongani and Tini, his assistant. They'll be a lot happier with proceedings than an hour or so ago. Well, the Coastal Conquerors, they need a breakthrough here. They need the momentum back. Goya to continue. He's going to come around the wicket now, is he? Indeed he is, to Wade McQuinn. Left arm around, Lita Goya.
Something about McQuinn that reminds me of another young Smith in his heyday in the way he bats. Tall figure, upright, technically sound.
I'm never been too sure that he really is family, Stefan Smith. Grew up in the same house. Shot. Forced off the back foot, square on the offside. Lots of work to be done. Beautiful fielding. Other man sweeping on the offside boundary. He's well in front of square. A signal that maybe the wicket just a touch on the slow side. Goya coming around the wicket, might be looking to bowl some cutters as well. Hence the man being well in front of square, sweeping on the offside boundary. There is that off gutter. There is that off gutter rolling his seam or fingers across the seam.
Good variation there. Mixing things up. Knows the dangers that Wade McQuinn can bring to his bowling. Just off cutter.
He can bowl with some pace as well, Wade McQuinn. Looks a good cricketer. He's definitely trying to roll his fingers across the seam, but he gets wided for his efforts by umpire Nathan Rhodes on this occasion. Also a big week, JD, for the umpires and their progression through the ranks of South African cricket. Angus Gous and Nathan Rhodes getting first dibs on the Coetzenburg Oval. You want to see yourself in that final match on the Oval.
As an umpire, that will be the ultimate goal for the week, is making sure that you and the last man standing on that final day.
It's all cutters here now. It's all cutters. But if he's going to bowl those cutters, JD, he needs to attack the stumps, because that's when it becomes really difficult. It angles in from around the wicket, and then it straightens, and it becomes really difficult to play. We've seen Marco Jansen come around the wicket quite often. Not only in the limited overs format, but in test cricket as well. And if he gets one to straighten, it becomes really difficult. There you go. There you go. Perhaps a foot or so too full, but dear, good.
Yeah, returning to his normal pace, but straightening it up nicely then. It's forcing McQuinn to play that. It's also, and back to your point, if he bowls it slower, straightens up, checks the drive, and he'll be in business. Talking about Jansen, I think it's a terrifying sight in international cricket at the moment facing him.
The beanpole. Shot. Crashed that. It's well fielded. Coming back for a couple as well, and it's good batting from McQuinn. The moment he sees something with width, he really lashes onto it. Looks to be a real strong suit of his batting. Square on the offside. Another good over for the Central Gladiators.
You almost don't need to look when McQuinn's batting. You can hear him bat. It comes off the bat differently. And talking about differently, players are going to walk off and take a bit of a drinks break.
That is 133 for the loss of 5, the Central Gladiators. They were reeling at 10 for 3 after about 4 overs early this morning. A great start by the seamers from the Coastal Conquerors, but since then it's been much up. Tashin Hanslow and Wade McQuinn, who's really wrested the initiative from the Coastal Conquerors, and almost want to say honours rather even at this stage. So at the drinks break, the second one of this innings, it is the Central Gladiators 103 for the loss of 5. temperamental. That's the word for this wind.
Yeah, I'm used to sitting down. I'm not used to sitting down and hanging on at the same time.
And then all of a sudden, quiet as can be, but it'll all erupt in the next 5 minutes again. Sounds a lot like my home back in Bloemfontein.
Yeah, I moved to the Western Cape. It'll be fun, they said, and here we are. It's December, holding on to all that's worth something. But I can't complain. Still a beautiful view down here at Coetzenburg.
It is. You can sort of see on the hills and mountain tops here, right next to the Coetzenburg Oval, that it's pretty dry in the Western Cape at this stage. Hot summer. An area that's known for its winter rainfall. So a great place to host cricket tournaments in the summer. Not a lot of interruptions for rain. And Macha and Wade Quinn, or McQuinn rather, they'll be very happy with the state of affairs. Macha's on 57, McQuinn on 29. The Coastal Conquerors, they were very good after that first drinks break. They managed to put some pressure on Macha and Hanslow, dried up the scoring, led to the run out of Hanslow. So this partnership is very, very crucial for the Gladiators.
Well, that Conquerors side through Atman Damelin Boyce was the one who applied all the pressure. He spoke about the 12 or 13 dot balls, and it was that single, a necessary single they took that got rid of Tassine Hanslow, a man who was set and also going along nicely. And let's see if this Coastal Conquerors side can go and try and do the same now.
32 overs gone. Both drinks breaks, something of the past. So now it's a dash to the line for both the Gladiators and the Conquerors, with Shiraz Perumal still in the attack. What's also helped JD in the last two partnerships is the right and left-handed batting combination. Macha, he's key. He's been the partner to both McQuinn and Hanslow. There's Shiraz Perumal to continue. Bunter down the ground to long off.
Let's put you on the spot here, Sput. Ahmed Nawab, you coaching the side. And you Nawab at the moment, you're looking at the scoreboard. What will you be satisfied with?
It's a really tough one, JD, because of being 5 down. That's the key here. You always add 2 wickets to the score to know exactly the position of a game or what it can be. So at 134 for 7, they'll be in trouble. But right now, with sort of 17 and a half overs to go, if these two can stick together for another 8 or 9 overs, then they'll sort of start thinking target. So if I was Coach Nawab, little B gents, bat on to over 42, 43, then we'll reassess and start thinking target. For now, just take everything that's on offer, run well between the wickets.
Sound advice from the oracle that is Sput Smith. It's one little fuller that time from Perumal. It's yet another single, going on a runner ball now, and it's maybe what he's looking for at the moment from a coaching point of view, what you alluded to.
Yeah, I think he's just a foot too full here, Perumal. Just making it possible for, especially at the left-handed Macha, just making it possible for him to play him down the ground too easily. Here's the challenge to the right-handed McQuinn. Can he get one to turn past the outside edge? There you go. There you go. That's nicely bowled. Some fizz on that from Perumal.
It's lovely bowling. And 2 fielders out in the deep. And he'll be hitting with the wind if McQuinn decides to go.
He'll be disappointed there, Wade McQuinn. It was really slow. It was short as well. Finds the man at extra cover. Perumal escapes out of the over. very disappointed in my step clock here on my phone, saying I've only done 555 steps so far today. I think battery might have died.
I think it was just in the kitchen in the hospitality area. I remember you changing the setting.
Yeah, I think so. 555 might be the amount of spring rolls I've had so far this morning, not the steps.
Well, normally I'll come up for you, but today is not going to be one of those days. I can't defend that. That spring roll dish was raided.
Compliments to the caterers here in Stellenbosch. Macha on strike again. He's made his way to 59. He's still a youngster, only 16 years old, Macha. He's been to a talent acceleration program camp for the under-17s, TAP camp. Goya, 2 straight. Was that off the thigh pad? Let's wait for the signal. No, there was some bat involved, according to umpire Nathan Rhodes. As the wind wreaks havoc once again.
Can't call myself a local yet, but I was taken to task a while ago when I mentioned this is a wind by Eugene Mullion. Said it's a strong breeze.
Shot. Quick single. It was a good shot, straight at middle third. Gets through for a single. When you're as well settled to the ground as Eugene Mullion, then everything is a slight breeze. Us slighter figures, we do struggle in conditions like these.
Yeah, I live in fear only for one thing, and that's tucking, because I'll definitely roll at the moment. Yeah, it's been a good December, to put it mildly.
It has been, good running, very good, positive, good intent. It has been rumoured that Mullion has eventually found the Cook sisters. He might miss his next stint in commentary.
Well, he might be due for a stint if he doesn't mind those Cook sisters. It's good cricket all round. I think it's exactly what the coaching staff from the Gladiators, Nawab, was asking from his players. Make sure we keep rotating, strike, taking the singles and the twos when once on offer. Sensible cricket.
It is, and McQuinn is timing the ball really beautifully. He's striking it very crisply. You spoke about that sound. So, this is the 34th over, if I'm not mistaken. So after this over, that'll be the decision time for the fielding side. Which ball do they continue with for the final 16 overs? I spoke about those 2 white cooker regulations, 1 from each end. That'll come to an end after this over. Defensively pushed out to cover.
Will we see the return of spin? Should they change the ball? Will that be something that they'll look forward to, Split?
Yeah, it is the first time now when the ball is now selected after this 34th over that you sort of start thinking, can I get the one side more scuffed? Can I get the other side very shiny? Is there some reverse swing on offer? I think this might be too early in the tournament. I think there's just enough grass on this wicket that it might be difficult, but come tomorrow and day 3, that'll become a possibility. Such a big weapon for bowlers is that reverse swing. Now, there you see it. The 2 umpires getting together. I hope we've got it on screen. And the bowling captain. So what does he select here now? Does he believe they can still bowl him out, or does he go for the one ball that's a little bit softer than the other, making it more difficult for the batters to score? There you see it. Ball being passed around. So the selection has been made.
Paramal to continue. So they'll persist with the leg spine on this end. And it will be a dangerous Wade McQuinn on strike. Well, I tell you, if he's around in the 41st, 42nd over, it might become very interesting.
Shiraz Paramal from Clifton. He's a very quick in his run-up and delivery increase as Shiraz Paramal. Was slightly uppishly played by Wade McQuinn out to the sweeper.
Paramal's got a very, very unique run-up. Sput. Look at where he's carrying the ball and where he releases.
Good. Very good at extra cover. Yeah, he does sort of flay the right arm out, does Paramal. Wrist cocked. And then he's got the shuffle step at fast forward speed. Oh, he gets him! Goes on the slog, sweep as much. Slightly slower. More loop through the air, and Paramal strikes.
Yeah, full value is at Mancharaz Paramal. Almost setting him up with those two quicker deliveries earlier on. And this one, a lot more loft, a lot slower. And beats the man who came to the rescue for the Central Gladiators. Will have to make his way now. Will match up. Great innings from the youngster.
He played really nicely on Besamacha. In the end, he'll depart the scene for 61. And there's that elusive wicket. 141 for 6 now. Paramal provides the breakthrough. The Coastal Conquerors have sort of been on top most of the way through. Two partnerships that's really threatened. This was a 67-run partnership between McQuinn and Macha. Shiraz Paramal, the one to break it.
It's lovely bowling from Paramal. Getting the vital breakthrough for the Coastal Conquerors. And this man Wade McQuinn has got a task on his hands now. They have to make sure that his batting partner settles earlier and that they start building this partnership as soon as they possibly can, because we are getting to the tail end of this innings and they all look to tick on from here, all the Gladiators.
Yeah, it's the captain who's made his way to the crease now, Alec Loveland, joining Wade McQuinn, who's well settled on 30-odd, 33 in fact. Another left-hander. So the left-hand, right-hand batting combination continues. Bit of turn there for Paramal. He'll have his tail in the air now after picking up Macha for 61.
So a bit more flight that time around. A little slower.
Push straight back at him. Has a little shy. Bales flying in all directions. No harm done though, Alec Loveland. Big job for the captain.
Man doing the glove work there, demolishing those stumps, causing a bit of extra effort here for the umpires. Needing the bat of the batsman just to knock those stumps in. Paramal.
Oh, that was very slow. I think it was the attempt to googly. Much slower, wider down the leg side.
Also a lot fuller that time around.
He got a bit excited, I think. He thought he might bowl him around his legs with that Google. Worked straight at mid-wicket. Another good over from Paramal. Successful one as well. 142 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, and that's the Conquerors who feel that they're on top of this game at the moment. But it was all the Conquerors in the first 10 overs put, and then the Gladiators clawed their way back and building partnerships, losing a wicket. It's more of the same again.
Two good partnerships. One of 50 odd and then one of 67. 6-7. 6-7.
Someone help me, please.
Things just come to me, JD.
Well, that's Gazimo almost taking off again. It's also a bit tired of the 6-7. Wants to get out of here.
I had a long discussion with my 6-year-old, and he's assured me that there's no meaning to it at all. He's quite disappointed. He's about 6-7 years old. A little faint tickle on that one. Through to the keeper.
Folks, if you hear the voice of Spoetsmith for the next 5 hours on his own, you'll understand why. It's like living with a teenager trapped in a grown man's body.
Got to have fun, JD Ferrer. We've got the best job in the world describing cricket. As McQuinn plays that one out to backward point.
He's going to be key for the Gladiators, and Coastal Conquerors side will know that. If they get McQuinn, they'll wrap the innings up in a hurry, you feel.
Plenty of cricket starting in South Africa on Monday as well. School level, the Grey High Cricket Festival, Pole Boys High Cricket Festival. A couple of days later, on the 7th of January, the Makanda Cricket Festival. Peninsula Cricket Festival. As the kids slowly make their way back from holiday. New school term officially starts on Wednesday, the 14th of January. The teachers and school staff like JD Ferreira, unfortunately they have to be back at work on the 12th.
I cannot wait. I've got 2 youngsters at home that are really starting to test my patience at the moment.
Oh, overthrows, that's poor. Indiscipline on the side of the Conquerors. I saw this morning at the Ferreira household, they're also itching to get away from their parents, so don't worry. They're looking forward to the term.
Yeah, it'll be brilliant to get them back in a routine, get them back to sport, get them all that energy out of their systems.
Over, mid-on, powerfully struck by Wade McQuinn and a boundary. Rolls are halfway up the mountain for Wade McQuinn.
I think McQuinn had his heart in his throat there for a second because they didn't feel they looked really interested, but ultimately just clearing his hands over the top and goes for 4. Desperately needed that boundary, and that this Gladiators team.
Looking at the current situation with about 15 overs to go in this innings, it's a really intriguing battle. Wade McQuinn holding all the aces, well played. Good fielding. The man at mid-off who cuts it off, both mid-on and mid-off up in the boundary, or up in the circle rather. The end of the 35th over.
We've been spoiled with some good spring rolls today, but I tell you, the form of McQuinn at the moment and the way he hits the ball is a treat in its own right. Technically proficient, he times the ball exceptionally well, and he's going to play a major part in this innings for the Gladiators, one hopes.
He got rewarded for a good Coetzenburg Cricket Week, did McQuinn. He's showing really promising signs here. He's a man that can bowl a heavy ball. Perumal gets Loveland stretching.
See McQuinn signalling to his teammates that he needs a new willow. That one's probably a crack down the middle, the way he hits the ball.
Goes on the power sweep, does Loveland. Will he come back for the second one on the arm? No. Only the single. Lots of effort for the captain for only a single.
I feel that it well to anticipate that spin on that bounce. We've seen that in the T20 where a lot of the pro players are struggling with that second bounce.
I can never understand why though, JD. You've been playing the game for 20 or 30 years. You know it's going to spin when the horizontal bat makes its way. Slower.
Tempting McQuinn there. You can see it a little bit fuller. Flights it up there, but discipline prevailing for McQuinn.
It's really brave from Perumal. That's flatter. Played off the back foot nicely into the gap on the offside. That's been the most impressive part of this McQuinn innings. It's been calculated. We know he can give it a good smack. But he's been using the fairway finder off the tee most of the time.
I tell you, the way this wind is gusting at the moment, we probably will find the gazebo in Stellenbosch Golf Club in about 30 seconds from now.
It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. When it gets airborne, I just wish not to be in its way. Down the ground by Loveland, out too long on. A walk through for a single.
Mentioned walking, this gazebo slowly but surely starting to make its way.
Seen plenty of leg spinners around here on day one at CSA Cabs Week. We saw Mannequin for the Northern Champions, or Lefa Party for the Western Legends, Perumal for the Coastal Conquerors. It has been a bat change for Wade McQuinn. For the Coastal Conquerors, they'll sincerely hope this isn't his death bat, because if it pings any more from that willow, they'll be in trouble. Bowling change. Another left arm seamer. Zanibe. Spamandla Zanibe. From Maritzburg College, the left armer. Back into the attack for another spell. Loveland out to mid-wicket.
Spoke about it early on. The magic of a left and right hand combination when batting. From a bowling point of view, not ideal.
Yeah, it's not ideal when you're the bowler, but plenty of variation in this bowling attack as well for the Coastal Conquerors. Couple of left arm seamers. Koya, Zanibe. It's neatly played. If you have a look in the field, they've got Roxton Payne as well. Pillay who bowls left arm. So plenty of left arm options, plenty of left arm fielders as well. And that's also something you got to take note of as a batter. Who throws with which hand. That's good. That's good in the field. Loveland just struggling to get going, yeah. He's only got a couple.
I think McQuinn will definitely have a chat just to say, stay patient and don't try anything rash. Let's make sure we stick together and we see this through.
And it'll be somewhere along the line. Skip, you know how far I can hit it, so just relax. I'll take it on the last 4 or 5. Let's just get there. Oh, that's not where he was aiming, Alec Loveland. But there's no photos in the scorebook, so he's done his job. He's got an off strike.
A lovely delivery there. Step off the edge that time around. And gets a dangerous McQuinn on strike. The one thing you won't do is look for a boundary on that side. I'm talking about a maximum. This wind will blow it straight past his head.
Well, he's so powerful. We saw him going over mid-on earlier, and I was thinking that's right into the teeth of the breeze. I'll tell you what's going to be fun if he starts hitting it from the other end. Where did you park your vehicle?
I was just assessing, but I remember just basically driving into the roots of the tree underneath it, so I think we'll be okay.
To tell you to park in row number 2, not up front. Just rolls his wrist. Does the bowler. Rolls those fingers across the seam. We haven't seen a lot of grip from those slower balls yet. Have they really bowled it enough into the wicket? That's the big question as well. 150 up. 151 for the loss of 6. Another thing that I've noticed here is that I wonder who did the scheduling of the commentators, because we'll have a bit of an elongated break after this.
Yeah, it's good to know people and choose your partners wisely.
I wonder if we shouldn't send Molion and King in to open the innings as well after lunch. Then we get a little 2-hour nap time.
Little siesta in the midday of Boland summer.
Oh, bowled outside edge from the batter Wade McQuinn. He's gotten himself into the 40s. Saw a good little hand by Tashin Hanslow early on. 61 of Macha was the mainstay, but McQuinn, he's the man. How deep can he take this before unleashing?
I think that's the question that everybody's asking at the moment, is when will it go? When will we see McQuinn fire? It's over pitch that time around. And they're rushing for the single and manages to get home safely.
Another single for the captain Loveland. Northern champions taking on the Eastern Cape side on Marty C. Bottom edge. Needs to take care of that one. That was short, wide, slow. Could almost hit it anywhere. That's better from McQuinn. Gets it behind square on the offside into the gap for a couple. I'm just seeing this little sign right here in front of us. Keep off the grass. Quite a difficult thing to do when you're at the cricket.
True that.
Is that one of those double bluffs?
Yeah, I'm struggling to understand it, but this is a university facility, need I remind you.
It's neatly bowled.
Imagine what they get up to on a good Saturday night out.
Might be for those guys carrying the golf clubs and balls. Please keep off the grass. This is for the cricket. Another decent over by Perumal. I'm still amazed by the sights here at the Coetzenburg Oval. Just to our right from where we're sitting is the Coetzenburg Rugby Stadium. Well-known rugby facility in South African rugby fraternities, Marties. Perennial front-runners, or one of them, in the Varsity Cup rugby competition. One of the real powerhouses in South African rugby, feeder system, not only to Western Province, but in years gone by, straight to the Springboks. A legend, Dr. Darnie Craven. Off the back foot. Good fielding done at point.
I don't know, but if it's just me, but it feels like McQuinn has stepped off and accelerated just a bit previous to losing that wicket. He was hitting the ball, timing sounded a lot better. At the moment, I think it's just erring on the cautious side.
He's also changed his bat, remember.
Twice now, because he changed one, and now yet he's changed to another one.
I wonder if he didn't go back to the previous one, maybe, because he felt something was not quite right with the second willow. I'll probably be weighted exactly the same. Oh, nicely played behind square. That's going to be a couple at least. Some big pockets on this Coetzenburg Oval for those 2s and even 3s. A little bit of a path up the mountain there to the side. We're taking the mountain bike up there later.
Yeah, more of a runner myself, so I think an afternoon's a run up hillside there and up to the mountain will be in order.
Oh, it looks like a replay. Finds the gap again. Beautifully played by Wade McQuinn. He's so good. The square on the offside. Like a thief in the night in strolls Eugene Moleon, lunch in the hand. No, James King lunch in the hand. Moleon's finished it already.
He's packed it in his cool bags.
Takes no prisoners.
It's like a good episode of The Wizard of Oz. Let's make stuff disappear and reappear and go to special places.
He's sort of smiling away because he knows he's going to have the mic in hand in a little while. Eugene Moleon, but it's the Wade McQuinn show currently for the Central Gladiators and how well the young all-rounder has played.
You won't find a better commentator in school sport than Eugene Moleon Sputsmith. So, mental notes, Eugene.
Ah, so top notch. He's a man that knows this tournament like the back of his hand.
Some say he wrote the manual for this tournament. He was a founding member for this tournament.
Is that the end of 40 overs? How quickly can 10 overs go by? So that's me and JD done and dusted for this innings. We'll be back tomorrow. So Eugene Moleon and James King takes you all the way.
Very good. Great deal of thanks to those two Bloem men coming from the city of roses. Pity they're not roses. They're more like cacti. Love to poke and prod at people all the time when you're not watching. But yeah, so far so good here for the Gladiators, which has been very much a rebuilding innings since losing 4 wickets for 20 runs or so. And they've managed to get up to 160. 4 wickets in hand. And Roxon Payne now with some left arm tweakers. Pulls that ball wide. And in the last stint, Cape Fox, I said if they can get to this position here, 40 overs.
Yep.
And if they can just be 6 down, they might find themselves in a good position. I think they're there now. They still got to do a lot of hard work, but they've given themselves a chance.
They certainly have done that, and it's been 2 very good partnerships that Ombesa Macha was the main partner in, between himself firstly and Hanslow, and then with Wade McQuinn. McQuinn's still there, and he's looking very good on, I think that's 48 that he's got.
Foolish delivery again. Roxon Payne going very full, very straight. Asking Wade McQuinn to hit against a spin. Maybe a little bit of grab out there for the left arm tweaker. Not more pace on it this time. He's trying to vary it.
So I think it's going to be interesting to see, Eugene, how McQuinn deals with these next few overs. It's Payne brought back on in place of Perumal, had a very good spell. Shiraz Perumal got the wicket of Macha after a very good innings from him, 61 off the 93 deliveries.
Yeah, and it's going to be an important phase. Next 5 overs. Now breaking it down to 5 overs here for the Gladiators. If they can get even as close to a run a ball, what will that take them up to? 190?
Yep.
Maybe even close to 200 with 5 overs to go. You know, one feel that if they get up to about 220, 230, well, they'll have more than enough to bowl at and trying to defend.
That certainly seems to be the general feeling as well amongst the coaching staff of the Gladiators. That's their immediate target, to get to a minimum of 220. And if Wade McQuinn and Alec Loveland are there for the next 5-6 overs, you feel that they will have the chance of getting to that. So 41 gone, 9 to go. Zaniba continues.
Especially this fellow, Wade McQuinn. I mean, he has batted magnificently. He has taken up the mantelpiece here. He's a big hitter. He's a strong hitter of a cricket ball. And if he can get up to over number 45, who knows what he can muster up here for the Gladiators. And I like the way he plays. Nice, straight bat. Tall man. The query I have, or the worry I have, is just looking at that pitch, and this is day one, especially after the shot's been played, the amount of dust that is coming up, James King.
Yeah, we're seeing that, aren't we? Puffs of dust coming up off the surface. And for the right-hander here outside the off-stump, very difficult. You're pitching it on a length, which Zaniba's not doing there. But you've got has quite a lot of cracks as well on that pitch. Very dry, and you just hope maybe that this is not going to be used, this pitch, tomorrow. And there are a number of pitches on the square they can use. This one looks very dry, though.
Slow delivery, hit down the ground. Excellent work. At mid-off, keeps it to a dot ball. Yeah, they normally put 3 pitches out for this week. This one looking the driest out of the 3 that we've seen. Not saying the others aren't. So, I mean, what you're saying is they could give a chance for some water to be put on this pitch just to try and liven it up a little bit, hold it together. Well, that's up in the air. It's going to be 1 or 2 bounces, just the 1 bounce short.
It's been a good over so far from Zanibe, the left armour. He's, I think, going to go over the wicket now, unsurprisingly, to Alec Loveland. So Loveland joined with McQuinn as he's gone to his 50, 51 now to Wade McQuinn. Excellent innings, as you said, from him. Eugene came in with a score 76 for 5. Could easily have gone horribly wrong for the Gladiators.
But a width on offer. That's just driven out to the sweeper by the captain, Loveland, man that hails from St. John's College. Given another opportunity through this Cubs week to just show what he has to offer. And each of the franchises, I call them 6 franchises, put together for this week. Each of them have 13 players, which will be rotated around. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Over extra cover for 4.
Well, using all his height and all his reach there, Wade McQuinn, and hit it on the up, as you said, Eugene. That is a glorious shot. Was certainly no half volley. Just put his very long front leg down the wicket and stroked through the ball beautifully.
Yeah, but then again, this is where I come to the question again. You got to see the over out. You've done good work in the over. You're allowed to have 5 men out. Use them just to win the over. Ones are not killing you. Give a 4 like that to a team. Just gets that momentum shifted away from you again. Again, lessons to be learnt out there.
Yes, and you would feel, looking at just the first day of the Cubs week, these teams getting to know each other and the personnel that are in their teams, composite teams, as you said, from around the country, and some Tuskers players here with the players from KZN, also missing some of their, well, all their under-19, SA under-19 players.
Slower ball down the leg side. We'll have to wait for umpire Angus Host to see what that is. Back he comes for 2. Good running. And looks like there must have been some glove on that.
Yeah, looked like a glove, and Josh van Biljon not able to get around to that one. That was the 2 for Loveland.
And they just keep on getting runs at it.
And it's very good from these 2, just working the ball around. If you can't get the boundaries, just make sure you get a single or you get a 2.
Just down to the 4 in the ring now. More so for the left arm spin of Payne. quicker through the air. How's the running from Loveland? Well, he touches down and goes again. That's excellent from the captain himself. 2 more runs added.
And that's something we didn't see earlier on in the piece. And Loveland, he made that into 2, running the first one very well. And you always will have 1 for the throw, as it was.
Oh, that's a full toss. We have to wait. Looks like it's going to be a no ball. It's going to be a no ball, and it's going to be a free hit. There is the signal from the umpire.
As you say, it was hit up into the air, and the catch was taken at long on, but as you say, off a no ball.
Oh, loosen the shackles. Free hit coming. Slower through the air, going straight with the help of the breeze. That's gone all the way for horns.
Well, there's an excellent use of the free hit from Alec Loveland, and it has, as Eugene said, he just really cleared that front leg, swung through the ball, and goodbye. That one was a great shot from him, exactly what was needed. And this had been an expensive mistake from Roxton Payne.
Yeah, he's hit hard down the ground yet again. The 6 followed by 4. Oh, the Gladiators on their way to putting their foot down on the accelerator pedal here, because they are motoring along here now. Still 4 wickets in hand, 7 overs to go.
Well, the charge is on, most definitely. 16 off that over from Roxton Payne, and that is not what the Coastal Conquerors were looking for. And we just have our scoreboard in front of us is 1 run behind. It's 188 for 6 now.
Well, it all stemmed from that good partnership between McQuinn and Matza. Matza finishing on 62. But now Wade McQuinn, 58. And now the captain, Alec Loveland, he's gone to run a ball 19. I think the ball has gone, it's found its way all the way. Maybe out the ground, maybe under some vendors. And that just gives us a chance here just to go through some bowling figures for you. Ganya, he's bowled 8 overs for 34. Raja, he's the pick. 4 for 24. And will we see him maybe come back now with 3 overs left? Other men not as successful. Boyce, he was immaculate. 6 overs for 18. Might he come back and bowl at the back end here? There's a few options for the captain. Which one is he going to take? Because the one thing that will be in the minds of the Coastal Conquerors, James King, is they had them 20 odd for 4. They've now at 188 for 6. Yeah. 7 overs to go.
Yeah, and even if they batted a runner ball, they are going to get over that 220 mark, and that is, sort of psychologically, you're looking at it. You caught it though, Eugene. Dylan Boyce back into the attack and just conceding it 3 runs to the over. It was his spell earlier on that really brought that run out of Hanslow. He replaces Zanibe at the Coetzenburg end. The right arm pacer is towards us now.
Oh, he just clears that left leg. Long levers from McQuinn. Hit firmly down the ground. I think he's thinking, time has come for me to go here.
And if he stays there until the end, Eugene, it would be possible they could get 230, 240.
And if they get that...
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for the men from KZN. They have got a good batting lineup, though. The Coastal Conquerors, a couple of very good batters in their team.
There's a big appeal from around the wicket. From around the wicket, it's a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
Because of the angle you're coming in. And just the way the captain there, Loveland, was shaping to hit that ball, maybe just drifting down the leg side.
Yeah, Nathan Rhodes agreeing with you, Eugene. Certainly looked like the angle was just too much. Josh van Biljon behind the stumps, not interested at all, really. Just the bowler that was keen with the appeal.
That's another full toss. We've seen a few full tosses bowled now in the back end of this innings. That one deemed okay.
And just searching for something different, isn't he, Boyce, there, where you feel would be better. You know, maybe he's looking for the Yorker and just overcorrecting. But he gets away with that one, just a single for Loveland as the wind picks up even stronger here.
Outside that off stump. Oh, that was close. That was close to being a wide, I should say.
Yeah. He knows, I think, if he's going to bowl it straight here, even if it is slightly short of a length or on a length, McQuinn is going to hit him. Oh, he misses out there.
He looks like somebody just frees that arm up. He just like to get the hands through the ball. As we said, he's a tall fella, and then he's put into the equation that he's about 6'2", 6'3", maybe.
Yeah.
It's a big fella.
Yeah, it's Sput and JD talking about those long levers. The young man from King Edward in Johannesburg, one of 3 Kes players in this Central Gladiators team. He'll have a job to do with the ball as well, Eugene. His height as well. He's certainly taller than any of the bowlers we've seen from the Conquerors.
Oh, hit that hard. Over point for 4. Sweeper had no price on that offside boundary. I mean, the timing was impeccable.
Just glorious. And if you're going to give him any kind of width and that kind of length, he is going to punish you. He's in outstanding touch in this innings now. Wade McQuinn, really good from the young man. And they move now to 194 for the loss of 6 off the over. And Boyce just spoiling that good over with that boundary off the last delivery.
Well, the last couple of overs, haven't we seen the boundaries of the last ball already? And we're going to talk long and hard about that. It's going to be Roxton Payne to continue with his left arm tweakers in this, I feel, is a big over. The reason why is because what transpired in Roxton Payne's last over. How many runs in the last 4 overs?
34. 33. Okay, sorry.
31 runs scored in the last 4 overs by the Gladiators. If you thought that the accelerating pedal was down, that should give you an idea.
Yeah, he just missed out a little bit there, did Loveland, just squeezing it out to backward point.
Nah, he's just firing it in.
Oh. Yeah, I was upset with himself there that one down the leg side, he didn't take advantage of it. Looking for the big hits here.
Oh, nearly got that hand and ball onto the stumps here, but they managed to come through for that single. Brings the tall right-hander McQuinn on strike, and you got to get your length right here because he's going to be hitting with the breeze. Mr. Payne, you got to get it right. Goes just to the left of long off. It will be cut off, but still 2 more runs. And the timing of McQuinn is very evident now. He's been there for a while, into the 60s.
virtually every ball making that beautiful sound as it comes off the bat.
Wind's causing havoc. Wind's blowing everything off. Bowl them. Quicker ball, fuller delivery. And McQuaid Parrish is missing out. But he's definitely added to his team here. Magnificent knock. He just couldn't see it through to the 50th over.
Yeah, I think he'll be disappointed with the way in which he got out there, but it has been an outstanding innings. Came in with the score 76 for 5 and departs for an excellent 65 off, 90-odd deliveries. And it's 197 for the loss of 6. So, as you've seen it again, just playing over the top of it, no real foot movement and trying to play it into the offside. One of the few shots that he hasn't really committed to in that instance, and he makes his way back. But an excellent innings, the highest in the innings so far.
And again, this just takes a different sort of picture, complexion altogether now. Because the men that's in here, they have to try and go and run a ball. They have to try and get the Gladiators to 220. For the men in green, they've got to do all what they can to maybe just get the remaining 3 wickets here or restrict them to under that 220, 225 mark, which we feel is going to be a little bit tricky on the surface here today.
That's Munib Ayob. He's coming out into the middle. Youngster from Jeppe High School. Played for the SA Invitation team in the Kaya Majola week. And he had a very good week with the ball. And didn't get too much of an opportunity to bat. He's got the opportunity now in the 5 overs and some change left to help Alec Loveland get them to that target of 220 at an absolute minimum.
Yeah, good comeback by Roxton Payne, though. Said it was going to be a very important over. And that is worked nicely, and this is what Ayob has to do. Hit the gaps, run hard. That ends the over. 45 gone. 197 for 7.
Maybe 198.
Yeah.
Apologies, 198 for 7.
Once again, Eugene, a good partnership there for the 7th wicket, and a 56 between McQuinn and Loveland, and that has put them into a position where they'll feel, even with this total, they've got a very good chance of defending it. It is going to be Boyce to continue from the Coetzenburg end. He has been impressive, hasn't he?
He has. But as a batter, again, you can set yourself because he's going to try and go good line and length. So if he goes there, you can say, right, I can drop it down here in the gap and maybe try and push one, get Loveland back on strike. This fella's bowled well today. Here's that fuller length. Driven down the ground. I'm surprised by that. They're going to come back for 2. I'm even more surprised by that for running 2, but fair dues to them. That brings up to 200 for the Gladiators.
Yeah, that was good running again by Loveland. He saw immediately that that one was not going that quickly down to the man at long off, and caught Ayob through for the 2nd run.
Yeah, the reason why I said I'm surprised, I thought they might bring mid-off up, try and save the 1. Now he dabs it down, beautifully played by Ayob. Hockley down here, tidies up. And these runs are important, James. These runs are going to be vital because the men in green have to get these runs.
Yeah, and they will be looking at players like Ben Hockley, who's just fielded that ball, Seth Simpson, to help them on their way. And Joshua van Biljon as well. From a batting point of view, Tanolweto Zama also was in very good form during that Kai Majola week, got into the SA Colts team.
Just misfielded off his own bowling through. They come from 1. They know the importance of every single run here.
Yes, batting has been a struggle in most of the fields today.
Yeah, it's been that type of day. It's been a day where people might feel and say that the ball was better than the bat. You really need to work hard at your batting, I feel, this week. Just looking at what we've seen on show. Oh, he's picked that up very quickly. That ball is racing away. Will it be stopped? Yes, it will. But they're going to come through for 3 runs. That's excellent running.
As you say, outstanding from these two. Very quick between the wickets. And just giving a view of what is happening elsewhere. It is the Southern Superstars, 234 for 6. So that's a good total on the Tussies Oval. Francois Prince continuing with his excellent form. The Burhan Landbou pupil. As he got a 77 there in that innings, and it is Weka Basic at the moment at the crease, 20 not out for them, and Gideon du Toit with 15. So it looks like a reasonable total.
Yeah, after being in trouble as well there. The Superstars. And I think the Warriors have just been bowled out.
And we'll check on that for you right now, as this Roxton Payne is going to continue. Raja. Oh, the Raja, sorry, Raja coming in. Got so yeah, 172 all out. The Eastern Warriors against the Northern Champions in that match there, and just contributions down the order. The highest score, Samuel Schechter not out on 39 at the end. Randy Seiss getting 35. So a lot of starts there for the Eastern Warriors, but nobody went on to get a big score. That is perhaps looking like a subpar total for them against the Northern Champions. And for the Northern Champions in that match, wickets 3 for Jalen Manikam and 3 for Xander Fenter.
Yeah, so run a ball here, 24 balls still left. They're going to get up to 230 potentially. And if they get that, they might feel a little bit easier. As we said, the mate mentioned, the men in red won the toss, elected to have a bat first. We weren't surprised by that, but we were surprised by the 4 wickets they lost very quickly and found themselves in all sorts of bother, thanks to this man with ball in hand. Raja, but that is beautifully played. Just onto the onside, wants to come back for 2. Oh, captain's not happy. Captain feel there was 2 on the cards there.
Yeah, he wanted to take on the arm of the man who was coming in from that deep backward square position. And it was Ayub who was not interested at all. And now it's all about Ayub. Can he, again, get Loveland back on strike? You just sense the captain's the one who's going to be able to get the bulk of these runs.
Rushed him a little bit. Just getting through him, just hits him mid-shifts.
At this stage now, we saw earlier on Eugene Raja was excellent just in terms of his lines and lengths attacking the stumps.
James King.
And he attacks about a 4th set of stumps outside the off stump there. But really, I mean, this stage of it, he doesn't want to give them anything that they can hit. He doesn't want to be in the slot necessarily for the right-hander. Is that adjusting his thinking slightly? Because it looks like it.
Well, just going by that ball, that he's just bowled. It was a slow ball wide outside off stump. This is driven now. Excellent work at cover. Keeps it down to 1. So what he's been very good at was hitting back of a length and hitting the top of off stump. He's hit the stumps very regularly today already. 3 out of his 4 were bowled, and he got a leg before wicket as well, which shows and indicates he was gun barrel straight. The thing is, he's bowling from the end that he wasn't successful at. So shouldn't your most successful bowler bowl from the end that he was successful at?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm just asking a question.
No, I'm with you. I mean, Dylan Boyce was his first spell perhaps on this end. Well, again, it wasn't a bad spell from Boyce. And he's the one who's had the pick of the ends, it seems like, bowling with the wind. And
well, I think what it is they feel like Raja, as that is hit very hard over the top, the ball's racing away, and the ball wins 4 more.
yeah, Semal Pillay just having to give that up as it goes over his head. Just in that instance, the width that he offered to Alec Loveland was the issue. And the length was able to just pick it up on the up over the offside. Good shot from the captain, and he's into the well into the upper 20s now. And a good innings from him as well.
I'll make that 10 from that over.
And 7, I think it was.
Still a good over.
Yeah, it was a good over.
The thing I'm saying is that he's your most successful bowler.
Yeah.
You should. He was your strike bowler. You bring him on from the side that he was successful at. Every other man, they need to just fall into play somewhere else. But as I said, I think the reason is Raja's got more pace than Boyce. So they want to give Boyce more of the assistant with the breeze. Good Yorker.
Yeah.
Excellent Yorker. Can't hit those. You can try.
Yeah, and he's bowling to the man who's not been on the crease that long. I hope you feel, probably just if McQuinn was still there, definitely 240 would have been on the cards. Whether they'll get there, I think a lot depends on the captain, who's at the non-strikers end at the moment.
Don't go cross batter shots. That's not the way forward. That was go over mid-on. And again, the lack of bounce.
And that's where Wade McQuinn showed us how to play on this pitch. You play straight. He played with a very straight bat throughout his innings, and it was good to see whether he was playing it over the top or through the covers.
Well, this over started with 3 dots. And that's not what you can sort of take into your account at this late stage of your innings if you're the team in red. For the team in green, they'll be loving these dots.
Loveland 27 off 29, 2 4s and a 6. He's 9 off 11. He's not been able to in this over, Eugene, just rotate the strike and give it to his captain at the other end, which is really what he would want to do.
He's trying now, but that's a single off the 4th delivery. Now what does the captain do here? He's bringing up mid-on. He's putting that in place, leaving long off.
Yeah, so he's asking him to bowl wide outside the off stump.
Well, he gets it on the legs, though.
Which is not where he would have wanted it. But he gets away with it, doesn't he?
Let me tell you, you want that guy, Majola. Plenty of the things we saw there was very interesting.
I mean, you see this a lot, Eugene. I mean, we do. We see it a lot in terms of cricket across the different levels, but set your field for a specific type of delivery. He's executed there with that one wider outside the off stump. That's an excellent over from Dylan Boyce. Just two off it, yes. 215 for the loss of 7. And at this stage, those dot balls are like gold.
Gold dust. In these spots here in Boland. 12 balls remaining. What can the team in red get up to? Raja's going to bowl around the wicket to the left-hander. So does he look to go and paddle this around the corner again to the onside? We've seen him hit over extra cover. Mid-off up. Got to get your length right. That's excellent. That's excellent. Moving around in the crease there. The captain, Loveland. Just got to stand still.
And looking at it, Eugene, field that Semal Pillay set here for Raja. He is looking to bowl it wideish outside the off stump.
Well, he goes up and over yet again. That ball's going to bounce. One bounce four. Say that might be an option for this left-hander, and he executed it quite well.
He had the width, but he just bowled it way too short. And Loveland, he's looking in very good touch. The captain making him pay as that 220 mark is ever closer. Just the 1 run short of it now.
Oh, this is going to bring about a change. Now, fine leg comes up. They're moving the cover fielder onto the boundary. There is about a 70-yard gap between mid-off and point.
Oh, no.
Balls are down the leg side, just where fine leg was brought up. He's got to jot back and try and get the ball. Back-to-back fours.
Well, yeah. No, the less said about that, the better. Just got it completely wrong. And it was easy pickings for Loveland. He moves to 37.
I tell you one thing, I wouldn't be looking for the ball there.
No, that is certainly in Cape Cobra territory there.
Yeah. Hopefully it didn't go too far. But just a little bit of a thought going here. They're going awry here at the back end of this innings here, the men in green. And the Gladiators, they are just sort of cashing in here. Fields, I'm not sure about the field placing. I'm not sure about the bowling. The bowling is not sort of complementing the field placing, but I mean, you can understand why. Another thing is, the men from the Coastal Conquerors, they can go there in KZN. They're big for those, aren't they?
They're okay with it. There's more like green mambas and that up there.
So what's the difference?
Well, very little difference. I think the ones you get here may be slightly less poisonous or slightly more poisonous. I'm not quite sure. I'm not a snake aficionado, but certainly the mambas are more what you find up there in KZN.
All right.
What you've got to be worried about are those like puff adders.
Well, fine leg is back. Man at the extra cover boundary. He's back at extra cover inside the ring. Where's this one going to go from Rowan Raja? Width. Or gives himself a little bit of width. Dot ball.
Yeah, feel he missed out there after giving himself the width. Just picked out the man at backward point. Roxton Payne in that position there.
Tough gig, the scoring at this stage of the game. Yeah. Things happen very fast. You got to diarize every boundary. Hit hard down the ground, just for one.
Still one to come.
Well, this is what the coach felt as bonus runs now for the Gladiators. They've worked hard, ladies and gentlemen, hard to get to this point.
And we take you back to that situation when they were 22 for 4 and looked, they were in all sorts of trouble. They needed to build.
Well, he's done well to reach that. Let me tell you. It's going to be a single. You got 6 balls left.
Well, not a great last over for Raja. It goes 4-10, 225 for 7. They have done exceptionally well. First, Macha and Hanslow, and then Macha and McQuinn, and then McQuinn and Loveland. It's been 3 very good partnerships. And Eugene, here in this part of the world, once you're in, you've got to make hay. You've got to make sure that you stay in. You've got to make sure that you accumulate the runs. We've seen that. It's not easy to come in and just start hitting from ball 1. As we see a change for the last over.
Yeah, left arm seamer back on. Gonya is back on. Left arm around the wicket will be. Yeah, you're so right there. We saw 2 men getting 60s, then 60 plus, I should say. And then you got the captain here, Loveland. He's on 37.
Yeah.
Just be 1.
Yeah, he's got the right man on strike now. Left-hander against the left-arm pacer. Loveland will be wanting to finish with a flourish here.
Just trying to look at his options. Well, hitting it downtown, that's hitting it into the breeze. So what will his options be here? Oh, that was the biggest swing ever.
Yeah.
He swung so hard, the wind could have changed direction there. A little bit slower into the surface from Gonya.
And maybe that wasn't the right option, Eugene. I know what he's trying to do, but just lost his shape completely.
And if he's going to do that, move earlier. Set yourself on off stump here. There's no one at that cow area where he wants to hit to. Well, how's it running? Oh, will just be 1. Will just be 1. So good over this for the men in green.
Yeah, they needed it from Gonya after that last over from Raja. Went for 10. Just missing his areas. The young man who bowled so well in the opening spell. And
oh, that is hit in the air. It's not going to go to the boundary, but it will bring about 2 runs. And that takes him to 229.
And interestingly, Eugene, we haven't had a single catch taken. There were no wickets that fall into catches in this innings. So we've had 6, we had 5 players who've been bowled, 1 LBW and a run out. So very interesting. We haven't seen we haven't seen anything really go to hand in the air.
Oh, that is smoked. Just past extra cover. It's going to come back for 2. We're heading now to that final delivery. And that is quite strange. You don't often see that in the shorter format of the game.
No, and especially, I think at this level, you don't often find an innings where there hasn't been one that's gone to hand. I don't recall any catch being dropped or nothing's been put down. Just been very disciplined in terms of how they've been playing at the Gladiators.
Oh, they're going to run through for the bye. And that will finish things on 232 for 7 for the Central Gladiators. It's been an innings which started with them winning the toss and then found themselves in all sorts of bother. 4 down for 22. And then there was a recovery thanks to Matza. He took one with him as well, and they built on a nice platform with Hanslow. Hanslow then run himself out, and then to the crease came McQuinn, and he sort of went about his business as well. And Macha got out. McQuinn carried on, and through hard work, ladies and gentlemen, Central Gladiators find themselves setting 232 for 7. The Conquerors, they're going to need 233 for victory here on day one of this CSA Cubs week here in Stellenbosch. Day 1 of 5. It's going to be an interesting contest. This, the two umpires just checking that everything is okay out there. And they're just checking which roller. Well, James King, what do you make of that first innings?
Fantastic recovery from the Central Gladiators. It was an innings that was in complete disarray, as you said, Eugene, at 22 for 4. They lost some of their top guns from a batting point of view, and it was the SA Schools player, Ombesa Macha, together with firstly Tassin Hanslow and then Wade McQuinn. McQuinn and Macha excellent today, as was the captain towards the end as well, Alec Loveland, and got them to what is a very competitive score. That's not going to be an easy chase at all for the men from the Coastal Conquerors. They're going to need to rely on their top guns from their point of view to be able to get them to that total. So an interesting chase lies ahead for us.
Interesting indeed. Well, lunch break will only be 30 minutes here during the Cubs week, so you don't have long to wait, you don't have long to go, you don't have far to go. So join us again in a few moments for the second innings, where the Coastal Conquerors will need 233 for victory on day 1 here of the CSA Cubs week. Join us in a few.
They did very well. 279 for 9, the Southern Superstars. It is too much. I don't think that's a very good.
For the benefit of the folks at home, put Coastal Conquerors, who forms the side.
Dolphins and KwaZulu-Natal inland, two neighbouring provinces. Two straight from Cole Francis, drifting onto the players of Samuel Pule. You can see the disappointment on the Coastal Conquerors captain's face for not scoring in that one.
Yeah, he'll be slightly annoyed. Lots of cricket to be played here. Just needs to be patient.
Things have sort of calmed down here in the commentary box. Laptops going. Found the pages, which was lost through the wind. Francis, wicket to wicket stuff. Pele certainly over exaggerates everything happening at the crease currently. One might have stayed down ever so slightly. It is the CSA Cubs week for under-19 teams in South Africa. Stellenbosch University, the venue, Coetzenburg Oval. That's where we're bringing you the action from. Very full from Cole Francis once more. Play digs it out.
On the toes indeed, and it's almost like Francis seems to be running against the wind at the moment, but he's actually got the wind in his back. And yeah, takes his time getting into his running. Is Cole Francis. I think he also had some of the Sky Lucha cookies at the break.
He's very straight at this stage, and only a couple of men out on the leg side. One at mid-wicket, one at mid-on, and then the fine leg on the boundary. So it's heavily packed offside field. So Francis definitely not wanting to be drifting onto the leg stump. It's the end of the second over. 9 without loss. Solid enough start.
That delivery is keeping slightly lower than the other ones in the over. And we saw in that Central Gladiators innings, they lost their second wicket in a similar fashion, where the ball kept a bit lower, wrapped the bat on the pads, and that was him receiving his marching orders. And almost more of the same here for the Conquerors, as that ball kept a little bit lower and almost had the man trapped a leg before.
I beg your pardon, your finger is up. Caught the hand. And that's the end of Thembelihle. Early strike. It is for the Central Gladiators. Sabella picking up the first wicket. Massive moment. Defending 232.
Exactly what they were looking for. This Gladiator side, early wicket, and let's see if they can start applying more pressure to this Coastal Conquerors side. So almost a similar start to that first innings. Put wickets early on. Gladiator side lost 3 quick ones, and if the Conquerors aren't careful, they might find themselves in the same boat. I have to dig deep now.
Exactly what the doctor ordered. If you're a Central Gladiators fan. Probing line just outside the off stump, and that corridor of uncertainty.
Christian Saleva making his presence felt. A good delivery that time around. Just finding the outside edge. And these the Coastal Conquerors who are in a spot of bother here.
Next man from Latin College, Ben Ockley. Played for the SA school side after the Kaimajula week in December in the City of Roses, Bloemfontein. Here he is back at the Cubs week. Highly rated. Man that can keep wicket as well. Starts off beautifully with a drive, but it's well fielded in the covers. A little pace here for the Lions opening bowlers. Next door on the Tussie Oval. The Western Legends need to chase down 270 made by the Southern Superstars, losing Christian Kind early on. Struck his first delivery for 4, out the next. Came a victim of Michael Bastic. Back to the action here on the Coetzenburg Oval. Ben Oakley. Stardom written all over him. He's a man that can play. First one on the Pink Day match between Hilton and Michael Haas on Super Sports Schools when he played beautifully. Took a splendid catch as well in that match, keeping wicket. It's been noticeable here, JD Ferreira, that both Lions opening bowlers, or Central Gladiators rather, really attacking those stumps, bowling wicket to wicket.
I think the instruction was clear from the coaching staff. And I'm asking his bowlers not to search for that fourth or fifth stump, but having a full go, yeah. And we spoke about it earlier on. What will this pitch do when this day progresses? Lots of this dry wind blowing about. Not the best grass cover we've seen on a pitch on day one. And it'll be interesting to see how we go from here.
It was very interesting this morning at the toss. Speak about that grass cover. This wind will dry things out even more. The grass that there was rather green. There was a lot of bare patches in between. One flip. 4 men in the ring on the offside. Third man, final leg back. Those are the 2 guys out. Through mid-wicket goes Oakley. Misfielded at mid-wicket. Will it reach the boundary? It does indeed. First boundary of the Coastal Conquerors innings via the bats of Ben Oakley.
Balanced from Ben Oakley, just transferred his way to that front foot, leaned into it, clipped it off the legs, and gave it the treatment it deserved. We spoke about them bowling wicket to wicket at the moment, but if you miss your line by a millimetre or 2, that's the direction you're going. And you're going straight over the rope. And Hockley with the start he was looking for.
Johan David Ferreira. 4 and through mid-wicket area. Meat and drink for a quality player. And as you described it so beautifully, his balance was the key there. That is Cole Francis, who will continue. St. John's College product is Cole Francis. Once again, attacking those stumps. Pillay drives it straight back. No addition to the score. 13 for the loss of 1. Pillay's only on a single. Hockley's on 4 of 5. Breakthrough conditions continue in the second half of the match. Fist pads, 3 men in the ring on the leg side. Now that's a clear sign that he's going to be attacking the stumps. He's got a square leg mid-wicket and mid-on, as well as a fine leg back on the boundary. On the offside, he's got a slip, the third man, backward point, cover and mid-off. So it's a 5-4 field, indicating he'll be attacking off even middle stump. This is good. This is very disciplined from the Central Gladiators attack. Now the opposition coaches having a stroll together. When last have you seen that? Oh, it's all throughout the game.
It's those Kailicha cookies they had at lunchtime. Got to get some extra miles into get those carbs off. But yeah, great interaction between the opposition. Yeah,
it's great to see. It's all about the development of these young men to become professional cricketers in South Africa. Oh, that's whipped off his pads, 2 straight. Plays the price, there's Cole Francis, and Samuel Pillay gets himself going, the Coastal Conquerors captain.
Pillay was waiting for that ball slightly off its line again, and that's, like you said, whipped off the pads and off the middle of the bat, racing for a much needed boundary, yeah. And I think that will help Pillay settle a bit, take the pressure off him.
It's a pretty big sporting weekend in the Western Cape. As we at the Cubs week in Stellenbosch, Pillay defends that one. Later on tonight, the small matter of the North-South Rugby Derby and the United Rugby Champions. Championship. The undefeated Stormers, 7 from 7, going head to head with the Vodacom Bulls, who's lost 5 on the trot. Last we said that about the Vodacom Bulls.
I can't recall that. I think it was in the late 90s when they went through such dark patches.
Yeah, it's been a while, but that's another good over from Cole Francis, except for that one that he drifted onto there of Samuel Pillay. So it's 17 for the loss of 1. We've had 4 overs. Both opening bowlers have bowled 2. And it's Tundra Wetuzama who's back in the pavilion for the Coastal Conquerors. Over on Marty C, it's the Northern Champions taking on the Eastern Warriors, and then on Tussies field right next to the Coetzenburg Oval, it's the Western Legends made up of Free State, Northwest and the Northern Cape against the Southern Superstars, which is Western Province, SWD and Boland. Superstars played in that Cubs Week final last year when they lost out to the United States of America, who was visiting Cubs Week.
Still, it doesn't sit quite well with the ears if you hear the United States of America in the Cubs Week.
Or US of A.
MAGA.
Yeah, I played beautifully in that final. They lost to the Southern Superstars early in the tournament. They got better and better as the tournament went along. They had a quality spin attack. You'll see this year as well, if this wind continues to blow, the pitches will dry out. Yes, the ground staff will do their utmost to give it water in the evenings, but it will become drier. It will turn more hockey. He just looks like he's got time, JD.
Yeah, he's got his technique sorted out, and you can see he's one of those guys who've honed his craft really into his batting, and it comes from one of the better cricketing programs in all of South African schools.
Hilton College in the KwaZulu-Natal Midlands. He plays it right under his eyes. So one of the better cricketing programs. Some of the most amazing facilities and scenery you can ever imagine to see at a school. Pay a bit of a premium for it.
A slight premium, but I'll tell you, from a coaching point of view, it's always a treat visiting. It's such great hospitality, and obviously the scenery and the facilities is second to none. A fantastic setup out in one of the more beautiful parts in the country, in the Midlands.
Single around the third man for Oxley. Was off the outside edge, but well controlled.
Looks to have a lot of time when he bats, but
It doesn't take you long to realise that a player can play the game. You watch him. I had the fortune of watching him quite a few times, and definitely a name that you can write down. Player advancing. Just a sign of the slowness of the wicket. Happening bowlers for the Gladiators have been right on the money. It's all about the lengths on this track. Shoot that back of a length, hard length as they say. Bowl the ball into the wicket. Becomes really tough to score. There you go. There you go. End of the 5th over. Only a single from it. 18 for the loss of 1.
like you said, with discipline, hitting their marks, and it's those moments once those dot balls start accumulating. We saw it happen early on when the Gladiators were wheeling the willow, pressure upon pressure, 12 ball or 12 dot ball spell from that man. Who was it again? Darren Boyce put it together and eventually forcing the run out after the pressure became too much, looking to get off strike, and that was the end of Tassine Hanslow.
Right and behind it. Cole Francis continuing. It was a stuttering affair, the Central Gladiators innings. Lost 3 wickets really early on. Started at 10 for 3. Lost their 4th with about 20 on the board. Then the partnership, or partnerships, first between Hanslow and Matza. Then Wade McQuinn and Matza. Plays it out to mid-on. Matza was the mainstay for a long part of that innings. McQuinn took over. Both scored 60-odd. 61 for Matza, 65 for McQuinn. Who's going to play that role? Will it be Pillay? Will it be Arkley? Will it be both of them for the Coastal Conquerors? Tidy. Tidy indeed. Dot balls racking up here.
Cole Francis doing what's expected from him, hitting those areas and putting them down. But Ben Hockley just sussing things out. Got a feeling about Ben Hockley and scoring some runs here this afternoon.
It's just about weathering this little patch here for Ben Hockley. He's a free-flowing batter, likes to score. He's going to score at that. Too short, too much width, and Hockley pounces. Too good player to miss out on that.
Breakfast, lunch, and supper serves right there for Hockley. Again, watching that onto the bat, making sure capitalizes, and 4 more, or for rather say, much needed boundary to Hockley. But it will be the Coastal Conquerors. They'll be smiling at the moment from these 2 men at the crease. On the money again from Cole Francis. All defended by Hockley.
As the wind just reminds us again of its power in Stellenbosch, or a light breeze, as Eugene Malion describes it as. Into the 6th over here, 22 for the loss of 1. Just a period of consolidation after the early loss of Zama. It's off the body. It's going to be a leg by. Signalled as such by Nathan Rhodes, one of our umpires. End of another Francis over, 23 for the loss of 1. Pillay and Arkley at the crease.
Going along rather nicely with the pen, as I dropped my pen for the 27th time in the last 30 seconds.
Not the same man I saw before lunch here, JD Ferreira.
I'll tell you what, let's not get into ability to catching things, because you dropped the ball that you were holding in your hands. And, if you told me that Spootsmith would do that 10 years ago, I'd have a full laugh and bet against it. But it happened. Pity I don't have it on a video. There we go. It is Saleba. Oh,
Shot. Middle up in the ring. Pitched up, and Hockley takes the toll. Quality player. That's his 3rd boundary, Ben Hockley. Will that well and truly get him going?
again, just so much time when he bats. Saw the change in the field and decided, well, I'll just go up and over him. But minimum effort, it made it look very, very easy. And Hockley showing signs of what he can do.
He's poised here, Ben Hockley. He's poised. He's on 14 of 17 deliveries. Semi-Pillay is on 5 of 17. Sabela 1 for 11. He's into his 4th over. Francis none for 16. Oman Tashi's the Western Legends. 30 for the loss of 1. Aiden Dodd on 18. Shot! Top cricket shot repeats the dose of early in the over, does Ben Hockley. He's had a look at Sabella and he said, if you're going to overpitch, I'm going to cash in.
More the same from Hockley. Almost identical. And yeah, scoring at around the ball now, Spitsmith.
He is indeed. A very Marty C. Northern champions have lost 3 early wickets. They're 46 for 3, chasing the 173 for victory against the Eastern Warriors. Ruben van Sail, Muketsi Beya, and Jaden Govender, the men dismissed. Vial Pretorius and Riley Miller from Affies and Waterkloof, respectively, at the crease now. Miller initially did not get into the Kaya Majola side of the Titans, played for the CSA Invitational side. Now finds himself in the Cubs week. Defended this time by Ben Hockley. He's got a roll, solid in defence, great attacking game as well.
I see some of the spectators making their way to Cape Town Stadium already for this afternoon's clash. The Bulls and the Stormers.
Driven to mid-off. It is Northern Champion supporters, so if they are making their way to the Cape Town Stadium, they'll be the enemy. We spoke about that South African under 19 side playing India. India 301 in their 50 overs. Playing at Willowmore Park in Benoni. As Sabella has a bit of a shy. Hockley stands his ground, and that's the end of the over. Good one for Ben Hockley and the Coastal Conquerors. After 7 overs, they're 31 for 1.
Yeah, Ben Hockley at 18 of 21 balls, and then Pillay 5 of 17. He's just at the other end, feeding the man on strike, the 4-man Hockley strike, and this is the start that Coastal Conquerors were looking for. Said earlier, some of the coaches busy with a lap of honor, but it's turned into laps of honor.
It's more than one, and the group is growing.
Yeah, a walk for life has been established.
Francis to continue. Pillay, very correct. Plays it out to cover. This is evenly poised, yeah. Pillay and Hockley, both class acts. As Eugene Molion and James King come strolling closer.
If it goes dark in your screen, oh, he's trying to get under it, but his backpack is still in the way. His mattress on the back that you saw on the camera momentarily.
What a ball by Cole Francis. This time he beats Simul Pillay outside that off stump. He's into his 4th over. A power play, so important. First 10 overs, only 2 players allowed outside of the circle. Well, currently at fine leg and 3rd man. Still a 5-4 field. Into the wind with the wind, but don't drift onto the pads of Simul Pillay, who's going to make you play.
Cole Francis going down the leg side, and it is Simul Pillay who obliged. Helped it with the wind, hit it straight out the middle of that willow, and that has travelled some distance. It reminds me a lot of Spootsman's putter, missing by quite a way.
After the 4-3 putted around, that's more or less how far I throw it. So I can well and truly imagine it reminds you of that. Flicked. Fine leg with work to do, does it beautifully. And Jenny, this is where it becomes dangerous because Pilla has obviously found his feet here. And this plan, we spoke about the 5-4 field really attacking the stumps. So that means you only need to miss by a foot. And you're going to pay the price because there's still nobody out. You know, you don't have a square leg out. So if you're going to persist with this plan, bring up third man, get square leg out, have a fine leg and a square leg out, and really then bowl it into those pads if that's going to be the plan. Otherwise, you're much better served bowling that natural fourth stump line with a new ball.
Couldn't have said it better. Spot on split. See where Cole Francis goes with this.
Out and stay down. Keeper's way too far back if that's going to be the bounce on the wicket.
So again, it's the same as two previous overs where played and missed completely. Ball kept way lower, and then from the other end, and we saw that again with Central Gladiators early in that innings as well. Second wicket they lost, ball kept low, and that was all for. That's your right for the bat.
Shot.
Oh,
Up shot. Yeah. Going straight at extra cover. Timing is quality.
absolute class from Ben Hockley. It's off the front foot. That is textbook shot. And if you're watching this at home as a youngster, just rewind that clip away because it's one of those that you can put on in your folder and keep referring to it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if you're a bowler, don't watch that because that was a long, hard volley. It was there to be hit, but it was beautifully struck. He didn't hit it in anger, just lent on it. He's a quality player, Ben Hockley. There's a reason he got selected for the SA school side. .42 for one off straight. Hockley 22 of 23. Pillay 12 of 21. Cole Francis, Chad on the expensive side. 4 overs, none for 27. Around the wickets now. Pillay hits it back from where it came. .36 for the loss of 1 is the Western Legends after 8.5 overs. Chasing 271. Northern Champions. Riley Miller run a ball, 16. I'm just losing his shape there a little bit to Samuel Pillay. Rather lazy from the left-hander.
See him having a long hard think about it. And shows how good he can be, but also just slightly off at the moment.
Long lunch it's been for Eugene Merlion and James King. They'll be refreshed and ready to take you further. This is our last over. Oh, that's 1.5 overs remaining for me and JD. Can't quite keep track when you're having fun.
James King almost went into a flat panic there, claiming that he needs his 10 overs, and 10 overs he'll stay sitting. Eugene Merlion was rearing to go. You can see the foot bouncing, hands itching.
Fair is fair though, JD. They've worked hard today. They've had that extra 10 overs strategically thought out.
Yeah.
Straight to cover, who's sort of in a cover point position almost. As you tend to see with left-handers, they like to score square of the wicket in general. So you often see that cover leaning more towards a cover point as opposed to extra cover. So a bit of a bigger gap. Ah, there it goes. Square on the offside. Off the bat of Samuel Pillay. Nice work in the field, but it can't prevent the second.
Good effort, good cricket all round. Decent ball. good shot and some good effort out in the field. So, Eugene Mullen, we just wanted to check in to find out, is this officially a win now, or is it still a breeze?
That's a win, says Eugene Malian. And as I stated earlier, remember, he's well-bounded, is Eugene Malian. So if he tells you it's a win, then you must know it's a proper win. How much he's given to a game of junior cricket, Eugene Malian. Legend down here in the sports, Stellenbosch, Wellington, Paul. Back involved in coaching the game as well. Later this year, Super League level in the Western Cape. Tournament action at Kayamajula. We're just making sure he gets his recruiting right as well.
Always with some ulterior motives that he arrive. But as long as his team wins and everyone's smiling.
That's where we first met, myself and Eugene Molia, as opposing coaches in the university cricket circles. He was with University of Cape Town, myself with University of Free State. It's always great for us, especially if we ended up in the same group at USO Week, because we know we had 5 points in the bank.
Oh, very good. Just a gentle reminder of who had the upper hand. But if USO was in Bloemfontein, I put money on it that Spoetsmet was hardly at the game.
Believe it or not, JD Ferreira, I don't think we ever played each other. Always in different groups the 2 years that we spent at the same USO Week, so we never got to play.
Because it will be strange as a play, as 2 teams pitch up and none of the coaches are there. That will be a bit strange, but anyways.
Having a braai, it splits ours. Now, back to the cricket. Lap number 4 starts.
They are on 57,212 steps for the day in the coaching pair.
It's very interesting, JD, that last over of the power play coincides with the first over of spin.
Clever that you picked that up, Spoet. Will there be spin from the other side as well? Half a deal there. The Central Gladiators.
Penalty, the man on strike. Oh, glorious, glorious from Ben Ockley. Square on the offside for another boundary. He does the hidden boundaries, does Ben Ockley. And Hanslow's 5th delivery gets put away, square on the offside. 6 boundaries in his 26 for Ben Ockley. That's the first runs Hanslow's conceded. As Eugene Molion and James King gets ready. Played up to mid-wicket. No real intent of a single. After 10 overs, it is the Coastal Conquerors going along nicely. They have 48 for the loss of 1. Ben Ockley on 26 of 29 and Captain Semal Pillay on 14 of 27. We've seen 1 over of off spin and 9 overs of seam in that power play. And now to take it further, Eugene Molion and James King.
Thanks again to Spoet and JD there for, as always, their incisive inputs and what a lot of banter, which we always enjoy here. And has been a very good start, as they have indicated to you, by the Coastal Conquerors. And in particular, it's Ben Hockley looking very good with his captain, who's about to face the first delivery from a new bowler. He's coming in to the attack for the men from the Central Gladiators. And it says going to be Munib Ayob, man who represented the Invitation 11, South African Invitation 11 at Kayamajula Week. And he's going to be bowling away from us here at the river end. I am here with Eugene Molier. Eugene, after this delivery. Backward point to interaction. Alex Loveland, the captain. Alex Loveland, the captain, and good afternoon, Eugene. A good start, as we said, for the Conquerors, exactly what they would have been looking for.
Good afternoon, James King. Good afternoon to everybody watching this broadcast. Yes, a very good start. They needed to come out and be positive. And after that first wicket that fell off Zuma, these two men are really building on something quite substantial here for the Conquerors.
This one beats the man at backward point, and they'll come through for the second as it's cleaned up down there by Wade McQuinn at third. May well see him, but not quite yet into the attack, as we've had spin at the one end from Tahseen Hanslow, and now it's Ayub from this end. He had a very good Kaya Majola week, hence his inclusion here for the Cubs.
Yeah, I was listening to two men before we came on, talking about the lines and etc. and the field placing. And yeah, I think that is where players get lost in translation or lost in communication. And yeah, I can understand people wanting to bowl straight, but what does that mean? I made mention about it in that first innings. And you know how good Rowan Raja was by hitting off stump. That's your straight. That's where you got to go. You still got to go bowl good lines, good length. There's something on offer here for the bowlers where the bounce is a little bit, maybe not as much as the players think it might be. But that is glorious. Through points. You're not stopping that, and they're gifting runs, and that brings up to 50.
Yeah, it's excellent from Samal Pillay. He has been dealing mainly in boundaries, not as many as his partner at the other end, but that was gloriously played. He was given the width, and he managed to guide it past the man at backward point down to the boundary, and that has immediately brought a change to the field, which is unsurprising. And Eugene, you spoke about it now, just not getting the lines right here.
No, they're not. And then I saw two slips to hold in, and have we seen a catch go to slip this whole game? No, we haven't. His bounces uneven. You got to learn from what you see beforehand. And again, we keep asking ourselves, what are you watching? So when you're watching the game, are you looking and learning from what has gone before, or are you just saying, no, this is what we're sticking with? Because it's not a two slips type of wicket today at all. Because we haven't seen the ball carry as much, not even to the keeper. So utilize those fielders somewhere else.
And that is now what they have done, and to spread the field a little bit wider. And they've got protection out in the deep on the leg side, even though Ayub's bowling across the left hand to the offside. And in fact, he does bowl it into the pads, and it's just played neatly into the leg side. So just as I say, he's bowling across him, he makes the error. I won't say error, but just into the pads. Easy single for Samal Pillay, 55 now for one. An expensive over for his first 7 off that. And they're batting at 5 and over, which is more than the required rate that they need to get over the line here.
Yeah, and I saw Cole Francis bowl around the wicket to the left hand, and he sort of straight onto the pads, was easily worked away from around the wicket. You just hover outside that off stump, because that's where because of the angle, fourth, fifth stump, or where the angle is going to come into that sort of off stump line. But yeah, they're struggling here. They need to find wickets here, because it looks like the Coastal Conquerors are just batting with some ease, a lot more ease than what the Gladiators found themselves out there.
The loss of the early wickets of Tandalwetu Zama after just the 13 balls of the innings has been negated by this pair. That's much better from Hanslow. Give that a little bit of air, and he should be getting drift here with the wind coming across. Maybe a little bit of drift into the left-hander. And his natural movement or spin, if there is anything, is away from the left-hander. And the field is set accordingly, even though he has got protection in the deep on the leg side, and that is going to come into play now. The man at deep backward square who fumbles it, but they don't get through for a second.
Yeah, Pele, he looks a classy player, doesn't he? Captain made the move, or the progression, I should say, to the Dolphin side as well. You can see why he understands his game. He understands the importance of a man coming in here as well, trying to get his team across. And Ben Hockley, well, he's just continuing on. Well,
Yeah.
He just hit or squeezed the ball against his foot.
Ouch. Yeah, that is hurting. He's just favouring it a little bit. Hope there's no real damage done there. He's been hitting the ball really well straight in this inning so far. Straight bat, very important. There we go again. Just neatly played into the offside, and they'll take the single.
Oh, that's naughty, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is naughty from a Gladiators perspective. If you got, if you're in the ring, you got to save one because you got the sweeper outside on the offside. Oh, it's 50 smaller bits. James King just got to get better at it if you want to get W's.
Yeah, and they've not been able to apply the pressure that they would have wanted, not been able to slow the run rate. Once again, just easily eased into the offside by Samal Pillay. It took him a while to get going. Of his first number of balls, I think over his 23 balls, he only played 4 scoring shots. But a little bit of attention perhaps needed now for Ben Hockley. That foot is bothering him. And he's called on, maybe he's called on for some ice. Somebody just come and have a look at it.
Oh, maybe just had drinks because we are nearing that time as well. So that's good awareness from these two. Just understanding where they are. Maybe the experience of Pillay maybe leads or tends to lead to that. Some interesting games around though, James King. Really interesting. The game on the Seafield, which is away to our right. Northern champions bowling at Eastern Warriors for 172. The champions now, made up from the Titans and Easterns, are 72 for 4.
That's much better line from Ayub, making Samuel Pillay play that one straight back down the ground. Nice straight bat from the Coastal Conquerors captain.
Yeah, and the man holding things together there for the champions is Riley Miller.
All right.
Another man that had a good Coetzenburg week. And then away to our left, where the Western Legends, made up of Northwest and Northern Cape area.
Outside half of the bat of Samuel Pillay.
They find themselves 52 for 1, chasing 271 for victory over the Southern Superstars. So, bit of a partnership growing here between Dodd and Dreyer. Waker Bessick with the wicket for the Southern Superstars. He's now 1 for 16 or 4. Tarantal, the very tall bowler. And he opened the bowling there. It's good bounce. Not necessarily pace, but definitely bounce.
This time it's a bit too much width, and Pillay is going to turn for the second. He will make it easily, as the throw is not an accurate one, and that will, with that 2, take these two to a 50 partnership. 51 they've put on now as the score goes to 60 for the loss of 1 in the 13th over. So it'll be interesting to see there, Eugene, Taywin Adams potentially going to be coming on to bowl once the power play is finished. Very successful in that Kaya Majola week. But we'll chat a bit more about that after this delivery. And it's almost wash, rinse, repeat there. But that's one that's straight to the man at third.
Yeah, just before I get to that point about Taywin Adams, I mean, I'm looking around. I'm looking at the Gladiators with heads on, or hands on heads, and ooh and now. Every shot that pillar has looked ahead is going to go through that region.
Yeah.
Right. So either the bowler is going to say, right, I'm going to come around, I'm going to tighten that angle up a little bit, or you stick somebody in there.
Yeah.
Because you know that is where he's going to go.
Yeah, so you can, certainly, as you say, game management, a big part of the discussion that we can have.
Beautiful. Like that. To the right-hander, outside off stump, boom. Perfect.
Yeah.
Now, if you come around the wicket, you bowl that sort of line and length to a left-hander, that's more difficult than to run it down. And that's when you find more of an edge sometimes. But just to your point about Taywin Adams, I mean, we've seen plenty of the left-arm seamer, was the bowler of the tournament at times all in Bloom. And I think his success story is based on him playing senior cricket in Paul, and that has certainly helped his elevation, and he certainly stepped up to the plate.
This time he loses it completely, just falling away and goes down the leg side. And Piri does the work behind the stumps that spreads his arms as Angus Gous. And not what he wants. It's just been far too few deliveries that have been on the money here from Ayoub so far.
Yeah, but that stems from not being patient. That's all that was there, folks. That delivery there was just somebody that's not patient, homing at the stump. Just stick to your line and length.
Met with a straight bat once again by Ben Hockley. End of 13, 62 for the loss of 1, and progressing well at the moment, the men from KZN.
Yeah, we are. They're in a very good position. What a platform in pursuit of 233 for victory. Here on day 1, first year's out. And is this for the foot, or is this for maybe something to do with the hands?
Yeah, it looks like maybe something to do with the hands. Taking his gloves off, and he's definitely getting some water there. Maybe he's going to be taking some medication for pain relief potentially. What's favouring that foot?
Yeah, it could be for that.
So he'll want to continue. Ben Hockley's made a good start to his innings, and Eugene, you were there at that game between the SA Colts and the SA Schools in Bloemfontein when he scored a very good 60 in that what ended up being an easy win for the SA Schools team. Ben Hockley with very good innings in that particular match.
Yeah, I think it stems down to even when you look at that semi-final when they played Western Province at the Coetzenburg, and just the way he came about. He was captain in the Tusker side, and the way he spoke of his team, that they had no pressure. They're just out there just to enjoy the moment, and they did. And I think they played with maybe a lot less pressure than Western Province on the day, and maybe that led to them getting across the line. There were other factors as well, but then he got selected for that school side. Finally, he led his team well. Was a little bit iffy. They came up against a very, very good Lions side, and I think justifiably so, that the Lions won that.
Yeah.
But that knock, that T20 knock for the schools team against the Colts was a very good knock, very mature knock, and that is the thing that stood out from everything else, because it was a good partnership with him, and I think it was Manaka Khan.
It was Manaka, yes, yeah.
They put together a great partnership and led the schools to victory. It's quite strange that over the years that I've been doing, either the Colts have won it as well. Colts won last year, or the last campaign of the Coetzenburg. This time around was the school. So it just shows how closely it was. And I think, again, kudos must be given to Cricket South Africa and the selectors, because those teams are selected based on their performances for that week.
Yeah.
And I think that is a very good call.
And you, as you say there, we'll talk about that after this delivery. And just defending well to a good length delivery from Hanslow. And very much that players are not selected for those two teams based on reputation. And that is very good. We've seen that in the girls as well, in the under-19 space, where players are rewarded for their performances during the week, which is absolutely the right call. And it's not easy to play in those weeks and to perform consistently.
I like this over from Hansdale. Reason why is I like the pace off. And he's making Pillay work very hard here. Few oohs and ahs. Pace is bowling out is very good.
Yeah, we saw that earlier on when Roxton Payne actually tossed it up a little bit more. He looked a lot more threatening. So maybe Hansel has learned something from that. But he is a lot flatter that time to Hockley. He's easily able to guide it into the leg side. So no real pressure once again being created. They're happy to knock Hansel around for singles. Good attempts at extra cover, but they'll get through for another single. And they don't need to do anything much more than this at this stage. Sort of into those notorious, I would call them middle overs, where it's really about accumulation. And that's beautifully driven by Hockley. Once again, through the covers, he beats the dive of the man in extra cover, Matcha, and it'll go through to the deep extra cover boundary for 4. It's been a trademark of his innings so far.
Whether it is a seamer bowling or a spinner, let me tell you, half volley remains a half volley, and that was gloriously put away by Hockley all along the deck. And just shows what rich vein of form he finds himself in. And as you rightly said, these men don't have to do anything out of the ordinary. They're playing cricketing shots, which was, again, a standout feature from that Pulse versus Schools game in Bloemfontein. Here again, a lot of time for cricketing shots. And how often don't we say that? You don't see it so many times, even the shorter format of the game, people forcing it along. But here, you can see the importance of just keeping your shape.
Yeah.
And just being the base, construct that ball nicely.
And particularly on a surface like this, where you've got to play straight. You can't be playing across the line. And Pillay once again is meeting that with a very straight bat.
Which ball will he go down to third man here?
Yeah, and he is going to, isn't he? And that man, the captain himself, he's at a very straightish point. And so there's a run any moment if he's going to be able to get any kind of width outside the off stump. Pretty much a ring field on the offside, except for the man out in the deep cover boundary. 5-4 offside leg side field. And so straight once again. Macho will do the fielding from mid-off. This has been better from Ayub so far. He's not given Pillay any chance to just guide it down into that third region. But not much happening here at the moment for the Central Gladiators. It's very quiet out on the field.
Fuller delivery that time, and yeah, he's getting it tighter, but you just got a feeling it will just be at that angle, run down to third man.
Yeah, much fuller, and just wasn't able to jab the bat down on that Pillay. Perhaps a little bit surprised by the length of the delivery. And halfway through the over, it's been a good one so far for the Gladiators. They need to start creating some kind of pressure. This partnership's grown to 60. And there you have it. As called to, ordered from Mr. Merlin next to me here, and guided down to third for an easy single by Pillay. It's the Mackay and Tini glide, that one.
biggest cheer ever.
Definitely. And I think that's certainly a shot that I think any South African who watched the game or repeat of that game will never forget. Had the opportunity to shake his hand yesterday in Paul, and my hand is still suffering as a result of that. Got a very good firm handshake. Always good to see Mackay and Tini. Full again, just into the leg side by Hockley, and it's easy enough for the man from mid-wicket to come around and field. That is I see and Kosana Sabir, captain of St John's, and he will be captaining them for this entire season. Has already captained them in the first half of the season, going back to St John's and be captaining them again in this first half of the season, or second half of the season, should I say? Oh, first time that we've seen Hockley play with a batted 45. He could so easily have dragged that one on. Bit of a lazy shot from him, which is not what you expect from Ben Hockley. End of the over. Ended up being a much better one for Ayab, just a 2 up at 71 for 1.
Yeah, far better over. Far better over that time. He stuck to his gun, stuck over the wicket. They need to find wickets here. They need to find a breakthrough, the men in red. Looks like it's going to be a change of bowling now from Southend, is it?
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be, just see who's coming in. Actually, thought he had a number 7 on his back. I'm going to have to have a look and see.
I thought it was as well, but can't have 2 number 7s.
No, I don't think we can have 2 number 7s, because Ayab it is who's number 7. We'll give you the name of the bowler when we figure that out. He's going to be bowling, looks like off breaks to Hockley. It's number 1, and number 1 on his back. Moteza Manak, he's into the attack and immediately just eased into the leg side by Hockley for a single. Coming with his off breaks. That's that number 1 is at a bit of an angle there. Fooled us a little bit there, but we're back with you. As Manak is into bowl. And very easy for Pillay to just play that one out to Wade McQuinn. Is that? No, it's not McQuinn out on the boundary, but out to the man on the boundary at deep cover. McQuinn at long off for Ben Hockley now.
Yeah, it was Saleba out there.
Yeah. Once again, just easily played off the back foot this time, down to long on. So 3 singles off the first 3 deliveries, and the accumulation phase here is certainly on for the Coastal Conquerors. Yeah, better delivery that time. Just the right kind of length. Too short, and but he isn't able to make him pay for that one down the leg side. Pillay just half a thought of a shout. This time, a much more concerted appeal from the bowler and the keeper and the slip, but there is no answer to their cry from umpire Nathan Rhodes, and it will be drinks after 16 overs of the Coastal Conquerors innings, and they have taken the score to 74 for the loss of 1, and chasing down 233 to win this match. And we'll be taking a little bit of a break, and we'll be back with you in a short while. Drinks are a thing of the past as the two batters for the Coastal Conquerors, Semo Pillay and Ben Hockley, look to resume their innings, 74 for the loss of 1, and currently they are on track and to get that target of 233 as the captain of the Central Gladiators, Alec Loveland, brings himself on to bowl. Just about to measure his run up now. We'll be replacing Munib Ayub, who's finished his 3 overs and maybe a little bit more spin. We'll wait and see. I don't quite know what Alec bowls. He looks like he's going to measure his run up, and it looks like it might well be spin.
Yeah, maybe the captain can have that golden arm here that the Gladiators need and require.
Well, the second drinks break in the first innings did bring about, I think it was a dismissal. In fact, so they'll be hoping for something similar. Sometimes a break in play, just concentration maybe lapses slightly. Number 4 on his back, can be bowling to number 4 as well.
It looks like there could be some left-arm spin.
Yeah, bat's left-handed. Bit of variation. We've had 2 off-break bowlers. And he's indeed left-arm spin, and he'll ease him down to long on. Macha does the fielding, and they'll come through for an easy single. So, looking to just take the pace off the ball and make the batters do the work here to get the runs. So both batters in the 30s now. So for the left-hander, he's just spreading the field a lot wider on the leg side, as you would understand or expect. Nobody out in the covers on the boundary, and he bowls it down the leg side. And Pillay doesn't take any toll of that delivery, just down to the man at short, fine leg.
Oh no, he just looks to turn the arm over here. Just looking at his action. Doesn't use the right arm at all, just tucks it in very quickly. And tries to dart it in, and looks like he's trying to bowl it into the surface.
I mean, very difficult from the angle at which we are watching this, just to let you know we do not have the benefit of a monitor in front of us, so it's hard to tell if there is any purchase off the surface. That's beautifully driven once again by Hockley, and it's straight to the man at long off. It looks like McQuinn out here, and they just go through for the single. But he does look so good, doesn't he, when he's driving, Ben Hockley?
Yeah, he does. And I'm surprised that McQuinn hasn't had a chance to bowl. He's certainly a wicket taker.
Yeah, feels well off his own bowling. You say, just I mean, look at this action once again. It's this time played down the ground to long on, and it's not actually McQuinn down here. The end of the over, and 4th that one, the first one from Alec Loveland, and 78 for the loss of 1.
Well, one thing that hasn't subsided is this wind.
Yeah, it's
Thought maybe it will give us a little bit of a break, but it's just been like this constantly from the moment we got here at Coetzenburg this morning.
So Manik once again bowling his off breaks to Semo Pillay. We got a slip in position. A man at backward point. There's a man on the cover boundary. Extra cover, shortish. A man at long off. Short and on the offside played, and the man into the covers. The man at deep point at backward point fields, and they're through for the single.
Too easy, James.
Yeah.
Just got to build pressure. They've got to grind some dots somewhere. That's what they got to do. They're in the ring. They got to stay in the game. I always say when you feel the game is just drifting along or just meandering along, you got to stay in the game.
So it's interesting they've got this man at this short third position, and it's played wideish of the man at deep cover. They'll come through just before the single as Sabia comes round and fields. But it is sort of meandering along, isn't it? And it's hard to see unless there's a mistake from the batters where the wicket is going to come from. And give a little bit more air that time from Manak, but it's easily worked down to McQuinn, who is at long off. Onto the pads of Hockley. So just as easy as you like, 4 singles already off this over, taking the score into the 80s and batting it.
Ease.
Yeah,
with ease.
Yeah.
And even that time, look how easy that is.
Yeah, absolutely no pressure at all on the batters, and the fielder in there short there, which is Hanslow. He's not going to stop that one if it's hit anywhere either side of him. They're going to be going through for the run. That's 5 singles off the over. That's all they need. And wide at that time, and he tries to probably hit it too hard. Hockley misses out. And it's the end of the over, 83 for 1 after 18.
Yeah, it's very quiet out there. Body language doesn't look great. And this is where you need a feel your senior men just to sort of step up. Just somebody just to give you a little bit of a spark in the field. Conquerors, they look a good outfit, especially with the likes of Pillay, their captain, who's playing with some ease out there.
And still got the likes of Seth Simpson to come, a man who scored a century as well in that Kaya Majola week. But you can see it unfolding in front of your eyes here, as how easy that was there for Semal Pillay. This is a very interesting action. You were saying, Eugene, it just doesn't use that front arm at all.
No.
And no real pivot through the crease either. So, and a lovely straight bat shot from Ben Hockley. And both of these two into the 30s.
Scott, you can feel of this, oh, let's wait till something happens here from the Gladiators' perspective, isn't it? It's just, even that delivery there, and I'll just bowl it with, it's almost like it's no conviction at the minute.
And it's no real talk out there either. There's no chatter. We've got a little bit of clapping here in front of us from Munibayo, but it's all a bit too quiet out there. And the full toss is just pummeled down the ground just for the single. He is favouring that foot, isn't he, Ben Hockley, that he hurt at him, but it's not affecting his stroke play. He moves into the 40s. A rare dot ball in this passage of play.
Few and far between.
Yeah.
Few and far between. Can he get another?
Yes, he can. And that one knows taking down the leg side. Not a no conviction in the appeal. It's the end of 19. And one more over before we will see the return of Johan Smith and Jackie Ferreira. Be interesting to get their take on what's happening out there, as it's 87 for the loss of 1.
Oh, I did say things are interesting down on the sea, but that game is moving along at an unbelievable pace in terms of runs scored. 132 for 4 Northern champions now. After not so long ago, I said 70 for 4, and they were just 41 runs away. There's a big appeal. Umpire says not out.
Well, something happening there. A much more confident appeal from Manak and those and Pirret behind the stumps. Looks as though the way that Hockley was playing it, that was maybe going down the leg side. Umpire Nathan Rhodes, I think, thinks so as well. Step forward to this one, having been caught on the back foot. So the length has been much better from Manak, the first 2 deliveries of this over. And this one is, just not able to be fielded by the man at that mid-wicket position. Coming around, that is the captain, and they go through for the single.
Yeah, and this is where you need the fielding to live up to the plate as well. They need to find something, find a spark.
Yeah.
Because this is also easy here for the men in green, making the way to that total of 233.
As they edge closer to that 100 mark, they're batting at about 4.5 to over, which is pretty much what they need. And Hockey will feel he missed out there. That one a bit shorter of a length, not able to get it past the man at a short extra cover. This he does ease down to long enough. It is the end of the 20th over. It is 90 with the loss of 1 wicket. And batting at exactly 4.5 and over. And that's Eugene Modian and myself. For the moment, we hand over to Johan Smith and JD Ferreira.
Taking over the double chair here of Eugene Molia at 6'8". It's surprising to see he sits on 2 chairs. Don't think it's the 6'8" though that's making him sit on 2 chairs. Just a guess. All going very swimmingly at this stage for the Coastal Conquerors, both Ben Ockley and Samuel Pillay. Very comfortable at the crease. Loveland. Skipper continuing. Ockley on strike. Plays that one down the ground. Sabela to do the fielding at long on. Another single. Singles coming really easily. Power play. Done and dusted. 3 men in the ring on the offside, a couple on the leg side. Oh, finally swept by Samuel Pillay. Will they come back for a second? No. Ockley has to scamper back. Chance dropped. What a moment. And it was the big fish, Ben Ockley. And that was a gilt edge opportunity. Loveland
will be kicking himself missing out there. It's a possible game-changing scenario there for the Coastal Conquerors as that man Hockley survives, and one of those players one feels will capitalize on any opportunity that comes his way. But
Yeah, he's been batting beautifully. Those are the chances you've got to take. If you're the Central Gladiators, the captain will be well and truly kicking himself. Loveland. It's the end of the 21st over. Very breezy and blustery day in Stellenbosch at the Maltese Cricket Complex, Coetzenburg Oval. That's where we're bringing you the action from as the wind freshens up again. Plays that one out back with a point. Morteva Manak. Man who's made his first loss or his list A debut this year in the T20 format for the Lions. Off the back foot, Pillay into the gap. Next ball on Tussies, it's the Legends, the Western Legends, 88 for 1 after 20.3 overs. Adam Dodd, 57 odd out of 67. Thrown by Manak, squirted behind square on the offside by Ben Hockley. Back they'll come for a couple. Is there a third on offer? Throw straight into the teeth of the wind. There was 3 there. For any.
definitely 3 on there, and goes the Conquerors side, settling for 2. But overall sensible cricket, 1s and 2s outside the power play. And you mentioned next door, Aiden Dodd into the 50s. Watched him bat for 20 odd minutes. Sput. And yeah, as a grade 10 pupil, future seems bright for the young Aiden Dodd.
He's a good player. Made a good amount of runs at the Coetzenburg tournament as well in Bloemfontein. He's home ground, the one full steer oval at Great College, where he played really nicely. Riley Miller batting the Northern champions to safety at this stage. They're 150 for 4. They were 65 for 4, chasing 173 for victory. Miller 61 not out of 45. Going at a very healthy strike rate, the man from Waterkloof. As we mentioned, originally not in the Titans Coetzenburg squad, got into the CSA Invitational side, had a great tournament, got himself into the SA Colt side in doing so. Now here he is at Cubs Wheat. Loveland to continue. Did that one stay down ever so slightly?
Hockley watching that closely. Hitting there and making sure he gets off strike. Dealing in ones at the moment is Hockley. When we left, he was dealing in boundaries.
Yeah, he's certainly quietened down, but there's no need. He's doing a perfect job. It's not a great delivery. Pillay happy to take just the single. He's been very subdued, but very good as well, Samuel Pillay, doing what he needs to. 41 of 69, a couple of boundaries and a maximum. Hockley 2 away from a half century. Will this be plenty of space there? They just walk through for a 1. What'll be concerning for Loveland is that they're scoring on both sides of the wicket. You can't plug all the spaces, so you've got to favour one side. And you'll see he's got 3 men in the circle on the offside. To the left-handed Samuel Pillay, and then he concedes down the leg side. Chance! Not taken. Might it be a no ball as well? And that's good running by Ben Ockley. Coming back for the third, Mr. Nathan Rhodes at square leg. Is that the signal? No. No ball. So there was a chance there at the deep backward square boundary.
Well, I feel they're doing his best to get under it, but I think ultimately just bouncing just in front of him and getting hand on that ball off the body and away gave them the 3.
Hockey. That's going to take him to 50. Wonderful cover drive. Special shot by a special player. And a mini milestone for Ben Ockley at Coetzenburg Oval against the Gladiators. He goes to 53 of 63 balls with 8 boundaries. He's faced 35 dot balls, batting at a strike rate of 9 on 85.
A fantastic little cameo, yeah, and by Ockley. Not the first time in his young career that he would have gone and passed the 50 on 250. He's one of those players who can convert scores, and this Conquerors side will be hoping for nothing less today.
Solid in defence, showing that the concentration is still there. Batsman hitting off for a quick drink. As on comes one of the replacement players. Ben Ockley, 53 not out of 64. Semel Pillay, 44 not out of 70. Tanduwe Tuzama, the man gone. He was caught by Kamakelo Piri. Bowled Christian Sabela for 2. I lost that wicket early on. Loveland, 4 overs, none for 20. Morteza Manak, 4 overs, none for 15. Sabela, the man who tasted success, 5 overs, 1 for 17. 23 extras, 7 of them wides.
Ockley receiving a bit of treatment, yeah. I wonder what he's struggling with at the moment.
Whatever he's struggling with doesn't seem too serious.
Looks like a hamstring that taking a bit of strain there. I think trick today in terms of hydration to put, because this wind ultimately just cool you down just a bit, but it's blistering hot out there.
Yeah, I do think the wind dries up everything that you drink in your mouth as well very quickly. It's been a very, very hot day. $158 for 4 now. The Northern champions, they require 15 for victory. But have they just lost their 5th? As we see a man trudging back on Marty C. But over here on Coetzenburg, it is the Coastal Conquerors well and truly in charge. Tempton still with Ben Ockley. You can see Semel Pillay there in picture as well. Well, I hope so. We're not sure what you're seeing in picture at this stage.
Good news is Ockley's fit to continue.
Northern champions lost 4 wickets early on. Ruben van Zyl made 15 of 12. Muketsi Beya made 24 of 22. Jaden Govender and Vian Pretorius both went cheaply for 5 and 1 respectively. Riley Miller started the show with 69 not out of 51. Kamakelo Matlala 28 of 36. I do believe that they've lost the 5th. Just waiting for confirmation on that.
92 for 2 now, the Western Legends. Aiden Dodd still at the crease. He's been joined by Caden Seleka. Marco Basic has picked up 1 for 16 for the Southern Superstars. But we're ready to resume. Here at Coetzenburg with Samuel Pillay on strike on 44. Facing up to Morteza Manak. Two experienced campaigners going head to head. That's nicely bowled. Tucked away behind square off the front foot. Brings Ben Arkley back on strike.
Interesting to see if Arkley's hamstring niggle will affect his batting.
Shot. Big hand on it, extra cover. But still it's racing across the south field. Another couple. No need to overexert that hamstring for Ben Arkley as he jogs through for 2.
That's safe to say. It hasn't affected his batting at all. Decent stride on the front foot, managing to pierce the cover.
One. Too long on. Another session for us with spinners in tandem. Do you know how to pick our stints? Hello. With a half century in sight. At good pace. Good pace by Morteza Manak. Really nasty bowl, but well played by Pillay as well. Showing all of his experience. Already in the Dolphins setup is Pillay. You can see why. Won't be a million years before Hockley's in that setup as well if he decides to stay. And another Morteza Manak over. 111 for 1.
Yeah, it's a surname that will be very familiar in South African schools cricket, that of Manak, man from St. David's, Maristinanda. And first time I saw him play was in the SA20 last year, if I'm not mistaken, the school's version of that. And they managed to win that in that bowling at St. John's, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that was the semi-final where they won in that bowl out. Eventually, tournament won by Bishops in the final. And his brother, Arman Manak, playing for the South African under-19 side against India.
Interesting conversations at the breakfast table between the Manaks.
JJ Masson picking up a 4 for earlier today for the South African under-19s, 4 for 54. India making 301. South Africa currently 92 for the loss of 3. McQuinn into the attack. Does bowl a rather heavy ball, does Wade McQuinn. Batted beautifully, made 65. Back to the SA under-19s, Joris van Schalkwyk, 36 not out. Men out, Adnan Lakhadin for 19, Mohamed Bulbulia for 5, the captain. And Jason Reynolds for 16. Arman Manak, 15 not out of 24 with Joris van Schalkwyk. Hearing from Samuel Pillay, drifting onto his pads was Wade McQuinn. Paid the ultimate price.
Again, a lovely shot. Just waiting on that delivery. Balance in check and just whipping that off the legs. A lovely shot as this Coastal Conquerors start marching on nicely.
Leading edge
just short of the man at backward point. So yeah, yet so far for the Central Gladiators.
McQuinn would have gotten really excited and half an opportunity, but he'll have his tail up now, creating a bit of excitement here. Haven't seen a lot of opportunities going away of the Gladiators. That's the one that Loveland put down, and then half an opportunity in the outfield early on, but yeah, well, besides those two, not a whole lot going their way.
Semal Pillay has also reached his half century. He's 51 of 76. Hockley 56 of 67. He's on strike. Wide from McQuinn, slashed by Hockley. Over the man at backward point, into the gap. It's going to be a couple. Is it a no ball as well? Indeed it is. Free hit upcoming for Ben Hockley. McQuinn struggling ever so slightly in his first over.
See where Hockley goes with this. He'll back himself. One feels it's going to have a full go at this. Question is, where is he looking to go? But
Hit it straight, Sam. Hit it straight all over a wide long on. That's nicely bowled. Right into the block hole.
clever by Wade McQuinn. Making sure I pitch that up that time around, and not really giving Hockley the opportunity to get under that.
Western Legends deep in trouble now with Aiden Dodd also losing his wicket for 60 and 94 for 3 after 24 overs. Shot! Top cricket shot by Ben Hockley. Over the middle, who's in the circle. And to a wideish long left boundary. Another boundary for the man from Hilton College.
Close to the shot of the day there. What a shot, Hockley. Incredible talent. He's Hockley. Shot as he can hit it all parts of the ground, but that was out of the top drawer. Really does seem to have all the shots. Does Hockley. Entertained this crowd here at the Coetzenburg Oval. Sensible. It's going for blocking and keeping that out. Not letting the emotions get carried away.
Yeah, there's a top prospect. Ben Hockley has a Semal Pillay. Of course, for Conquerors in charge here. The Northern Champions, they've picked up the first victory of the tournament, getting a win over the Eastern Warriors. $123 for 1 after 25 overs is the Conquerors. Hockley 62, Pillay 51. Looks like Murteza Manak to continue. Wickets are plenty. That's the only thing that's going to save the Central Gladiators here. Is that the first one? Is that the first one? It is indeed. Murteza Manak strikes. And Semal Pillay has to trudge back to the pavilion, having just reached a milestone.
I've seen it all now. Earlier on in our first stint, the Spoot Smith started talking about the pressure being built up and that something's got to give. The very next ball, a run out. Speaking about wickets, and plenty of wickets is what they need. Well, guess what? Manak turns the arm over and traps the form. Semal Pillay, LBW, and Spoot Smith produces yet another wicket.
Come to experience, JD.
I'm so tired of hearing that. I am truly so tired. Some of the luckiest guys alive at the moment. But let's just say it comes down to experience.
You have your days. You have your days. But will that just put a spanner in the works of the Coastal Conquerors as a coaching staff? Sam for King and Kalipa Tere will be made to think just a little bit. So Tim Pillay, the man dismissed. Hockley now to be the mainstay of the innings. Five-wicket victory it was for the Northern champions. Riley Miller finishing 86 not out of 58 deliveries. Powerful stuff by the Waterkloof captain, Riley Miller. Xander Fenter picked up 3 for 14 for the Northern champions in the Eastern Warriors innings of 172 all out. Samuel Schechter with 39 and Randy Sass with 35. The most meaningful contributions. Manikam, the leg spinner, picked up 3 as well. 3 for 48 in his 10 for the Northern champions. Couple of hours to go before that big North-South URC derby at the DHL Stadium. Stormers taking on the Bulls. New batter, Joshua van Biljon. Another class act is van Biljon. Malak 1 for 20. He's into his 6th over. There's a bit of a stifled appeal there for a caught behind. Slightly bemused look from the wicket keeper. Number 11 on the back. I believe it's Kamogelo Piri. It's better. It's better work behind the stumps. Piri from St. David's, Maristananda. Very useful cricketer is Piri. Been around the scene quite a bit already. The wind just picks up again. Manak, this is a good over from Murteza Manak, getting the wicket of Samuel Pillay. And keeping Van Biljon honest as well.
Gladiators will be looking for a partner for Manak in terms of just applying the pressure, and it will be Wade McQuinn, and will continue on this side. He said it earlier, Sput, amazing what dot balls can create, and if they string a couple together, yeah, they might get another one.
So often, after a long partnership, one brings two. One brings two. So it's so key that Oakley stays in the moment here, because if he loses his wicket soon, he'll just send flutters through the dressing room of the Coastal Conquerors. Oh, he rushes you. He rushes you, does Wade McQuinn. Holds that heavy ball, sort of trundles in and explodes in the crease. Strong shoulders, strong back.
Well, the Conquerors still need 109 odd runs. With, like you said, it takes just another ball, and first wicket becomes 2, and then comes an interesting afternoon here at Coetzenburg Oval. And will Wade McQuinn, he stepped up with a bat early on, and will he contribute with a ball?
And they need an all-round performance from McQuinn. He's a wicket taker. He proved that at the Kaya Majorla tournament. Can go for runs as well.
squatting down. That one. Spoke about the dryness of the surface. Obviously enhanced with this very, very stiff breeze that's been blowing the whole day. Baking heat as well. Oh, that's nice. That's nice from Wade McQuinn. Just the fumble yawn. Getting rushed. Camping out on the back foot is Joshua fumble yawn.
Quinn asking questions at the moment, yeah. And that's all his coach can ask from him, rather. Feel the anticipation building up.
It's not the greatest of deliveries, but once again, slightly late on it. We spoke about McQuinn having the tendency to go for runs, but picking up wickets as well. He's into his second over. He's already conceded 13. But if he can snare a wicket or two here, that'll mean very little. Yet to get off the mark from Bouillon. Faced 8 deliveries. Leaves that one be, does Joshua van Bouillon. 4 men in the inner ring on the offside. There's a backward point, cover, extra cover, and mid-off. As we say that, there'll be a big back gap at cover now as Sweeper goes onto the boundary. Only 1 man in the ring on the leg side. Is that a straightish mid-wicket or a wideish mid-on, however you want to look at it? Just falls off the mark, fumble yacht. I wanted to give him the single there. It's good captaincy from Loveland.
Very good captaincy indeed. Just reading the scenario, understanding what is required. And again, don't think McQuinn went for too many in that over. And it's the pressure we spoke about because Monak will go full in on the next one. See if they can keep stringing those dot balls together. See if you can create an opportunity. We've seen early on as well, the ones given more flight and pace taken off are the ones who've proven to be tricky. And will Monak take a leave out of the books of some of the Coastal Conquerors spin bowlers?
6 overs, 1 for 24. Morteza Manak slip in. They realise the importance of the moment. Hockley, cool as can be, off the hip, out into the leg side for a single. Van Bouillon must be careful here, not to put too much pressure on Ben Hockley. Just rotate the strike, get himself going. Yeah. Nicely played, but fielded by Sabella. Slowed it down. Still nothing coming for Van Bouillon. He struck the last 2 in the middle though.
I think Perry will be whispering in his ear. Those dot balls are mounting, and you're not getting them away.
He's a wicket keeper. He's been in his ear 5 balls ago already. He's chatting to his partner at first slip. He's not talking directly to the batter. Oh, and then he lets it go. There's Morteza Manak with 1 down the leg side. Brilliantly fielded. Sliding around there is Cole Francis. And it's been signalled as runs. So Van Bouillon off the mark.
If you get back to the Coetzenburg Oval as a student and you're looking at finding a massive divot just outside the boundary line, that will be courtesy of that man Cole Francis really sending his body into the turf and making sure that he saved that one run.
It's the end of another good Morteza Manak over. Just one scoring shot from it, the 3 down to fine leg. Bowled 7 overs, 1 for 23 as Morteza Manak has been the pick of the lot, or the Central Gladiators bowlers. Couple of overs remain for myself and JD. It's that afternoon stretch here on day 1 of the CSA Cubs week. McQuinn to Van Biljon. It's been shown a lot of respect by Joshua Van Biljon.
Sitting on the same line and length is McQuinn. And that's dot ball upon dot ball at the moment.
Durban High School, Joshua Van Biljon. Great to see a lot of parents, family members, friends supporting on all 3 fields here at Mamadi's Cricket Complex. Shown here by Ryan Bailey, of course, former Knights and Warriors player Ryan Bailey. Won the USA tournament in December, did Marty's, the South African Universities Cricket Tournament. As a guy that one does Van Biljon.
McQuinn keeps asking the same questions, yep. And Josh Van Biljon is not having the answers at the moment. But his dot balls are starting to stack up, yeah, Sput.
Yeah, Van Biljon. Sounds a lot like JD Ferreira's schooling career. Writing the tests but not having the answers.
I was good at creative writing, so there was always an answer.
That's going to be wide. Get the feeling Van Biljon's just getting himself in here, JD. Just biding his time. He's got Penalty on the other side. It's been going along nicely.
Channeling his inner Jack Russell. And I'm not talking about the dog type, I'm talking about the English wicket keeper. Those who watched him in South Africa in that summer series, fighting it out against Alan Donald. Man, probably the most dot balls ever faced in the history of Test cricket.
Left alone by Van Biljon. Tell you what, Van Biljon's got much nicer equipment than Jack Russell.
It starts with a helmet. He has the helmet.
Jack Russell, the pads, the gloves, the bat, can you remember that?
Looks like he was sponsored by a thrift shop.
But, just like a South African wicketkeeper, a magician on the canvas, Jack Russell. Get back to the South African in a moment. I like to get away with that because he walked across. That's the thing. He did come down the track, but he also went across. And then that line, the umpire, it shifts. It shifts with the batter. Richard Ryle, the South African wicketkeeper, my word, has he done some of the most fantastic cricket drawings you can never imagine. Newlands Cricket Ground, one of his favourites. Played a lot of his domestic cricket career at Newlands. That's going to be wided, and rightfully so. But yeah, Jack Russell, Mike Atherton, Johannesburg. Way back, Alan Donald fuming, Mark Boucher catching Atherton off the gloves. What a beautiful story that is, JD. Mike Atherton, after that test match, signed the glove, which had a nice red cherry, gave it to Alan Donald. Said, that's where you got me when I was given not up.
Remember certain white lightning turning red in that moment.
Overthrows as it was a good single by Van Biljon.
And then Mark Boucher in the unfortunate position of dropping Mike Efferton. A rather easy catch. Aaron Donald showing his displeasure.
Never one to hide his emotions, was Alan Donald.
White Lightning school in Bloemfontein at Hot Ash Louis Botha. Spending a couple of years at Great College early on in his schooling career. That's where his paths, of course, first crossed with Ansi Cronje. Came the backyard cricket buddies in Bloemfontein under the guidance of Ansi's father, Evie. Played a big role in Free State cricket. Those were the days, JD Ferreira. When Free State first won the Benson and Hedges cricket tournament in the late 80s under the coaching of Johan Volstedt, who later became the headmaster of Great College, and earned the likes of Kepler Wessels, Ansi Cronje, Butta Dippenaar, Nick Boyer, Morteza Manak, man who's played T20 cricket for the Lions earlier this season, Van Biljon, and Hockley. They're the men at the crease as Mr. Molion and James King gets ready. Laptops going all over. Yeah, he's been bowling nicely, Morteza Manak. What I like about him is the pace that he's operating at. And that's been really good. Just slowed it down. First couple of overs was quite quick. And we so often speak about that as spinners, finding the right pace on a wicket. Because it really differs. The quicker you go here with the 2 wide quicker regulations, the easier it is to score. Turning to the leg side square from or by Van Biljon. Northern champions picking up their victory over the Eastern Warriors by 5 wickets. Good innings by Riley Miller. 86 not out. Oh, it's Riley catch! My word! Game-changing possibly. Stretching out to the left hand with his hands on it. Fantastic effort.
You spoke about varying the pace. That time around came out a bit differently, and it was Hanslow who caught it behind him with his left hand. Fantastic cricket, and Manak strikes again for the Central Gladiators.
And it's Hockley. It's the in batter who's departing the scene. Guilty of not kicking on and scoring the big 100. 3rd wicket down, 134 on the board. Is there a twist yet?
Familiar trend here today. Everybody getting into the 60s and nobody converting. And I thought that Hockley would be the one to bat through here. But the moment of magic, courtesy of Manak and Hanslow taking a blinder of a catch, sees the Central Gladiators get the prize scalp of Ben Hockley.
We do not have a luxury of a screen, but hopefully you've seen 4 or 5 replays of one of the best slip catches you'll see at this level. My word, taken by both Morteza Manak, who's picked up his second, and Tashin Hanslow. Ben Hockley gone for 65 of 78, 9 boundaries. .5 overs, 2 for 26. The replay on your screen right now. Tashin Hanslow, fantastic effort. And once again, the pace that Morteza Manak is bowling at, he's found that sweet spot on the Coetzenburg oval wicket.
Seth Simpson, Westville. New batter, Class Act, batting at number 5 for the Coastal Conquerors. Goes in the big sweep first up. Perhaps feeling the pressure ever so slightly. Another fantastic over by Morteza Manak. His 8 overs has cost only 26. He's picked up a couple. And taking you through the next 10 overs is Eugene Molion and James King.
Well, he's the cat amongst the pigeons. 2 new men at the crease for the Conquerors. And the Gladiators, maybe they sniff an opportunity here where they can eat their way back into this game. Because for a long time there, the Coastal Conquerors were just meandering to that target of 233. And now, do we have a game in our hands here, Cape Fox?
We do indeed. And the 1 wicket brought 2, and I think we'll talk a bit more after this delivery. I think, Eugene, that the fact that Josh van der Jan really was staying scoreless for those, not quite scoreless, but wasn't able to really rotate the strike and score too many runs in that period that he was at the crease with Ben Hockley, led to that wicket. Hockley playing away from his body outside the off stump. Good bowling from Manak as well.
Oh, now he's still playing and missing outside that off stump. And yes, some might say down the coastal areas that the tide is in. But this is why I constantly say, yeah, the game was a good partnership that was built there between Pillay as well as Hockley. One got out, Pillay got out early. The man coming in, it's so imperative that he shows intent, just getting off strike and getting the other man that's in back on. He hasn't done that, and as to your point, just leads you to maybe try and force something. The stumps have been given as wide by umpire Angus House. Lovely early finish here for a couple of the scorers. Smiles about. All thanks to the Northern champions.
Yeah, we're in for one that's potentially here going to go the distance on this match. It's now a lot more evenly poised than it was probably about 15, 20 minutes ago. Wade McQuinn's playing his role as well here.
Yeah, he's a big, strong lad, he's McQuinn. And he will run in and hit the deck very hard. He's running into a very stiff breeze, let me tell you.
Yeah, not easy in these conditions, and he's doing a great job for his team. Just to carry on with that theme, from the end of the 25th over, it was 123 for 1, so batting at just under 5 and over. And the end of 30, 134 for 3. So they've scored literally 11 runs in those 5 overs and lost 2 wickets. And it was the wicket of the captain, Samal Pillay, in the 26th over that just brought about almost stagnation of the runs.
And we'll probably see Seth Simpson here trying to take the attack back to the men in red here. The Gladiators saw the very first ball he faced, going for the booming sweep. The Gladiators feel, listen, we can get a slip in that we got. They're now moving the man that was at cover. He's not going to be sweeping on that offside. This game has taken a different complexion all of a sudden here. Here's the use of the feet from the very positive Seth Simpson. Bags a couple.
It's going to be important for the Coastal Conquerors here just to keep that scoreboard ticking along. They don't want to lose any more wickets now, but they also need to make sure that they're just getting the runs, even if they're getting 4 and over for the next number of overs, maybe up until over number 40. They're still going to be with needing sort of 5 and over in the last 10.
I can tell you one thing is they're going to come through for a single. And tell you one thing, K Fox, these men, these youngsters playing with no fear, just freedom to go and express themselves. They want to be there. They want to try and get to maybe even 40 or less in the last 10. As over number 31, I make it, or 30,
31. Yeah, 31.
31
Yeah.
comes to an end. I think it should be 33, based on our.
Right. I've got
It is
31. Yeah. So
Apologies.
McQuinn into just finishing his fourth over, and he's been very good supporting the work of Moteza Manak on the other end. Manak 8 overs, 2 for 26, and McQuinn, okay, his figures look a little bit worse than I perhaps thought they were, but 4 overs, 0 for 22. And I like this now. Got a slip in place, as they did have, still for the new man. They kept that slip in, even when they had Hockley on strike.
Oh, again played. Oh, they need to get going here. Well, the throw is a little bit too laboured. They come through for 1. That's from the captain there. And that brings Fumby on strike. And I don't think the Gladiators would mind that at all.
No.
As we can see here, another man coming in from the boundary. Man on the sweeper boundary comes up, trying to save 1. But he needs to get closer than that if he wants to save.
It's been an excellent spell from Muteza Manak, 2 wickets, just 27 runs now off his bowling. He has brought his team back into the game.
Oh, bottom edge. It's going to be at least a couple. Cole Francis chases that one. All of a sudden, things are happening out here. Coetzenburg Oval.
As this young man, Muteza Manak, another member of the incredible Manak cricketing family.
Yeah, a little bit quicker that time. Yeah, the Manak name. Very synonymous within South African cricket. And especially around the Berlin parts.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. That's brilliant. You didn't see that early on. Got the spring back in their step here, the men in red, the central Gladiators. That overcomes to an end. 143, the loss of 3.
Yeah, very good from Ayob there. Just running across, diving, catch, taking it in one hand, stopping the single. But how good was that catch from Tassine Hanslow? Brilliant, brilliant. And the danger man, Hockley, that he took, and that really was what they needed, the Gladiators.
Here's a question for you. Especially with this new law, or bylaw, I should say, that is brought in, that you can now decide which ball you're going to bowl with after over number 34. With the way things are going, would you bowl with one that looks quite nice, or would you bowl with one that looks quite old and scuffed up and just not great?
I think on a surface like this, and where the batters are wanting to try and score, probably take the softer, older ball, or older looking ball. I suppose, I mean, I don't think it even really matters anymore about what your strengths are. It's just really to make scoring as difficult as possible for the team that's batting. And often the older ball does do that. As another Gustle Winton comes up.
Yeah, and we saw what the ball looked like in that first innings. When they had a choice of the ball as well. And it certainly looked scuffed up and horrible and looked like your dog chewed it.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, that's excellent. Said this fella will come out, and Van Biljon, he has now come to the party. Good use of the feet. Clipped it beautifully over Moran for 4.
Yeah, it was what he's been doing for quite a bit of his innings, coming down the wicket, shimmying to the offside, and just playing it over the man at mid-on for 4. Excellent shot.
Well, one thing that I'm going to ask Mr. Lawrence McPherson, who oversees all the umpires, at what stage do you then revert back to going to the other ball if it's discolored? Does it come to the equation? It's something that I will ask. Oh, it's a no ball. No, I'm not sure I heard something there. Could be wrong, but it's a no ball. It's a free hit.
Yeah, no excitement at all, but a free hit. The second no ball of the innings, and second no ball from Wade McQuinn. He won't be happy with that, and neither will his captain. Just maybe a release of pressure. 148 now for the loss of 3. And certainly that would be a very good question to ask. And I think Eugene now is getting the umpires from the other match who are walking past us here. That's another shot beautifully played over the man at a whitish mid-on. He's made room for himself again, has Josh Van Biljon. And that's another boundary. This is the one off the free hit. And he does take full toll of that excellent shot from him. Down to the boundary here, wide of us for 4. And you can't be bowling no balls in any form of cricket, but especially white ball cricket where you get the advantage of a free hit. And that's taken the total now to 150. The 150 coming up in the 33rd over. So it's been just 10 overs for that last 50. So batting at about 5 and over.
It seems like he's found his feet, hasn't he?
Does look like it, most definitely.
I remember we were walking across and you were saying, oh, he's just struggling to get back on ball. Then all of a sudden, bam, we come to the commentary box and things are happening. But I just spoke to one of the umpires just on the point and I made about the ball. And yeah, it is in the hands of the umpire. They feel that a ball has been discolored to a degree that is making it maybe unfair for both bat and ball. And then they have the option of changing that ball. Which then goes to my next question. Is it going to come through for a bye? Again, you can see the lack of bounce in the surface. Which comes to the next question. James King, and you know me, we batting out there over number 37 or 38. And I said, I'm going to just have a look at that ball. That's all you need to do. Just plant the seed and they look at it. They change it for something a little bit better looking. I mean, that's part of the game, isn't it?
Oh, it is part of the game. You know, so the batter squints a bit and says to the umpire, look, I can't see that ball particularly well. It's blending in with the black background. And that old ball certainly didn't look very good that we saw earlier on.
I can tell you one thing, it's another ball, just lack of pace. I can tell you one thing, that ball wasn't worked on.
No.
A certain Mr. Shaw Lagerfeld, when we used to play together, always said, no matter what the ball looks like, keep working on it. You can get that ball to tail, do something about it. They're going to go for drinks now at the end of the 33rd. And they are very, very nicely placed here. And I think this is going to be a very interesting last little battle here. 153 for 3 at drinks. 33 overs gone in pursuit of 233 for victory. It's going to be quite interesting. Don't go too far. We'll be right back with the return of the action.
No, sorry, no, it's next Saturday. Sorry, Saturday. Tuesday in Newland. On Tuesday, yeah. Saturday the 10th, yeah. Yeah, I'll try and get it to the end. I'll get the yeah, you know, yeah, yeah.
Welcome back here to the Coetzenburg Oval for this very intriguing clash here. Coastal Conquerors and the Central Gladiators. The men in green chasing 233 for victory. The men in red, they want to stop that obviously from happening. And in the last sort of 20 minutes, things have just gone the way of Central Gladiators here, but it's men like Van Biljon as well as Seth Simpson. It's got other ideas here. Seth Simpson, the man from Westville, and Van Biljon, Durban High School, they have to come and really take their team as close to that finish line as they possibly can, because it's not easy to start on this pitch, and once you're in, you've got to capitalize on that. James King got one more over, and then decision time for the men in red, what they're going to do, what ball they're going to decide to take. And that in itself is a big, interesting factor.
It will be indeed, and it looks like, unsurprisingly, Morteza Manak's going to finish his spell of 10 overs, bowling unchanged from the Coetzenburg end. And it will be very interesting to see what they do decide upon in terms of this, as you say, the new bylaw with List A cricket and international cricket at 50 overs, choosing the ball after 34 overs. That is not the case in women's cricket, though.
No, it's not. And yeah, it's one thing I'm really curious about. Obviously, there's a lot of changes also to the field restrictions in the women's game to the men. That continues. And that is played through point. That's going to bring a boundary to Seth Simpson. Apologies, that's Van Biljon again. And that was put away with ease. Is that something you like seeing, the change from the men going to the women game? I know you pay particularly a keen eye on the women's game in terms of how it's played and the laws and the interpretation of the laws and different aspects.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting that they haven't in the women's game gone exactly as it is with the men's game.
Oh, he's done it again. He has done it again. Action replay from what we've seen, the first ball of the over, back-to-back fours.
And it's, again, I'm not sure. I mean, one would need to understand what the backstory is for that and understand a bit about that. I mean, the fielding restrictions as well. You only have 2 power plays in the women's game, first 10 overs, and then you only allowed 4 fielders outside the ring for the rest of the match in a list A or a 50 over game. So it is very interesting as to the differences, particularly in that aspect with a 50 over game, as Manak now comes around the wicket.
when I ask these questions, the first thing I would do for me is when we saw that new law or bylaw was brought in about the wide room or the wide law interpretation of it, especially going down the leg side. And the first one I went to was, right, players, what do you think of it? And then they would say, and then I actually went to the umpires and I said, listen, what do you guys make out of it? And I think that should be sort of brought in as well with the women's game, and maybe they have been doing that. Because it is evolving. There's a lot of cricket, a lot of platforms for the women game as well, and obviously with them developing, with women's cricket developing as quickly as they are, and they hit the ball a mile, and they athletes. Women are really good athletes as well, so just shows you how this game has evolved over the last 2 or 3 years in the women's game.
I mean, you raise a very interesting point, and let's talk a bit more about it after this. It may be, and again, I'm not talking through about this through any science or understanding of it, but there is a possibility perhaps that the ball in terms of the women's game, they don't perhaps get as what do you say, soft up as they do in a men's game, as they now are going to change the ball, or not change the ball, but choose the one ball they're going to be continuing with. And Gladiators there, as well as the batters that are there, just having a look at what that ball is from the umpires, Angus Coase and Nathan Rhodes. So it may be something to do with that. Maybe, I think there's a number of aspects. I think maybe having just the 4 fielders outside the ring for the entire 40 overs is maybe to look at also improving or increasing the scoring in the women's game. It has moved quite quickly in the last 2 or 3 years, where women's cricket in List A as well, or in 50 overs, has really started to hit those sort of 5.5, 6 and over level, whereas previously, averages would have been in the sort of 4.5 to 5 area. So it's evolving, and the power hitting, the power game is evolving in women's cricket as well.
Cole Francis into the attack. Oh my goodness gracious me. Starts with a above waist high full toss. This might also be a warning. And they only allowed one warning these days because that was deemed dangerous. Just letting everybody know. And this is going to be a free hit.
Yeah, they did go through for a single as well, so they can change the field, and they have done that. They had a man in at slip. He's coming out of slip, and it'll be Simpson on strike. Good opportunity for him to record his first boundary.
Tell you one thing, you don't want to give Seth Simpson just an opportunity to swing hard. Well, he stands still. He does stand still, gets a full toss. And they're going to come back for 2. That's good running, excellent running by the men in green.
Yeah, did very nicely, and just couldn't find the gap straight enough to get it through for 4, but it's been a good period of play the last couple of overs for the Coastal Conquerors. 9 off the last Manak over and 10 off the previous McQuinn over, and that's brought the change in bowling.
The reason why I pointed out to you, I know we're moving around in different topics here, is when the ball was examined by the captain, and with all due respect, there wasn't another bowler with him. And I mean, if I'm one of these seamers, I would like, listen, let me also go and have a look. Well, what are we looking to do here? If you're looking to get some seamers, let's take the newish one and it looks all right. Yeah. If we're looking to just go with a softer ball, let's take that one. Again, talking about the small things that could possibly change the game in your favor. And I just don't see enough of that when it comes to in schoolboy cricket. As we spoke to you long and hard about the Coetzenburg. It was a brilliant week. There's been good cricket, but there were so many things that teams and players could have done, and they just kept knocking their heads against the wall the same day for every day, seeing the same thing.
And I think it's, I mean, you talk a lot, and we do talk quite a lot about it on air and off air, Eugene, about game management and just how that works. And I think it was interesting for me. Just I was watching from the stands just the other day in a game when I wasn't commentating, and just having a look at field settings, how the game was moving, and then had the opportunity at the practice match between my Cape Town and Paul Royals. Went there and we were on the ground. We walked around the ground while they were busy playing. And it's actually very interesting, because thinking to myself there, on the ground, your perspective of things is so different. And while you're in the action, sometimes you maybe feel that, I sort of maybe felt that time you're not looking at it with a holistic picture.
Oh, he's come down a long, long way. But he's back, and now they're going to come back for that misfield. Oh, and the heads go down, and this will just give a knock to the men in red as over number 35 now comes to an end.
Yeah, Sabella there, not able to field it cleanly. He's backing up, and that's, you just don't want that to happen as well, on top of the fact that you have conceded 4 in the over. So it's all they need at the moment, 5 and over or less to win the match. So just helps the Coastal Conquerors. So just getting back to that point, I think sometimes when you're on the field, I mean, and you will know this better than I do, sometimes you're so almost wrapped up in what's happening on the field or what's going on. You're not actually looking at it maybe as a captain or even the other players. There are other players on the field that can help you with that. How are you looking at it? What are you looking at? What are the nuances that you're considering? Sometimes a game just seems to happen to you almost, and you're not taking time to stand back and look at it. And sometimes I think even from a coaching point of view, you'll be able to talk about this a bit more than I can, but you're sitting on the sideline and you're looking at something, but you're not able to almost convey what you're thinking to the player on the field.
Well, I can't agree with you more. Looking at the field we have here for Hansler now, there's 5 men on the offside to a bowler that's trying to turn the ball back in. And shouldn't that person be used more on the onside? And now eventually that person is being moved to that onside. And I can't agree with you more, Cape Fox. Is what are we watching? What are players watching? What are they listening in team talks? Oof. Are they listening?
Yeah. Well, I mean, just to your point, and I was watching the man at fine leg in that last over. I'll tell you about that now.
Oof. Well, that's going to go for 4, is it?
No.
The chase is on. Well, he'll just stop it. Lack of pace on that one. Good chase. That's by Manak.
Yeah, and so looking at the man, Cole Francis is he was going back to his mark. I think there was and the man at fine leg was doing handstands. And yeah. And it's not a criticism, but it's to your point, is that he's not engaged with the game if he's doing handstands at fine leg.
You've got to find that person, I sort of think. So, because it's so quiet, people are in their own bubble and doing their own thing. So they don't have the Jonty Rhodes of this world. Driven uppishly down the ground. You don't have the Jonty Rhodes that's continually chatting away for 50 overs. We haven't seen that here. And this is my point as well. It's like, you got to find a way to stay in the game. Just chatting, staying in the game, communicating. I mean, these guys, excellent work at Mid-wicket. These guys have got so much time to talk. The amount of nonsense off the field. Why not bring that onto the field? Over 36 gone.
Yeah, 170 for the loss of 3. And yeah, I take your point, and it's something that if you want to, I mean, I say you want your players to be engaged in the game, and maybe you've got a group of players, or your senior players out there that are the ones that you really want to be engaged in the game, and that can look at things a little bit differently to perhaps the way the captain's looking at it, and just so as not to slow the game down, but to be able to just pick up on things. And I think that's very important to have that sort of core group of players, just to keep everybody up and about around what's happening on the field of play.
Francis to continue. It's good ball outside that off stump. I mean, I was one. I mean, I wouldn't say I would have been quickest, but I was one that if things didn't go your way with ball or bat, whatever the case may be, you can bring about it in the field. You can make a change. You can uplift people. You can keep them engaged, as you said. I love that word you used, engage in the game. This is what they need here, because let's say this fella drives the ball to that person, he's not engaged, and then drops the ball, and then everybody says, oh, bad drop. But it happens from before. What was his attitude, so to speak, in inverted commas, before that ball was bowled, or preceding balls from there?
And they talk about, I mean, you talk about the third discipline so much, and it is absolutely crucial. If if you're playing in a game and you maybe you're not going to bat, if the team's scoring runs at the top order, you maybe not going to bowl. But you have a massive role to play on the field, both in the field and being on the field and being present on the field, and ensuring that you're not giving away needless runs
Yeah, but to your point now, I mean, I'm looking around. The fellas just bowled 2 dot balls and no one said anything out there.
Yeah.
In a game where you're trying to just pull it out of the rabbit out the hat, make the things go your way. Things don't just happen.
No.
There's a no ball.
Oh dear.
And looks like Seth Simpson's going to have another crack at the free hit here.
That is naughty, I have to say, and that's perhaps a bad word to use, but it should not happen. Front foot no balls are not what you need. And beyond, I think is that is, as you say, Simpson, who's going to have the opportunity here. And it just goes to your point, Eugene. 2 dot balls being bowled really well is what you need, and there's just no action out there on the field at all. It's not just up to the captain to keep the team teed up. There's normally a one player or somebody that you've got that's your player that keeps them going.
Good delivery as the wind causing havoc here.
Yeah, we've got to keep holding everything here, folks. It is exceptionally windy. You can probably see it on your screens. The trees are moving. The flags are bending in the breeze. It's more than a breeze. It's making life a little bit difficult for us here.
Most definitely. And just another point in closing on that. It's a slow ball, nearly chipped to mid-wicket. They'll definitely come back for 2. Just your point on, the captain, and don't have to wait on the captain. Sometimes from what I've seen, and I've only seen Loveland today for most of it, he's not very expressive.
No.
So you need somebody else just to help him out. but nobody's picking up that mantelpiece here. And I'm telling you, as over number 37 comes to an end. If we go to the hotel and you see them around doing their recovery sessions in the pool, you'll find 2 or 3 boys very much probably talking out of the shell. It's very imperative you bring that onto the field with you, because that will help. Because if you look around here, there's a lot of heads dropped. There's guys walking with teapots.
Yeah.
And that is not what you want. You're still in the game here.
Yeah.
You get 1 wicket now, maybe bring another one. That is what they got to believe. A bang, bang. That's what Neil McKenzie always said.
Yeah.
Get 2, you never know.
And it's going to be Hanslow to continue, but it's exactly as you say, Eugene. 58 needed to win. They've got 13 overs in which to score those, so just about 4.5 and over.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe again, I may be over too critical. However, there's still a game to be won. The runs have not got yet. They still need more than the way if you work it out, 7 balls to get the runs. You only need 7 magical balls. And how you get them, string a few dots together.
Exactly what they do need to do is create that pressure. Pressure's been lifted quite significantly after the loss of that wicket. These two put on 41 already. A sharp piece of work there by Kamagelo Piri. It's not able to affect the stumping. And they've been allowed to just build their partnership.
Nicely bowled. Yeah. Nicely bowled. We heard Spit and JD talk about this pace of the spinners. That was nicely bowled. Now the batter's thinking, do I use my feet? Do I go for the sweep again? Or do I just bunt it down the ground for one? Excellent stuff from Van Biljon. That's a good over. That's a very good over from Hanslow.
Yeah, string a few more of those together. And Seth Simpson, he's not into double figures yet. And you're saying he's a batter who likes to feel bat on ball. Van Biljon's been the dominant partner in this partnership. He's into the 30s now. He struggled when he first came in. And you just feel, one more wicket now. Not that easy to get the pace of the wicket. You have to be in for a while before you actually know the pace and you can just work with it in that sense. It's going to be a change of bowling. Cole France is out of the attack. And it's going to be Ayub to come in from the river end.
I haven't seen somebody that bowled skiddy balls like Raja early on. Many of the bowlers here from the Lions, some of the Gladiators are either very tall, hitting the deck, or just medium pacing like Ayub here. Maybe he can be a little bit skiddy if he gets it right, just getting that one down the leg side.
Yep. Been a lot of leg buys, just sort of my sense in this innings as well. Perhaps says that the bowlers are just straying a little bit too much onto that leg side, into the pads.
It's that terminology of bowl straight. What is your definition of that, youngster? That's nicely played. In control, isn't it? Seth Simpson understands the situation.
That's important. It's not a situation, as you say, Eugene, where they need to go out and go out all guns blazing and give anything away. They'd be very mindful of the fact that they can just keep working it around. The bad ball will come, because if they aren't getting the wickets, the Gladiators bowlers are probably going to be striving to get the wicket, and that's when you make a mistake.
Oh, busy with a 39th over. Conquerors, they look like they are in control. Well, we know one game finished rather early. And then it looks like the Legends have got it all to do. They're 168 for 6, chasing 271 for victory against the Southern Superstars. And it is Plecker. Look at Plecker with 4 for 37.
Wow, that's better known as a batter, I think. Yeah.
Now, this is another thing that gets me. We've seen 2 balls bowled, and they haven't carried to the keeper, yet the keeper has not moved. Where you need wickets, you're going to have to just chance your arm and come a little bit closer.
Yeah, and Kamahela Puri, not the type of wicket keeper that's well, sort of doesn't strike me as a in-your-face type of wicket keeper. He's
It's a quick single, unsaved.
Yeah, it's good from Pundaron. He hit it and quite firmly, but he was on his bike straight away, and in the end made it easily. Manak at mid-off doing the fielding. He goes back now for Simpson on strike to long off. As coaching staff from the Gladiators are doing their wicket walking around the ground.
One of each. It's one of each.
Oh, that's good. Equal.
They're making sure they don't get any message passed onto the ground. Oh, that's good delivery. Excellent delivery. Well, just keeping an eye on the score from the South African under-19 game against India under-19, just in a pre-World Cup series that they will be taking part in. India getting 301 all out, basically in their 50 overs. It's a bit of a rain delay, as it says here, with South Africa 148 for 4.
Okay.
Now, I'm not sure how good are you on the old DLS.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it's going to be a DLS victory for South Africa there. I think India probably ahead there from a DLS point of view, particularly with the 4 wickets down.
And the game where they need to go at 6 and over. Yeah, quite possibly.
Well, how many overs is that with the 148?
28.
28. So they're batting at just under 5, 4 wickets down. That's not it's not going to be easy for them.
Hans will continue. This will be the 40th over. It will take us to the last 10. Things might still be very finely poised here. But if they can strangle a couple of dots like that, put a bit of pressure on them, who knows? Oh, this is a big appeal. There's a big appeal. And it's given. And that's a big wicket. That's Seth Simpson has got to go back. Look before wicket. Walk with the right shot. Walk with the right time to play that shot.
I'll give you a no on both of those, Eugene. But you were talking about it, and a couple of dot balls in strung together, just 4 off the previous over from Io, and Hanslow has kept him scoreless, and Simpson perishes, going for what isn't a percentage shot, not under the circumstances here. Team still need exactly 50 to win this game, and they are now 4 wickets down. And it's all to play for both teams here. Gladiators are back in this game.
You are cruising. Hit the ball down the ground for one. Goes with the reverse. You are key wicket. Just doesn't make sense. However, still 50 needed. That could be a very interesting last 10 for the men from the City of Roses. It's going to take up the commentary at the end of this over. Now we'll just go on record, James King, to say that we've been very kind to them.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. 3 balls left in the opening for Angelo. And
he's bowling. He's got him to a left-hander.
Yep.
Get the clipping. Maybe get 2. Don't bowl it quickly, Anslow. Take the pace off it.
Yeah. Hang it.
Get the man on the drive there, James. Come on.
Come on. Do something. Zaniba is in the Tuskers, man.
That's oohs and ahs. You can keep your hands on your head, but it's a dot ball. Far too quick. Far too quick. Take it off. That should have been the first delivery. And still not much chat on them. Still very quiet. They just bagged the wicket.
Yeah.
You should want to be in the fight. You should want to get in the faces now. That's what's needed.
They're back in the game.
Oh, they wouldn't mind that single because the Newman will still be on strike. 40 overs gone. 185 for the loss of 4 wickets. That will be the end of our stint for the match, one would say, as we hand you over to the men from the City of Roses, JD Ferreira. With him, as always, Johan Smith.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A lot of relieved viewers out there with the end of Eugene Murray on stint for the day. As always, did a sterling job, the big fella, as did James King. One would have loved to say evenly poised, but it's not. It's still the Conquerors in the driving seat. But, couple of wickets here. A couple of wickets here, and it'll be very, very interesting indeed, JD Ferreira.
No, it has been spoken, Split, and I think that's what everybody's sitting around and waiting for, to see if, and this Gladiators side, take 1 or 2, but they're going to have to get rid of that man, Joshua van Biljoen, apologies, from DHS. He's grafted out the last 10 overs, and he'll have to make sure that he's around for the last 10.
Very nice start to the over for the Central Gladiators. Zaniba, the new man at the crease. And I've got to every doctor just builds a little bit of pressure, adds to the drama. What a day it's been. Already a victory for the Northern champions. Over on Tussies, it is the Western legends chasing against the Southern superstars. And yet Coetzenburg, the Central Gladiators fighting. Chance dropped! My word! Not the most difficult catch. Yes, it was flying, but it was straight at him. He saw most of the dressing room, did that split a webbing. That was a golden opportunity. He's going to go to the park to receive some attention. Try and see the number there on the back. Mark Gladiators dropped it for the cover. Was one of the heroes with a bet with Wade McQuinn. That was a gilt-edged opportunity for the fifth wicket. Zaniba's just come to the crease. Yes, he middled that. It was a low full toss. But what an opportunity that was. $186 for 4. That's off the ball. 37 not out. Iron, the man bowling. 4 for 3 overs, none for 18. Runs on hard. Like that. Zanida on the 5 pad. Beth Thompson, 10 of 23. He lost his wicket. LBW to Tashin Hanslow. Playing the reverse sweep. Was that necessary? Zaniba, 3 not out of 7. Less than 50 required. 47 in fact. 56 deliveries remain. 9 overs and 2 deliveries. Ayub runs in from the eastern over end. Pushed into the colours. Single for Zaniba. Van Biljon holds the key here. Plenty of experience, calm head. 37 not out. He's the prize wicket. Get him. I like the look of him. Really runs in hard. Was slightly indifferent in his opening spell. And he's enjoying his trance at retribution, running in nice and hard. Oh, full banger. Missed out by Van Biljon. Oh, stopped by Kamal Peter behind the stumps, who was, in all honesty, forced to sleep there.
I think Peter won't be too impressed with his bowling Ayub there. Just missing the mark completely. Unlucky to get away with that. Talk about chances and opportunities, and that's the one thing the Central Gladiators struggle to capitalise on in the field. Couple of miscatches, and I'd like to think that they got rid of Ben Hockley when the opportunity was presented. It would have been a different story, and a lot more pressure building up. But you said earlier, a couple of wickets will really make this an interesting encounter.
10 overs, 2 for 39, Morteza Manak. Great spell of bowling. Hanslow, 6 overs, 1 for 21. Does he hold the key? And the pace that he bowls at on this wicket. We saw Morteza Manak later on in his 10 overs finding that perfect pace on this Coetzenburg wicket. Hanslow's got him a wicket. Oh, I like that. I like that pace. Tashin Hanslow. Worked it for hip, 2 straight. So I'm going to be a single. So how does Van Biljon now go about his business here? Doesn't want to turn it into a 7 run and over chase. He wants to keep it at 5s. Does he get a single of every ball? Hit the bad ones to the boundary. That'll be more than enough. That's neatly played. Is there a couple? Yes. Surely. Very nicely played by Van Biljon. Through it to cover. Man sweep on the offside is rather square. It's as long as we have
Gazebo's tilting, laptops flying. One coming from left to right on your screens. On a Saturday afternoon, the Cubs week. It's not just action on the field, but also in our commentary position. Sportsman doing well to actually catch the laptop that time around. It's not really a great track record with catching things today. It's nice and big, the laptop, so it's not that difficult. So the first thing that goes, JD, is the eyes. And the hands. Nothing wrong with the hands. If I can see it, I'll catch it. I'm going to look after those hands then. All right. We see a moment of magic from Hanslow. It's a thinking cricketer. We saw Riley was batting. He was out there busy working out, trying to change things up when he was got stuck in the right law. Let's see if he'll provide the breakthrough. Still there is time. Well, a little to and fro there about the catching made me think, for the life of me, I cannot remember the movie now. But if you can have it, I'll play it. Just the way we roll. And definitely not having it. Love me though. No, that's something you can negotiate later on. Let's just crack it at the CSA Clubs week. And one of the highlights on the junior cricket calendar of South Africa. Winning by 5 overs 9 for 19. And 91 the score. 32 more required. 8 overs, so 42 or 48. Slow ball from Bullion. Wide to it. Billy Bottom taking plenty of pace of play. Was almost looping in there and managed to work into the covers. At that man from Bullion. Took it time to get started, but from Bullion set the conditions and I think they have the luxury of that, being able to do that from Bullion. Sharp. Into the gap as well, so it'll be a couple. Flicks away behind square, by Van Bullion. And Ben Hartley gave him that opportunity because Hartley went to the fair rate, strikes from 83. So he always had that luxury. Bailey, man in charge here at Molly's coming past this girl with a trolley. Hard work being a dad and a cricket man. Princess in her little chariot. And Dad duty takes over. A little flash there from Bullion. And I thought he was in business. And a servant, he's doing the game. Ryan Bailey doing a sterling job with Marty's cricket. Takes care of the facilities as well. You'll see him every morning early. One of the last to pack up and leave. Life of sport in South Africa. Don't always get the credit you deserve. That's why they do it, though. I hope to follow on. Moves. Puts it off, but eventually only the single. Is there something to be said for the no ball there above the waist height? No. Says Nathan Rhodes at square leg umpire. Must have been close to it. Nathan Rhodes and Angus Close. Man out in the middle. Jadon still has a 5K waiting for him later tonight. Or the family. I'll just be checking in on him a bit later because it's a 5K for 10 days. Can't miss a day. I'll send you proof of life. Oh, please do. For me, it's very difficult to understand how somebody can survive 5Ks of running. Yeah, well, I started to see spots in people I didn't know. So it's part of it. Not the New Year's resolution, but it's the new challenge. See how it's done. See if the legs ends all right. Third minute is nice and which is a good thing. Protects the boundary. In fact, only concedes a single. There's a yoke. It's the end of the other over. Every over that they don't pick up a wicket, it becomes less likely that they'll secure a victory. 37, I beg your pardon, 39 required of 42 deliveries. That's never been my strong point. It's 38, in fact. 39, 38 on a Saturday afternoon, 6, 7, 36 for everything. It's all the same. If they only use wickets, they would. It's as simple as that. Surely you can't protect 39 and 42 deliveries in a big field. Nice hard right there. Remember the first 34 overs, they use a ball from each side. And then the fielding side will select one to finish the final 16 overs with. More often than not, the one ball will be slightly softer than the other, and that's the one the fielding side would pick. Unless they're really looking to pick up wickets with seamers, where they might pick the one that still has a slightly more pronounced seam. Hanslow to Danibe. Once again, he goes quick. Yes, he beats the bat. Not sure that's the right pace on the Coetzenburg track that we've seen today. Blandus. 6 from 16 deliveries for Danibe. Now he wants to run as soon as he hits it. Another dot ball, 6 from 17. Pressure mounting on Danibe. He'll be feeling it. It's run a bit about. It's good on the senior part of Van Biljon. Just having the chat and to his partner. Something to don't get frustrated. No crazy decisions necessary. Let's get back on strike and there we go. It's the release he was looking for. But it's good from Hanslow as well, because the release is just a single. And Will van Biljon now feel the pressure. There's 2 balls remaining. Remember, he wants the bulk of the strike. So in the perfect world, he'll look for a boundary here and then a single. 3 men in the ring on the offside, easy single on the leg. With only a mid-wicket in place in the circle. There you go. Looking for 2. It's fine. So he'll have strike next over if Danibe doesn't get a single. Now you'll probably see Alec Loveland make it really easy for Danibe to get that single. We'll have 4 men in the ring, 3 men in the ring rather on the offside. 45 point. There's 4 extra cover, wide mid off. Oh, he has a go at it, and he gets only a signal. Worst possible result for the Coastal Conquerors. His 8 of 18 is Spamanla Danibe. Joshua van Biljon is 44 not out of 67. Six overs remain. That's 36 deliveries and 35 required for victory. 35 or 36 for the Coastal Conquerors.
Still firmly in the driving seat are the Conquerors. And it's Gladiators side needs not just one moment, but a couple of moments of magic and some wickets to go apart with it to turn this around. And as you said, Spit going and run a ball on the size of this oval will be something that you feel that this Coastal Conquerors side can do on the greatest of ease.
Big victory for the Southern Superstars over the Western Legends by 85 runs. had finished in a hurry. Contra Prince making 77 for the Superstars. Giants dropped again. Cole Francis, the guilty party this time. 2 catches going down in the last 4 or 5 overs. Was travelling, had some curve on it. But Cole Francis, you'd expect him to take that. So it's 2 chances. Both Zanibe, who survives.
Spoke about opportunities, little moments, and it's one that's gone a begging, yeah, for the Gladiators. Muniba Yob. Fuller this time. The outside edge runs away just for the single.
Moments. Moments. Cole Francis and Macha both putting down chances. Zanibe surviving both. 200 for the loss of 4. 33 required for victory. Runs down the track does Zanibe. Francis as well. To stop any further damage than the single.
And Zanibe doing the right thing, getting Josh Fumbledon on strike, the DHS man.
51 for Semal Pillay. 65 for Hockley. Fumbledon. 45 not out. Pillay and Hockley guilty of not finishing the job. Will Fumbledon one up them and finish it for his side? We've got lift off here with some of the gazebos. I'm in real danger here, JD, if this thing goes. Walking around the creases, Van Biljon. And he gets himself a single.
Runner ball will do the job here and do it quite comfortably. Central Gladiators have to come up with a plan, yeah. I think they do have those, but just executing it, it's causing all the trouble at the moment.
I've liked the look of Ayob in the second spell. Changes his pace and bowls him. Gets rid of Zanibe. There's Ayob. He's lived a chance life as Famara Zanibe, and that comes to an end. Rush ball still needed. 5 wickets down now. Plenty of twists left in this cricket match.
A lovely change of pace by Ayob with Fuller this time. Takes the speed off that and gets rid of Spamandla and Zanibe, the Masbek College boy, sent packing. And it is Josh Fumbledon who will definitely have a chat to the man arriving at the wicket. You said 5 remain, run a ball, and we'll see the Conquerors home.
That's a big wicket. Yes, Van Biljon is still there, and Zanibe was struggling a tad. Ended up making 10 of 22.
Roxton Payne assessing the field as the new man in. Get his options. Munib Ayob. So Declan this time immediately Payne gets off the mark. Gets JJ Fumbledon back on strike.
Another left-hander, Roxton Payne. DHS partners. So DHS schoolmates, JD, that'll help a lot in these circumstances. Two men that know each other well. I would have batted together an awful lot throughout their school careers.
Yeah, pain finding him down at Marty's at the moment. And yeah, like you said, all know each other fairly well. As Fumble-Yon, a DHS man, will be key.
Still Henslow to continue. And he nails him! Uproots the off stump as Tashin Henslow. And we did say plenty of sting in the tail left of this cricket match. Roxton Payne departs the scenes having scored only one.
Henslow showing us what he's made of. Again, I said it earlier on, nuggety cricketer. He's always busy and making sure his team still believe that they have an opportunity.
Of course, you did mention Roxton Payne, that Marty's currently the faithful Westville High School for Boys, or Westville Boys. I will not forgive me. He did not go to DHS. JD Ferrari is a Westville man. Roxton Payne now is Marty's cricketer, but on his home ground, he departs the scene for only a single. And now the cat might well and truly be amongst the pigeons. In just more than half an hour, that big rugby match will kick off at DHL Stadium as well. Vodacom Bulls travelling to the unbeaten DHL Stormers, the Vodacom United Rugby Championship. JD Ferreira's got a date with the 5K, so he'll be missing that.
I should be able to watch the last 2.5 minutes of that encounter.
Stop it, you won't make it. 80 minutes is not enough. Especially if you're running into the breeze tonight.
And I'll be packing my kite. Should make it a lot easier.
New batter, JD?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, yeah, because the man's going to be facing Tazin Henslow. And Henslow's tail is up at the moment. Believes that he can win this for his team. Oh, good ball again from Henslow. And the Coastal Conquerors. I'll be a little nervous at the moment. But
how about all the left-handers? 3 in a row. Zanibe, Payne, now Shiraz Perumal. All 3 of them left-handers. Music to the ears of Tashin Henslow, the off-spinner, turning it away from the left-handed players.
Plays it.
Chance. Oh, the throw. Too high, and Fumble-Yon makes his ground. High pressure is a wonderful thing in sport. Complexion completely changed.
Spoke about them going on nicely, swimmingly, run at balls, all they need. All of a sudden, I think a lot more nerves around. And when pressure builds, we saw that earlier, those create moments of miscommunication, and you find yourself apologizing to your partner for running him out.
Straight at the man sweeping on the offside boundary, so just a single to Fumble-Yon. Yeah, you speak about those runouts, the old yes, no, wait, maybe, sorry.
Awkward conversations to have.
Yeah. Too short. Gets away with it, but it's missed by everyone. Will that be 4 of them? 4 very, very important runs. There was a little tickle on that from Shiraz Perumal. and 4 very, very needed runs for the Coastal Conquerors.
Dazin Hansler doing everything right there about getting the wicket. Like you said, a little feather on that from Perumal and gets him his first boundary. But don't think Dazin Hansler will mind it too much. But he's in here with a chance. He's fighting with everything that he has.
8.5 overs, 2 for 34. Morteza Manak, 10 overs, 2 for 39. The 2 finger spinners doing the job. Good single from Perumal to finish the over. 210 for 6. 23 needed of 24 deliveries. That boundary was so important. You want to have it?
Definitely so, but just took so much pressure off this Conquerors side. Scoreboard ticking over. He's sure they're edging ever closer to getting that winning total.
This is a new lap we're seeing here. One with aid. We've seen many various lap selectors, coaches.
Looks like a coastal stroll almost. Some fine form he's got going. But not going to get in the way of that stick.
23 of 24. Supposedly an easy toss, but only 4 wickets in hand. Perumal and Van Biljon, the men at the crease for the Conquerors. Ayub, ball in hand. Cuts his fingers across that seam. Is this an opportunity? No. Loveland does well to hold on. And that's what the Conquerors need. A single of the first ball to bring Van Biljon on strike.
Set man is Van Biljon. Holds the key to the victory here for the Conquerors.
He's 47 of 70. Will he go with the wind? He has to if he wants to go downtown. Went from left to right. So he'll be targeting mid-wicket or cow corner if he wants to go big. Gets beaten outside the off stump. No run. Dot ball's precious. 22 of 22 needed.
Muniba Ayub really has stepped up here, Sputsmith. He's, like you said, the second spell really has been impressive. And will he be the man to get rid of Josh Van Biljon?
He's got 2.4 overs remaining. One down, a long on. Cole Francis coming into the picture to do the fielding. Just lobs it in. Now he makes his way into the circle at mid-on. Let's have a little mid-off rather. Let's have a look at the field. Fine leg back, third man back, sweeper out. Man on the deep square boundary out as well. So it's 4 men outside the circle. Backward point, cover, mid-off in the circle as well as a mid-on and a mid-wicket. Drifts onto the pads. Stifled appeal, they'll scurry through for a leg by. Remains a runner ball.
Ayub doing well, varying up those lengths and keeps the batsman guessing. There's nothing predictable about him at the moment.
He's varying both his lines of attack and his pace. The odd one is cutting over that seam or across it. Van Biljon, 48. Deserves a 50. He's played nicely. That's going to be a wide down the leg side. Another change of pace from Ayub. Dangerous line that. Fine leg. Square. Just in front of square on the boundary as well. Long on as well. So that's a 3 men out on the leg side boundary. All the changes of pace he might want to bring in. Third man, if he's going to bowl those off cutters, get some more protection out in the hitting area.
Crashed to cover, not timed. Van Biljon moves to 49. Score to 215 for 6. 19 deliveries remain. 18 required. Victory is already in the bag for the Northern Champions over the Eastern Warriors and the Southern Superstars. On Tussie's getting one over the Western Legends by 85 runs. The match here on the Coetzenburg Oval going down to the wire. Another single. Perumal will keep the strike. He's been busy. He's 8 off 7. Playing a good hand here as Shiraz Perumal, the leg spinner.
Well, but the Conquerors are required from him. Just keeps rotating, strike to Josh van Biljon, and making sure that the mainstay of the innings just keeps ticking on and get them closer to that winning total.
Betway SA 20 tomorrow at Newlands. On David Ferreira will be there after his family 5K tonight. A few tired bodies rocking up at Newlands tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, my 10-year-old might need to carry me in there. But to the cricket we will go as my Cape Town. And the boys from Paul will battle it out. And we're desperate for my Cape Town to get W next to their column.
Been in the Western Cape for 4 months now. It's my Cape Town. Cape Town.
My Cape Town.
Oh, how did that miss? How did that miss? That's what's going through the mind of Tashina Hanslow and Kamakelo Piri behind the stumps.
Perumal will know. He will know what went down there as he went out for the boundary, definitely chasing that and missed it completely. Thought that would have been tossed it up this time. Does that man Tashin Hanslow?
17 of 16. It's going down to the wire. Oh, he smashes that. No, up. Back with a square on the leg side. Shiraz Perumal relieves the pressure. Very good strike. Power sweep. And that's rolling on its way to the Coetzenburg Rugby Stadium.
I might need to get 3 fielders in to pick up on that relay throw because that has rolled and rolled plenty.
Got picked up eventually. 220 for 6, 13 required. 15 deliveries remain. Back in the driver's seat. That's how quickly things change. 4 wickets. 4 wickets. That's the key for the Central Gladiators. They need the wicket of both Perumal and Van Biljon in the next few deliveries. Just feel there's another twist waiting around the corner. Perumal is going for his shots. He scars one, yeah. Gives an opportunity. Goes against the turn. Now the surge of Stellenbosch wind. .3 overs, 2 for 39. Becomes 9.4 overs, 2 for 39 for Tashin Hanslow.
Impressive speller bowling from the St. man. Hanslow has had a very good game today. And he'd love to finish it off with another wicket.
There he goes! Him. 3rd wicket for Hanslow. That's another twist in the tail. And Shiraz Perumal. Van Biljon stands alone against the Central Gladiators. 13 more required. 12 deliveries to do so.
Tashin Hanslow steps up to the plate and adds another wicket to that wicket column. Fantastic bowling by the young man. And makes really making things interesting for the Gladiators fighting here like you cannot believe.
They won the Kayamajula week. The Lions, yeah, they are under a different name, the Central Gladiators, but all the players still from the Lions.
What's been more impressive? Man, Hanslow's bowling. Well, the fact that these gazebos haven't ended up other side of Coetzenburg.
I want to know who tied these ropes. I got to come do some work in my house because this is impressive.
These aren't ropes. It's an optical illusion. These things have been cemented into the floor.
What a first day of the CSA Cubs week in Stellenbosch at the Marty Sports Complex. This match going down to the wire. Dylan Boyce, the new batter, joining from Bullion. Stop it, you're joking. Another left-hander, 4 of them in a row.
Haven't seen that for some time.
4 of them in a row. Maybe he's just kidding. Maybe he's going to turn around. No, he's not.
Hasn't taken one out of your playbook.
Oh, good. That's good. That is the end of the over. Now it is 13 of 12. But crucially, one more. It should have been the end of the over. Surely. Crucially, it is that Van Bullion on strike. It's going to be the 49th over. Will it be Ayub to continue? He's at overs 1 for 33. End of a brilliant spell from Tashin Hanslow from St. Stithians. 10 overs, a 3 for 39. And together with Morteza Manak, the man from St. David's Marist, who's made his T20 debut for the Lions, who took 10 overs, 2 for 39. They picked up 5 for 78 and 20, the 2 off spinners. It will be Ayub, who's obviously a bit of a death specialist. Does have a good change of pace. Van Bullion with a personal milestone in sight, but that'll be a long way from his mind currently. He's looking to win the game for his team. He's 49 not out. 1 boundary. That's what he needs in the server. 1 boundary. Goes across, smashes it. It's worth a run. All the way. There's your boundary. What a way to go to 50. Joshua Van Bullion. DHS stand up and applaud.
Scintillating shot by that man Joshua Van Bullion. Waited on that, picked it and committed. And there was no stopping that. Wind behind it. It was travelling at 100 miles an hour. And this Central Gladiators side, and that was a sensitive blow.
Yeah, punch to the gut for the Central Gladiators, and a big punch at that. $55 not out is Van Bullion. Has he timed this to perfection? 7 more required, 11 balls remaining. It's hitting with the wind, too long on. Cow corner, mid-wicket. That's the area. Saw him getting himself outside the off stump there, really lining it up. Oh, it's good cricket. Will he come back for the second? No. Good fielding. Great fielding on the fine leg boundary.
Bullet of a throw straight over the bails, and classy fielding from the Gladiators. Few of the Gladiators coaching staff through Nawab and Mtini. One of the things that you'll be looking back on today is missed opportunities, and yeah, there was plenty of those going around. A couple of catches, or more than a couple, not going to hand. And something that they'll definitely look to improve on as this week evolves.
Voice on strike. Yet to get off the mark. Ayub into him. Now he's off the mark. That's great cricket from Dalen Boyce. Gets and man on to strike from Bullion. 56 not out of 75. It's within one blow now. 5 required. Bullion just backs away. Something just disturbed him behind the bowler's arm, perhaps. It's a word for the crew as well. They did a good job in trying weather circumstances. Cameras blowing over, screens. Wolf and Bullion finish it with 1 mighty blow. Goes for a chance out! My word, he's given it away, Joshua from Bullion. Quite a short third man. Ayub deserved another wicket. 5 more required. My, oh my, cricket is a funny game.
Yeah, keeping it interesting. Yeah, the Central Gladiators side refusing to go away. Muniba Yop, man out of Jeppy, making sure that he capitalizes on every opportunity coming his way. And a fantastic wicket sees the Gladiators take another one. And will this be just what the doctor ordered if you're a Gladiator supporter?
Eighth wicket down. So it's down to batters number 9 and 10. 5 required. 8 deliveries remain. What about a wicket first up? If he takes another wicket here and they're 9 down, does the Gladiators all of a sudden become the favourites?
Yeah, well, I think the Gladiators will back themselves as the favourites then. But you're the magician at the moment, providing those breakthroughs.
JD, guess what? Another left-hander. 5 of them in a row.
I've actually stopped noticing because it just keeps on coming.
I all bet the wrong way around.
All of a sudden, not a chat out there in the field. It's probably the liveliest we've heard it all day.
5 required. Oh, what a delivery. What a delivery. It's all happening here on the Coetzenburg Oval. There's nerves all around. There's a few men in this batting lineup, JD, that's kicking themselves. Pillay, Hockley from Bullion, Simpson with that reverse sweep. Hockley, Pillay, and from Bullion all had a chance to close it up for the Conquerors.
It's those opportunities we spoke about, Spit. It's converting, you're in, you're settled, and then you need to tick on and make sure that cement your position down on a pitch and that you hang around. Oh, it's a big swing of the bat, bump ball, and a fielder gets under that immediately. That deliveries are gold at the moment.
It's the end of the over. 5 required off the final over. So here's the beauty of 50 over cricket. This match started at 10 o'clock this morning. It's 10 minutes to the hour of 6. 5 runs, 2 wickets, 6 deliveries. That is the equation. If you are not intrigued, then you're watching the wrong sport.
Well, we love the game of cricket, but spoke about it on the drive here this morning, querying the formats for the week, and said it's 50 over cricket all day long. And it's lived up to expectation here at Coetzenburg.
Right on cue, the wind has turned into a gale. 2 feet in the air for our gazebo, but well tied to the tree.
Yeah, I'm getting nervous here.
Now, here's another thing. Who's going to bowl this last over? It's Rowan Raja and Dalen Boyce at the crease. Is it Cole Francis? Has he been entrusted to defend 5? He's bowled 6 overs, none for 37. Hanslow finished his last over in the 48th. Does look like Cole Francis by the look of things, the number 13. Running in. Over cover, what a shot! Dylan Boyce! Can they come back for the third? They're going for it. The run out is on. But they mark their ground. Fantastic cricket shot and good running between Raja and Boyce. And it's down to 2 for the Conquerors.
Brave batting there and by at and Boyce contributed with the ball earlier, and now Arthur Willow.
I was into the breeze as well. If it was to the other side of the ground, there was 4 written all over there.
3 of the most important runs he scored in his career thus far.
Around Raja, St. Charles College, if I'm not mistaken. On strike to Cole Francis, St. John's College, Johannesburg. Smashes that. Only a single. Scores the tide.
Surely we won't see a draw.
2 wickets, 2 wickets. That's what they need. You'll see everybody coming into the circle. Absolutely everyone. They're not going to give this away. Boyce is going to probably look to go over the top here. All he needs is half a bat on it. Over the leg side is into the wind. That matters not much. You only need to clear the inner ring. Francis around the wicket. Don't run, don't run! In the end, no damage done. Never a single there. Drama. 3 balls now remaining. Are you not entertained? Everybody on the edge of their seats. "11 players inside the circle. That includes third man and fine leg. Oh, they run immediately and make it through. Dalton Boyce, eventually the hero for the Coastal Conquerors. 49.4 overs it's taken them. And eventually they do cross the line and win by 2 wickets for the Central Gladiators. It was a fighting performance with a bat and a fighting performance with a ball. In all honesty, they've been behind the 8 ball for most of today, with the Coastal Conquerors eventually edging it through good knocks by Ben Hartley, Semal Pillay, and Joshua van Biljon, and a little cameo right at the death by Dalen Boyce. For the Gladiators, it was good performances with a bat by Macha, as well as Wade McQuinn, and quality off-spin bowling by Tajleen Hanslow and Morteza Manak. But in the end, it is the Coastal Conquerors who end up victorious by 2 wickets in a pulsating match at the Coetzenburg Oval. What a start to the CSA Cubs week of 2026. Victories for the Northern Champions over the Eastern Warriors, the Southern Superstars over the Western Legends, and here at the Coetzenburg Oval for the Coastal Conquerors over the Central Gladiators. We'll do it all over again tomorrow morning from 10 o'clock on the CSA YouTube channel. But for now, from day 1 of the CSA Cubs week, it's good night and see you tomorrow. How are you doing, Amanda? You're on for Stellenbosch.
Good, yeah.
Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, so he's going to the cricket tomorrow. Yes, you are.
Yeah, I'm around at 14 there. So
All right. Okay, brilliant.
yeah, so that's lovely, yeah.
Take care, Amanda. And we'll probably do the same thing. You're going to come on, mate.
Yeah, me and Matt Tuesday and then Wednesday with coaching.
Okay, perfect. So
We'll work it out. We might just change it around.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right.
To commentate with you or commentate with me. You let know when we do it.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Great. You too.
Cheers, man. Goed is. Okay, goed. Hey? Okay. Ja. Ja, alles. Oh, waar dan? Ja, altijd. In die taal. Je bent niet waar op mijn ballen. Ja, dus. Ja, oké. Ja. Yeah, well done. Great game. Yes.